Hi everyone, welcome back to the second day of React Day Bangalore. It's a good Saturday, it's a beautiful Saturday, and I'm hoping that the weather is good all over the place. Uh, this is the very first edition of our conference and the very first edition of our virtual conference. We hope to meet you all physically very soon so that our next edition is not as virtual as this is. Uh, but yeah, we are very happy to host you, and we are very happy to see you through the talks of the day, to the sessions that we've planned, and we hope that you enjoy it and learn as well.
Absolutely. Just like Varsha said, we had such a blast yesterday at day one with so many of you joining us, and we're super excited to be kicking off day two.
Yes, a quick introduction. We had already introduced ourselves yesterday, but for those of you who are joining us this day itself, we will be the MCs and your hosts for the day. Here with me is Vishwa. She's my co-MC, and she works on the developer relations team at Hasura. And she's usually found in her natural habitat, which is reading the world's best mind. She is a poetry lover and also writes a lot of poetries. So, in case you want to talk to her about that, please DM her on Twitter.
Yeah, totally. Feel free to do that. I think Varsha introduces me better than myself. So I'm going to do the same for her. Absolutely. I'm super honored to be emceeing this conference alongside my lovely and amazingly talented co-MC Varsha Saha. Varsha is a senior front-end engineer at Flipkart who also loves reading books just like me, is a proud mother of a doggo, and is a huge chayaholic. So please give her all the love and a big round of virtual applause in the chat. Well, now that we've gotten that out of the way, I think it's time to give a little bit of background for those of you who are joining for the first time today. If you want to know how React Day came together, how we came up with the idea, the React Bangalore meetup has been around for almost 6 years and has grown into a huge, lovely, buzzing community of really passionate people since its inception. So, the amazing team behind all the hard work has organized over 60 meetups all over Bangalore, with more than 12,000 members now a part of the community. And with the 10,000 members mark in the community, we thought, why not make it into something bigger, just to give back to the community in a better way. So we came up with the idea of React Day as a conference. And so, yeah, here we are. Yay.
Yay!
And we couldn't bring our conference to you in person, but I think this is something that we take as an advantage, so that we can use it to our advantage. With React Day being online this year, I think we were able to reach over 4,000 registrants, and so many of you joined us yesterday. I think over 800 attendees joined us yesterday, which was an overwhelming response in a good way. So many speakers, over 30 speakers from all over the world, and we couldn't be more grateful for all of them to join us. So it's day two of React Day. We have 11 exciting talks, two amazing panel discussions on really important topics, and some awesome speakers joining us again today. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Just a quick overview of the platform. We had already given that yesterday, but for those of you who are still new, this is the main stage where you are viewing us right now, and this is where all the talks and all the panel discussions will be happening. So you're already here, no need to do anything. On the bottom side of your screen, you'll be seeing two more tabs. One will be the session tab, and the other one will be the expo tab. If you go onto the session tab, you'll be able to connect with the speakers as soon as their talks are done. So the speakers will always be there in case you need to just, ping them, ask them questions about the talk and anything else that you want to talk about. Feel free to go to the sessions tab. Sessions will be going on in parallel to the main stage. So make sure that you don't miss out the talks that you want to really attend. You can connect with the speakers over the break, or even between the talks. But yeah, the main stage and the sessions will be going on in parallel. We also have an Expo tab. You'll be able to see the Expo tab on the bottom as well. Expo tab is where our sponsors will be there. And Expo tab also has some really cool stuff going on. Like Auth Zero had some demonstration yesterday, right? And You will also be able to connect over your job requirements or something. Sponsors over there are hiring as well. So in case you want to check them out and in case you want to apply for any sort of job, please feel free to do that.
And another fun part of our conference, giveaways. So many of you participated in our giveaways yesterday, and it's still ongoing today. So make sure you participate in our giveaways. We're giving away a bunch of really cool stuff because no conference is complete without swag and goodies, right? So we've dedicated the hashtag TIL React Day in for all of you to share your learnings with us. So if you find anything interesting that you learned, anything fascinating, any concept that you really found interesting from the conference, from one of the talks, please make sure that you share it with us on Twitter by at mentioning us at React Day In using the hashtag TIL React Day In. And yeah, we'll be looking forward to all the cool things that you're learning. And also, we'd love to see all the fun screenshots that you take from all of your favorite memorable moments from the conference. It could also be memes because I think a few people shared those on Twitter yesterday, and it was the best part. It was the highlight of my day. I laughed so hard at that. So, um, as long as it's fun, light humor, please, we'll be looking forward to it. Please share all your moments with by using the hashtag fun react day in. And yeah, so the best entries will win a lot of cool goodies. And just to wrap that up, I also heard that some awesome sponsors are giving away fun goodies as well. So they'll be hanging out in the expo tab, as Varsha mentioned earlier. So go check that out during the breaks. And if you face any issues, any technical difficulties when it comes to using the platform, or if you have any other feedback for us, anything that we can improve upon, or if you just just want to share your love and support to the event, please feel free to tag us at React Day in your tweets, and our team will be watching out for all of your tweets.
Okay, let's come to our partners, without whom this conference will not have been possible, would not have been possible. So thank you to all our partners for helping out with the event promotion. We have Debfolio, we have jslovers.com, we have React India, and we have Women Tech Makers. Thank you so much for making this possible. Also, a huge shout out to our sponsors. We have so many sponsors for our first virtual conference, and we are nothing short of elated. So, thank you so much for helping us out, and thank you so much for making this, very possible in a virtual setup. Um, Thank you, Archimedes, Atlantis, Auth0, ClearTax, Geeky Ants, GoIbibo.com, Grow, Harness, Hasura, Disney Hotstar, Open House, Column, Razorpay, Swiggy, and Exactly. Thank you so much for doing this for us.
And last but not the least, the code of conduct is an absolutely integral part of our conference, and we do not condone any type of harmful, abusive, or inappropriate behavior in any shape or form from the attendees, speakers, co participants, panelists, MCs as well. So no one is an exception in that case. So it's pivotal in the code of conduct is pivotal in helping us run the event smoothly and making sure that all of us are having a good, memorable, and comfortable experience. So please make sure that any of the interactions that you have with the speakers, with other attendees, none of that is inappropriate or irrelevant. And apart from that, if you notice any inappropriate or harmful or abusive behavior going on around you, please feel free to DM us at React Day In. We'll be watching out for any queries or any issues that you face. But other than that, please cozy up and enjoy the day two with us. We're super excited to be kicking off day two with Pavitra's talk that my co-MC Varsha will be taking over now from.
Thank you so much, Vishwa. Um, so I'll just wait for like 2 more minutes before we can kickstart this. And just to reiterate what Vishwa had said, um, let's create this buzz over Twitter, because since it's a virtual conference, if it was like a physical one-on-one conference, it would have been a lot easier to connect with you all. Since we cannot connect with you all personally, it'll be better if we connect over Twitter. We tag ourselves on a lot of tweets. We have a lot of fun. We have a lot of learning that we can talk about. So let's do that because the organizers, the sponsors, our partners have put in a lot of effort for this conference, and I think they deserve a pat on their back, and they deserve a virtual round of applause on Twitter, over here at your home. So let's just do that. Let's give them that boost of confidence that this is going really well, which it is. Given that we collected the Twitter feedback yesterday and it was all shiny. And as Vishwa mentioned, we loved the memes. We loved everything that you people have tweeted. So looking forward to more and more of that. Do not forget that we have giveaways. We have a lot of cool goodies. We have so many sponsors. We have a lot of cool goodies to give away. So do not forget to mention the hashtag TIL React Day in and also fun. What was it, Vishwa? Fun React Day, right?
Yeah, fun React Day in.
Yeah, fun React Day in. So both of these hashtags, please include them in your tweets and please make sure that you tag us. So let's start. Our first speaker of the day is my very good friend and has been one of my mentors in my career. She's delivered a lot of keynotes and she's just amazing at what she does. Today she'll be talking about next gen front end tooling. Um, Please welcome with a virtual round of applause Pavithra Kodmad, who works at Atlassian.
Hi, can you see me and see my screen? I hope you can. Um, yeah. So, so somebody asked you to try out create a React app, right? For a new React app. They said it was going to be awesome. They said you just needed to learn React and JavaScript. So you jumped in. You created your new app. But as you jumped in, you saw that you had to learn TypeScript, you had to learn CSS, you had to learn this whole lot of things, uh, which, yeah, which probably made you feel like this frog. Uh, so when I shared this meme on my Twitter, it kind of resonated with a lot of people, which is when I really decided that this talk will probably be impactful. So hi, everybody. My name is Pavithra Kodmad, alias PK. And you can follow me on Twitter at pkodmad. And I also share my thoughts on tech and JavaScript and on my YouTube channel, which is Kodmad. Uh, the only thing that ties together all these things is my profile picture. And so if you see that, that's me. So today's topic of my talk is about next generation front end tooling. Uh, this is uh, this is mainly to talk about all the tooling that we use on JS and how it's being simplified in the next generation. So to start with, let's look at why JS even needs tooling, right? So JavaScript is a language that needs tooling because it does not have any compilation time. You write JavaScript and it runs directly on the browser. There is no static typing. It's a dynamically typed language. And for a very, very long time, unnecessarily long time, JavaScript did not have a module system. So, what are the commonly used tools to bridge this gap? We use a compiler to compile types that we have added over on top of JavaScript. It could be TSC, or if you are one of those people using Flow, then that too. You use Babel transforms so that you can use the latest features of the language even in old browsers. So this transforms your latest ES JavaScript into whatever old browsers also can understand because compatibility. To process your CSS and post CSS, you use CSS modules and post CSS. To test your code, you use testing tools like Jest, Ava, uh, yeah. And finally, you use bundlers because the code you write is not the code you ship. And all of these bundlers act as both a tool to kind of do these tasks and then bundle all of your code ready to be shipped. So in spite of all of these tools being state of the art and the ones that are being used in production right now in all large companies and even by indie developers, we face a lot of problems. Hot module reloading kind of sucks. It works sometimes, it doesn't work sometimes, and I've kind of, in my experience, stopped relying on it. Source maps is another major issue for me, which stops you from debugging effectively, especially production issues. The tragedy of configuration. If you don't have at least like three types of configurations in your JavaScript project, is that even a modern JavaScript project? And everything is slow. At least this is a complaint for me in recent years. Uh, all the things we use are so slow. As the code base kind of increases in size, that's directly proportional to like the slowness of your tools. If you don't agree with me, like listen to Ivanu, right? Oops. Okay. So if you listen to that talk, it basically says he basically tells you like how he doesn't even work on projects which don't start up really fast, and that's his motivation, at least, to build the tools that he does. So in recent times, we have decided to kind of act on top of these things, on these problems, and we are trying, the community is trying to mitigate the problems caused by the slowness caused by bundlers uh, uh, and all these modern tools. And the catalyst for these changes in the past year is the introduction of ES modules. So, like I said before, JavaScript for a very, very long time did not have a module system. But with the introduction of ES modules in ECMAScript 2016, we now have platform support for modules. We are not co-opting CommonJS, which was invented in 2009 for Node.js sake, and we're not co-opting that for the browser anymore. We have our own module system. It's new, uh, and it's been built according to modern requirements. It came in ES6, like I said, and yeah, there is still the conversion problems of CommonJS being converted to ESM or ESM being converted to CommonJS in bundlers and things like that. And most importantly, ES modules acted as a catalyst for new ideas to come into our front-end tooling community. Another major trend that's like gripping the JS world is to have JavaScript tooling, not written in JavaScript. One major example of this is ES Build, which is a new bundler written in Golang. And its major USP is that it is very, very fast. It's unreal, kind of like how fast it is. If you read one of the latest blogs that the author wrote, he said that many people think when they run ES build that it isn't working correctly because it's so fast and it finishes bundling so fast. And for those who are interested more, you should go read this page where the author explains why ES build is so fast. It's mainly being written in Go, how parallelized it is. It's really worth your time to read this page. So, with all of these new catalysts, what we can conclude is ECMAScript modules is amazing for development. I still wouldn't recommend you to serve ESM to your users in production because it could run up to like hundreds of files, and you don't want to be sending hundreds of files over the wire to your customers. But as a developer working in your local environment, you can afford to do that, and it allows better caching for you. So the first kind of tool that came up with this idea was this called Web Dev Server. So this comes under an umbrella called Modern Web, who want to reduce the amount of tooling that we use in JavaScript, who want to reduce that fatigue that new developers go through, and with that goal in mind, they are building. Different tools, and you should go check them out. They're also powered, most of these are powered all of these are powered by ESBuild. The next iteration kind of that came in the community was Snowpack. So Snowpack is another a front end build tool with the same kind of goals, and the latest among these, which is gaining a lot of traction in the community, is Wheat.js. So Wheat.js is a library that was written by Ivan Yu, the guy who wrote Vue.js, and yeah, and it claims to be the next generation of front end tooling, and mostly the focus of this talk. So Vue.js is a very pragmatic little bundler. It tries to be practical, and it tries to be more. It tries to take an approach where convention is more important than configuration. It tries to also be a higher level tool than Webpack. Webpack is one where you have to configure every little thing. And now that we as a community have been using bundlers for such a long time, Wheat.js decides to take some things into its own hand and makes those decisions for you as a developer. So it can be regarded as a higher level tool. So if you were to use Vue.js, what would you have to be excited about? And what am I excited about? I'd like to share that with you. So my favorite Vue.js features. So the first one, and the first three that I'll show are the ones that Wheat itself is proud of, and most of the community is very excited about. The first one is instant server start and file load. So this is the most popular selling point of Vue.js. Hmm. While I could show you my little to-do app that I while I could show you my little to-do app that I wrote, yeah, I'll show it to you, right? So the community behind Wheat is so amazing that they created this little plugin that is so easy to use. Basically, you can start your Wheat app on your VS Code and preview it right there. It's written by one of my favorite developers, Anthony Fu. You should follow him on Twitter. So in this you can see that it's all started now, and one of the coolest things that I felt was the hot module reloading, right? So every time I change anything, it's instant and it's reliable. So I change the background of this button, and yeah, it's instant. And similarly for JavaScript too. But if you want to see more about this, you should watch the podcast, not the podcast, the Twitch stream the Twitch stream recording that Sunil Pai did with Jason Lengstorff. And in that he shows he compares how Create React app compares with Webpack and with Wheat, which is pretty cool. I link to it at the end of my talk. So this is something that Wheat is really proud of. The next is HMR support for Vue.js and React.js. So what I liked about Wheat was, even though the author is very much embedded in the Vue.js ecosystem, they want Wheat to be available to any framework, to vanilla Java, to people who use vanilla JavaScript, to people who use Vue.js, and people who use React.js. So out of the box, they give you support for React.js and Vue.js. And if you've heard the latest, I heard Svelte is also going to be moving to Wheat in its next iteration. So that's pretty cool. The next is the TypeScript and JSX support that it provides out of the box. So this is what I mean when I say Wheat is a higher level tool. Uh, every time, so if you have to use TypeScript or JSX in your with the Webpack bundler, you have to write those loaders, right? And Webpack, so it's pretty well known that the community is using these both, but Webpack acts ignorant, and you have to provide it the loader, and things can go wrong there. And it's more friction. But Wheat assumes that if your file extension ends with TS or JSX, then it'll treat them that way by default, and you don't have to do anything for it, which I thought was pretty cool. So after this, I'm going to talk about the features that I personally found awesome, and yeah. So the next feature that I really liked was this pre-bundling, is what they call it. But what it essentially means is that if you are using any libraries or things in your application, uh, we will not make them ES run as ES modules by default, because that may be detrimental, right? You don't really care about how these libraries are loaded, so it kind of pre-bundles them and puts them out. And yeah, I thought that was a very pragmatic approach from Wheat. So the point is not to go all in on ESM, right? The point is to leverage ESM to make things faster. And if sometimes ESM is not the solution, then Wheat accepts that, which I thought was a great direction for it to move in. The next amazing thing about Wheat was it supports multiple entry points by default. So this is something that Next.js, Nuxt.js, and all these new frameworks uh, they support. So it should be easy to run those things with Wheat in the future, because multiple entry points is something that Wheat advocates for. Uh, you can read about it in its documentation if I can find it. So here, if you look at multiple multi-page app, yeah. So if you have an index HTML, let me increase. If you have an index HTML here and here, you need to provide this as rollup options. If I'm not mentioned, we uses rollup inside it. So your dev build is all ES build, but your production build will be using rollup. So multiple entry points, yay. The next exciting thing for me that Snowpack also doesn't support is library mode. So you can use Speed.js for your libraries, npm libraries. If you write one, you can use the power of Speed.js in them. An example of this is so. Yeah, spoiler alert. For some time, I've been trying to build a storybook integration with Vue.js, and for the plugin that I wrote for it, I tried using Rollup. I also tried using Wheat, and Wheat kind of works out of the box. So you have to do some configuration for it, which is not that much, I thought. So you say build, and you say lib, and you provided the entry and the name of the library and the formats in which you want the library to be built in. So in my case, it builds in CJS, it builds in ES, and it builds in UMD here, as I have specified here. And you can also have externals and everything that was available with Rollup or Webpack also on demand. Yeah. The next kind of delightful feature I found of Wheat was the way it handled image assets. So this I can demonstrate, at least in my project that I recently made, called where my cat kind of plays Sokaban. So in here, I wrote. So this is a Vanilla JS project that I initially served just with ESM, but then I later went in and added Vue.js, and I was pleasantly surprised to see how intuitive it was. I didn't have to do much at all. I don't even have a Vue config, if you see. So all I did was run it, and it created all these files for me. And sometimes it said that, okay, you need a separate jpg, but sometimes it just inlined the images, like for my favicon, or for some css that I had to css background that I had to, which I thought was very cool. And I know one of those reasons why I fell in love with it. The next feature was dynamic imports polyfill. ES modules gave us static import. Static import is where you say import dash from dash, and it's imported by default. But dynamic import is where you use import as a function, and you import files on demand dynamically. So this is a relatively new feature and not supported by even new browsers. So what we decided was to go ahead and polyfill it by default, because it thinks that it is an important feature for you. And yeah, I thought that was really thoughtful of the team. And the last feature that got me, that completely converted me to a Wheat fan, was this universal plugin support. So this is kind of a collaboration between Wheat, Rollup, and WMR. WMR is another bundler that was developed by Jason Miller, the creator of Preact. So there they kind of decided and came to a mutual understanding that they would all support each other's plugin formats, right? So basically, Wheat selling point is that if you have a rollup plugin, that'll work automatically on Wheat, and you can add more Wheat specific stuff to it. uh, which is kind of revolutionary if you ask me. Like, every single tool has their own way of writing plugins, and this trend of having a universal plugin uh, is something worth to watch out for, and it will make like the life of new developers, the life of community members, much simpler. So, yeah, with all of this said, none of this is right now usable for large production apps, at least. There are tons of, let me be at least clear about that. There are many things that these tools still have to work on before you can convert your enterprise app or your B2C app to wheat. But they all these trends of building, of using ESM for development of new CSS approaches like Tailwind or Windy, and using Rust, Go, or Wasm for front-end tooling. And the emergence of Dino, which you can't discount. Like, Dino is moving fast, and I even saw Next.js like framework built on top of Dino, which is like a whole new ecosystem. So all of this has been dubbed as the third age of JavaScript. Like, the first age was before Node, and then second age was Node and whatever came with it, and now we are entering into a third age. Swikes has written Sean has written a blog post on this, which is really interesting. um, yeah, so I really do believe that it this might be true, and with this new emergence of ecosystems, I feel there is a lot of space for community contributions in whatever little way. Like, if you're starting a side project, use Wheat or Snowpack. Uh, and a lot of opportunities for contribution. People looking to break into open source have a whole new landscape to start building stuff. So, uh, yeah. that's basically my talk. And if you're interested to learn more about wheat and this all the new tools that are coming as next generation front end tooling, you can look up these resources. This is the first one is a Twitch stream that Ivan New did for GitHub, which I thought was pretty interesting. The second one is Sunil Pai's demo of wheat. And the third one is this interesting podcast where Jason Miller explained why he made WMR and about universal plugins and all. The third is a blog post on, I mean, the next one is a blog post on Wheat 2 and what features came out of it. That kind of really helped me put this talk together. Um, Pika and Snowpack, they have this podcast episode was very interesting. It kind of told me how uh, like how they are kind of Webpack, Snowpack, Wheat are kind of collaborating with even ESBuild. Uh, like if you see the recent work they did on top level await, they know each other's strengths and weaknesses, and I feel that these ecosystems might merge somewhere in the future. Uh, and right now they're all in experimental mode, so this was an interesting podcast. VJ's website, which is very well done and very informative, and this is the blog post that I spoke about, which Sean Wang wrote. So yeah, that was my talk on next gen front end tooling. If you are interested in following the news about wheat and stuff that's happening, follow me on Twitter. I I am continuously interested in news about this. Or hit me up if you want to know about more about next gen front end tooling. Yeah, that's my talk.
Thank you so much, Pavithra. That was such an informative talk on the next generation front end tooling. Somebody rightly tweeted right about now that a few years ago it was a revolution with front end frameworks, and now it's a revolution in the front end tooling. We loved how you explained all the Weave features, especially the ones that you like. And I completely agree with the image asset handling, with the automatic handling of TS and JSX. I think these are the pain points that we have right now. And let's see if this goes to an enterprise edition, as you mentioned. Yeah, we can actually put it out to a production apps and see how it works out. But yeah, for those of you who want to try it out in your side projects, as Pavitra mentioned, all these smaller projects that you do, please make sure that you contribute. She said it very rightly that this is the right point of contributing to an open source project, Snowpack, Wheat, and everything else that you want to do. Pavitra will also be available on Sessions tab right now. So I'm very sure that I have a lot of questions. So you might also have a lot of questions to ask her. So please connect with her on the Sessions tab. She'll be available now for the entire duration. So make sure you connect with her. It's time for me to welcome the next speaker we have. Um, It's Aditya Agarwal, and he will be talking about the big problems with the visual testing. So please give a virtual round of applause for Aditya, who will be joining us next and taking us through this talk. Welcome, Aditya.
Hey everyone. Yeah, so let's start. Yeah, so my talk is the big problems with visual testing. So I'm Aditya. I am a front-end developer working at HackerRank. So visual testing? What it is? So we already have so many kinds of testing. What is now visual testing? So visual testing is a lot like our regular snapshot testing. So in snapshot testing, we generate some output, and when we save it into a file, and when we run our test again, we compare the new output with the saved output, and then either we update the file or we reject it and we update our code so it works correctly. So instead of output being some code, why not the output being images? So why not compare them pixel to pixel, and that way we can see if something is broken visually. So when is it useful? It's useful when you want to test your CSS is working fine or not. Because right now our test is like two dimensional. They test the JavaScript and HTML, but they don't test the CSS. So if some, but CSS is very much important for the users, because of CSS the layout can be broken. So that is equally important to test. So here are some ways to do visual testing. So I'll be discussing these in my talk. So one is based on browsers, like open a browser and then take snapshot. And then the second way is that generating snapshots from component documentation. So these are the two main areas I'll be talking about. I'll be discussing the advantages, benefits of each other, and then I'll talk about the problems also with each. So first, so we are discussing the browser-based test way. So here we'd use some tool like Cypress or Puppeteer to visit a page. So if we are visiting a page, that means your app needs to be served on a URL. So that means you have run your Webpack build, then you have started a local host server, or it's from Jenkins you have run it on AWS or something. So yeah, so this is one thing that you have started, and then you are using open source tools to run your visual test. So what does it encompass? So first thing is that we need to take screenshot. Both Cypress and Puppeteer have a API to take screenshots. So then once we have a screenshot, we have saved it to a file. Then we can use pixel diffing libraries to find changes. Yeah, so that will tell us either on CI or on our local that there is some difference in the pixels. But that is not all. Since these snapshots, the files that we need to save, they can't be saved on GitHub because GitHub is not usually used for storing large files. We need a different pipeline for that. So maybe you need to upload the master, the main branches file, main branches images to some AWS S3 or somewhere. So you need to handle that. Then you need to set up a change review workflow that when there are changes, where will you approve it? Because with the code, you can just see it in the logs, but with images, you need something more advanced. And obviously, running pixel diffing and all these and running a browser on your CI will have increased costs. So there is one more way, which is the SaaS way. So let's talk about the software as a service approach. So here's the screenshot I took from Appli Tools. So this is a service which offers us visual testing, where we have to do very little. And there are similar services like Percy. So yeah, so let's look at how this works. So first we need to run Cypress either on a local machine or on a CI. That opens the browser. Then we need to call some SDK. Like here we have Appli2 SDK. Then whatever is on the browser. So Appli2 capture the HTML and CSS. It doesn't take a snapshot. It just records whatever the HTML and CSS is loaded on the page, and then sends it to its servers. So once it has the HTML on its server, then on their server they can open different browsers like Chrome, Firefox, and so once they have opened, they can take screenshot on their server. They can run machine learning algorithm or whatever way they compare, simple pixel diffing algorithm. And then if there are changes, then they have a dashboard where they notify you that there are some changes. So there are Slack bot which message you with the link of dashboard that there are issues you should review. So on your PR, you can know if there's some breakage. So an example. So this is my site. My site, I have added some basic visual regression tests. So here you can see that in the code block, because this code block is a complex thing, like there are so many things going down, like Markdown, it has MDX, and in there are code blocks which I render into a React component which has syntax highlighting. Yeah, and so a lot of things can go wrong. So here is an example that suppose for some reason the padding is not getting applied. So my visual regression suite is telling me, and so this is a screenshot from their website. Yeah, so what are the benefits? So first is cross-browser testing. So the thing is that you opened any browser in your local machine, but that was just used to record the HTML CSS. The actual testing happens on their system, on their service. So that means they can use multiple browsers to test. So you can know if your website is still working fine on Firefox, is it still working fine on Chrome or not. And you don't have to suffer. You don't have to wait for all browsers to pass. They Because they are doing it on their server. Another thing is responsive UI testing. So you can say that what are the breakpoints you want to test it, and since it has the HTML CSS, it can render it on different viewports. Another thing is that it stabilizes the page. So there are a lot of things these tools do, like they stop animations from running. If there's a GIF playing, it will stop that also. And there are different font rendering things which it takes care of, so that there are less false positives. Uh, and so diffing happens on optimized servers. So there are engineers dedicated to that, so we don't have to worry about it. And an example, so this is using Percy, which is another service. So this is a Cypress test where I grab an input, I write some things into it, and then I take a snapshot with cy.percy snapshot, and I can put a label in there. And and I can take multiple snapshots, and I can also specify width at which I want to take the snapshot. Now this is pretty great that we have so many. It is pretty easy to do visual testing so far, but it's not all sunshine and rainbows. So first of all end-to-end test problems apply. So as you notice that I said that we have to open a browser and visit a URL. So that means your app needs to be running properly. So that means backend server needs to be running as well. So if that is the case, then covering each condition is cumbersome. Imagine if you want to test that given this feature flag, if user is in this country, and when the network is slow and user has not given video permissions, let's suppose these conditions, then simulating the test becomes very difficult. And some situations are like not even we can't even simulate because of restrictions in browser APIs. And as you know, we are opening a browser. That means our end-to-end tests are obviously slower than what we run in Jest, and add to it visual testing, so it will be slower. And another problem is that ideally we want our test to run on every PR. So if we want that, that means our app needs to be run on a CI. So that means, so if it's a GitHub action, then you need to grab your backend server code and run that also, so that your page functions properly. If you use Jenkins, then you need DevOps help. So yeah, so this will be a big effort to set up E2E pipeline. So if you already have that, so that is very good. Then you can adapt visual testing. But if you don't have that, then this is a bottleneck. So these were the problems specific to end-to-end testing. Let's talk about problems specific to visual testing. Yeah, so first thing is content on page needs to be stable. So when I implemented visual testing at HackerRank, I was surprised to see that there were so many things that used to change. For example, I didn't know that the cards I'm showing, they have a priority in backend, and it used to change. Like similarly on jobs page, we had a jobs board where the item on job, like the current job, it had some logic to highlight which job to show at the top. So if order changes or anything like a text change, then it will complain. And so you can see how many things are changing. Another thing is that commonly you take page snapshot, which means like the entire page you are taking screenshot of. But the problem is that even if something change, it will trickle down to everything. So let's say in the explanation, I just increase the margin of explanation title. So that means that everything shift down a little, and so our visual test is going crazy, and then it becomes hard to find what is the issue, what is the root cause which is causing this. And this is even more flaky than normal E2 test. So this is just a snapshot from Percy's Slack integration, which used to complain every day that hey, something has changed. And then I used to check, and everything was fine. It was just that there was a cookie banner which used to come at a delay because of some JavaScript logic in the WordPress site, which I didn't had any control over. So sometime it came, sometime it didn't came. Then there were modules which used to open from JavaScript. So those were not always reliable, that free animations are frozen or not. So sometimes there's a 1 pixel gap, 2 pixel gap between the modal animations. So what are the possible solutions if we go this SaaS way? So first is that maybe we don't need to do full E2E testing. E2E testing is great that because it tells us that what is exactly user seeing and we can test that. But that is obviously more effort. So if we don't want to go all the way, we can do this instead that run your app but mock all the API calls. So Cypress has a first class approach, first class method which does this API mocking, but it has its own problem that you need to keep your mocks up to date. Another thing is that Cypress has this beta feature called component testing. So instead of visiting a URL, you can open the browser and render a React or Vue component. So that way you don't need to render the entire page. You can just render a component and provide the data it needs in context or by API mocks or whatever. And then you take so another approach is that instead of taking snapshot of entire pages, target specific DOM nodes and take a snapshot of those. Now this feature is not supported in every visual testing service. I think it is supported in Appli but not in Percy, so you need to take care of which one you use. And another thing is that only run visual testing on mission critical pages. Now, what are these mission critical pages? So you need to to your product managers to find which are the features which are most important. So those are there, and then you have to talk to your data team and find out what are the pages which are visited by the users most. So once you have both of these, then only run visual testing on these pages in the starting, and you don't need to test everything. At least something is better than nothing, I'll say. And another, as a last resort, you can hide some flaky UI blocks with CSS. So these services allow you to inject custom CSS only at test during test. So you can hide those. And we have one more option. So which I already told that this is another approach where we snapshot based on component documentation. So currently all services have this integration with Storybook. So what is Storybook? So Storybook is a open source tool built by the team at Chromatic. What they help you do is that you there's a platform where you build your components and you can see it in an isolated environment. And once you have that, then you can open it in the browser and you can deploy it in your CI, and so other people can review it on and then they can comment on it. And yeah, so that is there. So that is Storybook, and it is really popular with the design systems because there we have component, there is no actual application, but Storybook can be used for your application also. So once you have your Storybook, uh, so yeah, so this is how your stories look, that you import your component in a file and then you export some other components, and each component becomes a story. So and you can scroll through each story and see what so you can see different state of your component, like in a sidebar you can see how does it look when it is normal, when it is collapsed, different button states, and so on. So once you have that, then you can have this workflow. So you can integrate with their Chromatic service, which is also a visual regression service integrated with Storybook. So you build your Storybook, and then you integrate with their GitHub action. So they publish it on their Chromatic service, and then so there you can do UI tests. So QA team and your team members can review if the new change is fine, and then you can do UI reviews, visual snapshots, and that way you have a evergreen documentation. So in future people can review it, and once you have your components and your stories, then you can integrate in your app. So this is an example of Chromatic. So similarly here they also have a dashboard where in green it is showing me what is the difference. So what are the benefits of this approach? So first of all, no need to write your test. So think of it like this: you build a component, now you want to see if it works in all conditions, so you write different stories. So once you have stories, that means you have your documentation, and as soon as you have your documentation, you also have your automated visual test. So you don't need to do anything else. It is just a one line command: run Chromatic, and it will go to your Storybook, collect all the stories, and then repeat the process of sending it to the server and doing the visual testing. And since there is no E2E testing here, you are just rendering your components. So the CI pipeline is easy to set up. And because it is component, you can cover more situations. You just need to pass different props. And since your visual tests are isolated to a component, so it is easy to find which component is broken. And your docs will stay working. And obviously, it's a perfect fit for design systems. So now the problems part. So first thing is that since these tests are automated, that means they just render the story. You can't say that click on this button, then take a snapshot. You have to write a different story for that. So let's say you have a button and you want to check that counter is working or not. So first of all, you should have different. You should have normal tests for those. You don't need visual tests for that. But let's say you want to do, then what you do is that the component which renders the actual number, you would pass different number to that and and then snapshot that. So you can't do user interaction, which can be a downside. And so I said that it is great for design system, but what about our actual application components? What to do there? So if we want to get full benefits of this approach, then we need to adopt component driven development. So this is a big topic, component driven development, and it is not really popular right now. But I think we should experiment with this approach where we don't start with pages. Instead, we build components, we merge those components to master, we review those components, and once the components are done, we build higher, bigger components on top of those. And once we have those reviewed and even designers have approved, then we can just integrate them in our pages. And if you're so if you want for app components use storybook, then if the component is making API call, then you need to mock those. If that component is taking data from Redux store, then you need to wrap it in your context. So for application components, you need to take care of these things. And major downside is that the test you are running is not on the code which user is seeing. There is no webpack build that has happened. Storybook has its own config, so there can be some config changes between what you do in production versus what you are doing in storybook. So what is the conclusion? Everything has problems, right? Well, trade-offs everywhere. And the meme, it's a mandatory to have a meme in our talks, so there goes that. So one way I'd say that we can go is that start with visual testing design system storybook. So if you have a shared component library or design system, at least try storybook visual testing there. That would give you an idea of what are the benefits and if it is suitable for your team. And let's say it regularly helps you avoid bugs. That way you will have data points to show to your managers that yeah, this is an approach where we can do this visual testing because it is helping us, and you can see the proof here. So once you have that, then you can take bigger things you can then set up Cypress and some SaaS service to run page snapshot on production and only for popular pages. And you don't have to cover every case, just the basic case like a dashboard. If the user visits dashboard, it is coming fine or not. And it is you can say that it is okay if it breaks. We are just reviewing if it's fine. Whatever is seen by user, we are just reviewing that. We don't need to check that if it is coming correct or not. So then you can try that use storybook for your shared components in your application. Then the bigger thing would be to get implementing of E2E testing. So you need to work cross team to get your DevOps, your QA team to get on this. And once you have those, then you can adapt visual testing for some E2E tests. So if you're interested, check this link for more info. And I'm on Twitter, dev__adi. So you can follow me and DM me if you have any questions.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Aditya. This talk specifically was very, very relatable for me because we have done something very similar in Flipkart as well for our tests, this visual testing, except that we don't use Cypress. And since we have a cross platform app on React Native, we use Selenium. But it was maximum relatable because we've done very, very similar things in setting up the pipeline, uh, widget level testing, then page level testing. So, yeah, it was a very insightful talk to me as well, and good to know that. People in different organizations are doing similar things. So it kind of affirms the faith that yes, it's the right way to go about it. So thank you so much, Aditya. I hope there was something to learn for everybody in this. Um, Next, we have a lightning talk. It is by Sreetam Das. He's a front-end engineer at Remote, and he will be talking about building a green screen with React and HTML elements. So please give a virtual round of applause for Sreetam.
Hi, Sreetam, you can start.
Hey, hey everyone. My name is Sreetam Das. Happy Saturday morning. I'm a front-end engineer at Remote, and here's my talk about. Uh, uh, this is my talk. We offer international payroll, benefits, taxes. Okay, I think there's a slight lag. Sorry. Yeah, we offer international payroll, benefits, taxes, compliance for businesses big and small. Yes, my company is literally called Remote. And we do have a help page for people who have issues with the TV remotes. I actually mean it. We actually do have one. Anyways, my talk today is going to be about building a green screen using React and HTML elements. But I don't have anything green, so this is going to be a blue screen. So what is exactly a green screen? So the basic idea is you're trying to remove the background from a subject of a photo or a video. If you've seen news broadcasts, if you've seen streamers on Twitch, or if you've seen pretty much any movie, you know what a green screen is, except Interstellar. Interstellar didn't have any green screens. Pretty cool. Okay, so here is basically what we're going to be doing. We'll get the input from the user's camera. We figure out how to do that. We're going to remove the blue stuff, and then we're going to show this process video back. And that's about it. Nothing much there. All right. So how do we get the user video? So we have a function called media devices.getUserMedia, and with this we're able to get the input because this prompts the user for permissions to use the media input, and this returns a media stream to us. And then using the video tag, we can actually play this back, show this incoming video back. All right. So let's get to some code. So here's a very simple component that we have. And we're just going to add a video tag and attach a ref to it. And then we're going to define some constraints to kind of get only the video part of it because we don't really need audio. And then we're going to call our function. And then we'll also be getting the media stream as a promise, like I mentioned. And then what we can do is actually define the source object for the video as this incoming media stream. And then once this video has loaded, we're just going to play it. All right, super. We we already have some video. We're done actually with a big part of it. And since this was flipped for me, now it's flipped for you as well. All right. So what's next? So now that we have the video, how do we actually process it? So in September 2019, the team at Flipkart released this blog post where it was called "Try the Shade on Flipkart," where essentially they used the canvas element to programmatically color a base image and then show these various lipstick shades. It's a beautiful talk, but the TLDR here is that canvas element is super powerful. You can actually draw on it with JavaScript. So you just drop in your canvas element in your HTML, and then you can do the actual drawing part inside of JavaScript. So let's go on from here. We're going to add a canvas element here and then attach a ref to it so that we can access it inside of our React component. And then the style transform that you see is just to flip the image. Okay, so we attach a ref to it, and then using the function getContext2D, we're getting a 2D rendering context. We're able to get an object through which we can actually paint on the canvas itself. Super. And then once this video is loaded, let's try to actually draw the image, draw the video on top of the canvas itself. Sweet. This works, but okay, there's no glitch. The second image is actually stationary. And why does that happen? Well, that is because we're only kind of painting on the canvas once. And what we need to do is just draw on the canvas again and again, just as fast as possible. So what we're going to do is we're going to define another function inside of it. We call it rapid refresh. And then we're going to do what's called a big brain move, and then just call it again and again with the set timeout. Super. And then now we have, now we're able to draw on top of our canvas itself as well. So the next thing is actually understanding how a pixel works. Anything that we see is usually a mixture of red, green, and blue. And all these modern devices, depending on the intensity and the brightness of each of these three individual colors, we're able to see millions and millions of colors that are rendered on these displays. So using this information, let's try to start processing our image that we have here. So we define a new function. We define the arguments that we'll be getting. And then let's try to actually get the at the moment image back from the canvas itself. And let's try to see what's actually inside this snapshot. So here's what we actually get. Okay, we already start to see some things that make sense, some things that don't make so much sense right now. We see the height and the width, which is the dimensions that we access from the input itself. And then we see something called a uint8 clamped array. All right, let's open it up. Let's see what happens inside. Okay, that's a pretty long array. But okay, so now we start to see actual values. So what exactly are these? All right, so first things first, what exactly is a uint8 clamped array? This is basically an array of 8-bit unsigned integers, which are limited to the values of 0 to 55. And then with the numbers that we actually got, let's try to actually group them up together and see if something comes out of there. So we have all these numbers, and then let's just pair them in groups of 4. And what this actually is these are the values of each individual pixel. We have red, we have green, and then we have blue. And then we also have the last value, which is something called the alpha value. Now, if you worked with designers or if you worked with CSS in general, then you might have a good idea what alpha is. But basically, alpha is the opacity of the pixel itself. This will come in actually pretty handy. All right, so let's go back to our function that we had. So we're defining a new type here, the one that we got from our output earlier. And then in our snapshot, so the format that we had was, like I mentioned, the red value, the green, and the blue. And then the last value was the alpha. And then the total number of pixels will actually, since we grouped them by 4, is the total data's length just divided by 4. And if you actually see that number, this will actually be equal to the height and the width as well. Okay, so now we have a simple for loop. We're just going to iterate over all the individual pixels. And then we'll extract the red, green, and the blue value. And then since we want to remove the blue color, we want to check if the blue is the more highlighted value. So we'll basically check if it is if the value of the blue value is more than the green as well as the red. And then if that is the case, we'll simply remove that pixel altogether. We'll make it transparent. And to use that, we'll just turn its alpha value to 0. And then we'll just take this the entire snapshot that we have, and then we put it back on the canvas. Awesome. All Okay, that doesn't really look that great. What happened? All right, so the problem is all these colors that we see are, like I mentioned, always a mixture of RGB. And then the blacks that you see, they're not really picked up as complete blacks by my camera. And then, it detects that there is, a blue shade of it as well. And then the blue is more than red and the green. But we can understand that that's not the case. This is not exactly blue. This is black. Um, so what we need to do is kind of define a baseline to kind of say that, okay, no, this is blue. These blacks are not. All right. So what we're going to do is something pretty simple again. We'll just check that the individual value for that color is more than 100. And that's it. You can no longer see my blue t-shirt. And we're actually done. That was all. I have linked all these sources. I'll share the links to my slides as well. You can check out the MDN Web Talks. There's a pretty great guide there. You can also check out the talk by Vash Saha and the team at Flipkart. Uh, and if you're curious about the stuff that I use for this talk, this is built with MDX Tech and Code Surfer. The font that I've used is ISFK, and that's the particular shade of purple that I use. And then if you want anything else, you can check out my users page. We're also hiring at remote. If you want, you can always check it out. We are 100% remote and async team. You choose your own working hours and everything. We have a React Elixir stack, and the creator of Elixir is actually an advisor to us. And that's it. You can actually check out the green screen live on my website. The slides are available as well, and you can shout me out on Twitter if you'd like. So I should be having a session in the sessions tab. So you feel free to come over and ask me anything about my talk, work culture at remote, mechanical keyboards, Counter Strike, pretty much anything. Right, that's it.
Thank you so much, Sreetam, and thank you for linking my blog, shameless plug. But yeah, thanks. And it was really cool. I mean, that demo was so cool. I was awed by it. Thank you for that amazing lightning talk. That was the coolest one. Please catch up with Sreetam on the backstage on the sessions tab. I forgot to mention that for Aditya as well. If you want to catch up with Aditya, if you have questions about his talk and Sreetam's talk, as Shrita mentioned, if there is any other thing that you would want to discuss, please go ahead, go watch the sessions tab and connect with them. Now it's time for a short, quick break. So let's grab our cup of tea, get re-energized, and come back to the next set of talks. Just like the first three talks that I enjoyed so much, I'm very sure the next set of talks will only take it farther, and we hope to see many more amazing speakers come up. So the next session will be hosted by Vishwa, my co-MC, and she'll be taking you through the next set of talks and next set of speakers. She'll be introducing them. So hope to see you soon. Have fun and come back by 11:30. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. So, we're ready to move on with our awesome lineup of day two talks. Please join me in welcoming our next speaker, Neha Sharma. Neha is a software development manager at Tesco and will talk about adding the accessibility in your React apps. Neha also runs the JS Lovers community and helps organize a lot of meetups and events for the JavaScript community. When she's not doing that, she loves creating beautiful art, and I absolutely love seeing her hand lettering pieces on Twitter. So let's hear it from her. Neha, the stage is yours.
Hi everyone. Thank you Vishwa for a wonderful introduction. I hope everyone had a very good break. Today I'm going to talk about let's put accessibility in React app. Who I am? My name is Neha Sharma. As Vishwa told that I'm working as a software development manager at Tesco. I'm also the founder of JS Lovers, a community for all the front-end developers. I don't have any disability, you can see from my picture. I write a lot about accessibility at a11ytips.dev. You can follow me on Twitter. Hello, Neha. Neha with double H. It's not a numerology or something. When you have the one of the most common name in India, you need to play with your the spelling of your name. And yes, I do a lot of calligraphy. So if you are going to follow me on Twitter, you will be seeing a lot of art done by me. Why accessibility matters? Why we are even talking about it? Accessibility, there's a myth. There is not just one myth, there are a lot of myths around it. A lot of people think that when we say accessibility, it is only related to disabled folks, and when they say disabled, they assume permanent disability. But however, this is not true at all. The reason is disability is not just permanent, it could be temporary. And when we say accessibility, accessibility is for all and everyone if it's on web. Example, the keyboard is one of the most common and freely available assistive tool, you can say, through which people access the web applications. And it's not a rule written anywhere that you need to be disabled permanently or temporarily to access or to use that keyboard. So accessibility is not just related to disabled folks, it is related to everyone. Example, if someone tomorrow will have an eye surgery and your application is not accessible, that person won't be able to use that application for at least 3 to 4 weeks till that person is not recovered. As a result, either that person has to, if it's a he or she is a working person, that person has to take off from the work. If your application is a utility application, that person won't be able to access it and not able to order things which is necessary for that person. So accessibility is not just related to disabled folks. And in India especially, web creators, when I say web creators, we are developer, designer, product managers, project managers, they are not even aware of accessibility. In my 10 to 11 years of career, I faced only 2 interviews where the folks asked me about accessibility. At this platform, I really want to put this point in front of you. If you are a developer having the power to hire the folks for your company, please spend 5 to 10 minutes to ask about accessibility. The reason is, if candidate doesn't know about it, that person will go back, search about it, learn about it, and from there onwards, that person will learn the importance of accessibility. We developers are focused too much in following the right perfect tech stack, but we forget that accessibility is also as important as the web performance or the code quality. Same goes for the designer, product managers, and project managers. So we need to make sure that we need to make a lot of noise around it. And especially at the time of the COVID, since last 1 year, the whole world is suffering from COVID. As a result, everyone is in the lockdown, everything went online. Now imagine the utility apps through which you are ordering groceries, doing digital payments, your entertainment applications, your cab booking, medical booking, everything is digital. And those applications are not accessible. And I'm not lying, I have done a lot of audits of those applications, those apps, website, everything. A lot of them are not accessible. Now imagine a person staying alone, a disabled person trying to order food for himself or herself and not able to do just because the application is not accessible. because we web creators didn't even thought about it, but we are showing off in our resumes on our LinkedIn that see we created a very fancy React.js based application. So please think about it. One of the thing is 70% of disabilities are not visible. That's why I mentioned in my intro with my photo, I don't have disability. Might be I do have. A lot of people assume that disabilities are visible, but 70% of disabilities are not visible. So please do not assume. Please do not assume. Uh, One of the example I can give you is the color blindness. There are a lot of folks who suffer with the color blindness, and color blindness is a very serious disability issue with respect to the accessibility, the way they interact with our web application. Because if a person who is colorblind, and if you are trying to show a very colorful image to that person, which has very important information, for an example, if I will take the example of metro, the metro maps are indicated, the indicator they use is red, blue, yellow color to show where which train metro is going. But for that person everything is might be grayish, so that is not acceptable for that person. So do not assume that disabilities are visible. Now, talking about India, today morning I just did this Google that do we have data of disabled folks in our country. To my surprise, yes, we do have. Why I was surprised? Because in India, no one was talking about accessibility. But you can see, you will say, oh, it's 2.21%, Neha, then why we are talking about? Please, it's not just 2.21%. Think about the impact you are creating in those 2.2%'s life. Example, I'm going to give you a lot of example because since I started working on accessibility, I was trying to connect with a lot of disabled folks who were sharing their experience that how web is breaking their progress in their career and their life. So one of the example is universities websites, their admission forms, they are not accessible. As a result, a person won't be able to fill the form, that person won't be able to go for higher education. And if a person is not able to go for higher education, why? Because the form was not accessible. Why? Because the web creators were not aware of this thing. So please do not think it is like it's just 2.21%. Please think about the impact you are creating in their life. And one of the most important thing which I repeat in my every talk, web by default was accessible, is accessible. The first ever website created is still accessible. So what is happening? Somewhere we web creators are breaking the accessibility on the web. So few assistive device, when I say assistive device or tools, there are few tools which disabled people use. I just mentioned two, keyboard and screen readers, but there are others also. But for this talk, I want to create the scope. I want to define the scope. And also as a developer, you can just focus on these two tools for the starting. Once you are good with that, then you can go ahead and explore the other tools. As long as you are taking care of these two tools, you would be good. The first one is very cheap, freely available, everyone use it, keyboard. A lot of people use keyboard to access their web applications. They don't use mouse. So you will be hearing a lot of phrase like throw away your mouse, which means try to access the whole application end to end by using just keyboard, by using just tab, shift tab, and the arrow keys. The other one is screen reader. The person who is blind, they depend upon the screen readers. I'm sorry, there is a typo in JAWS. I will rectify that. So screen readers, they are paid and they are free also. If you are a Mac user, VoiceOver is the one which comes freely with that. I am using VoiceOver a lot, and JAWS and NVDA, they are the paid one. If your organization is ready to invest on these tools, it would be great. But otherwise, at least have one Mac machine in your company or in your team to have the screen reader testing. One disclaimer here I want to add, working with screen reader is challenging. I can relate to it as the browser experience is different. Similarly, screen reader experience is different. So one thing which is working on VoiceOver might not work on JAWS. The way screen reader is reading aloud on JAWS might be very different from NVDA. So yes, there are differences between these screen readers. For the starting, I would suggest you pick one screen reader and stick to that. Okay, so how does React.js and accessibility related? So is React.js accessible or not? So the good thing is when React.js came out, their creator knew about accessibility very well, and they have a one dedicated page on their official documentation. If you are a pro React developer and you haven't even read that page, please go back. Please go back and read that page. That page has all the information a one React developer need to start with accessibility. React.js already handle a lot of things. In that documentation, they mention about the good practices and how to do. Example, if you are using a tab index attribute in React.js, how to write that. And also they have given the links of the official documentation of accessibility. So it's not like that React.js is not accessible. They are. Plus, they have it is the part of their official documentation. So please, tomorrow is Sunday. Please, for a few hours, just go back and read that document. Go on Monday, open your code base and start doing the fixes. Now you will say that Neha, if React.js is already accessible and we are using React.js, then it's not our headache. Let the tester do the testing. It's not my responsibility. That's the problem. Every conversation boils down to only one question: who is responsible for accessibility? And I have seen so many ping pong going here and there, from tester to developer, developer to designer, designer to project manager, and so on. But the fact is, it's a team responsibility. Accessibility cannot be done by just one person, and that is developer. I have seen a lot of burden of accessibility come on the developer. But the fact is, a developer alone cannot deliver or ship an accessible project. A developer needs accessible designs. A developer need a product manager who can understand the accessibility and suggesting the features which are accessible. A project manager who can work on the estimations and can agree that yes, for accessibility we would require some extra time in our project. A tester who understands that accessibility is very important and the defects of those should be on the red zone or P1 or the priority one defects. So this is very, very important. And the one more thing very important in the team is the content writer. So if you will go to the official documentation of accessibility, they have three levels: single A, double A, triple A. Double A is the minimum level you need to achieve. Apart from that, in the double A and triple A, they speak a lot about content accessibility. So your content person is also very crucial for your accessibility. Cool. So now we will move to the demo. In the demo, what we are going to do is we are going to learn calligraphy. So I told you I do a lot of calligraphy. So I built a very basic React.js app for my calligraphy workshop. Now, if you will look at this application, you will see that there are headings, there are images, there are lists, there are links, there are some stuff. So the first thing what I am going to do is I'm going to use one tool. It's a tool which come by default from the Chrome team, which is known as the Lighthouse. So the first thing what I'm going to do is I'm going to run this tool to see where my accessibility score is of this application. So let's see. Okay, so perfect 100. Wow. So it means my application is perfect and my accessibility is 100 score. I'm very good and I can ship this application right away. But why I have this on localhost? Why I haven't pushed it in the prod? So now the question comes that as a developer, can this 100 score assure you that your accessibility is perfect? You need to question this in accessibility because you cannot dependent upon the automated tools. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to get into my code. So the first thing I told you is the keyboard tool. What keyboard tool does is through keyboard, I will try to access this application. Now my expectation is that when I am doing tab, it should guide me that where I am currently on which link. So let's see. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put my mouse on the left top and doing my tab. So I have no idea where my focus is going. So can you see the problem? I am pressing my tabs but where the focus is going, I have no idea. So can I depend it upon this? No. So for this, if I have to do a small fix here, what I need to do is this. So I don't know how many of you can relate to this. Outline none. In my career, I have seen many testers who used to raise a bug and say, come on, there's a very ugly blue line coming around the buttons and the link. Please remove it. And we used to go ahead and we used to remove it. Never ever do it. Please never do it. The reason is because of that, this particular issue comes, which you can see that my focus is not coming. So please never ever do it. So let's see now. Again, I'm doing the tab and you can see, I can see where my focus is going. A very small one line of CSS change and you can see the impact. Now without using my mouse, I can easily see where my focus is going. Now, the other thing which is related to focus is your focus trap. As of now, on my left navigation, there are only 4 links. But take an example of Amazon, where the left navigation is very, very long. They have sub navigation, and God know what they have. In that case, what is the most common issue is people get trapped in that who are using keyboard. So they don't know how to come out of it. There is no perfect answer of that. There is no perfect solution of that. But what you can do is your product manager, your designer can sit and think about, they can brainstorm that how they can break the focus trap. They need to make sure that either it's a left navigation, either it's a modal, either it's whatever the complex module you are building, the focus journey through keyboard should be mentioned in that, and it should be the part of your artifacts. So whenever the artifacts handover is happening, please review that. Is your designer mentioned that how the focus will move? Because you need to understand the way we are interacting with the mouse and website is different, the way keyboard interact, and is very different the way screen reader interact. So this is very important. Now the second thing I want to mention here is if I will go to one page, you will see the title. Now in single page application, what happened is we are so busy in focusing on other things that we forget that the title of the page is important. It's very important for the screen reader user because it's a single page application. It is not going to get refreshed. So they never know where they are going. So if a screen reader user is going to come on workshop detail and this route get changed, that person will never able to know, okay, that person reached to the workshop detail. So it's very important to keep changing the title of the page, and it should be very clear that what this page is about. One common practice of having the title tags I have seen, they will just say welcome to like their company's name on every page. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. So one of the thing as a React developer, what you can do is you can make a component. I have made a very simple component out of this. For this, you can make a HOC also of this, and you can just make sure that it's reusable. It's very, very important to have the title tag of every page there. This is one of the tiny detail, but people miss it. So yes, so you need to take care of this also. Now moving towards this particular page. So if you will look on the right side of the content, you will see this is a heading, then this is the heading, tools for calligraphy is heading. But is it really a heading? Now what happened is with React developers that we depend a lot on the components. We use reusable components and we say, oh, we are using the heading components. Okay, but is this heading component accessible? Have you review this heading component code? If you are deciding on design system, have you reviewed the design system code, or you are just saying, okay, it's a heading component, so it's a heading component? Now the problem here is, if I will show you, if you will go and check the HTML of this, you will see this is not heading, this is a div tag. And thanks to our CSS, we are able to make fool of the people, but we cannot make fool of the screen readers of assistive tools. Now the impact of this, of not using the right semantic tag, which is heading, is screen readers are not going to pick it up. They are not going to call it out that this is a heading. Second problem is the way as I told you, the way I interact as a with mouse or the keyboard is very different from the screen reader. Blind people cannot see it, so what they do is they depend upon the headings. What they do is with their hotkey, dependent upon the operating system, they press H key. Now a pop-up will come and it will give them the overview of all the headings. So creative solves, rules, tools for calligraphy, rules for calligraphy, and so on. And then they can decide that which section they want to go. So just because you haven't reviewed the code, that it's a actually heading or not, the impact is the screen reader user will never able to read the content ever. So please think about these things. Also, if I will disable the CSS of this application, this will not come out as a heading. So if I will show you from here, I will disable the CSS of this. You can see it just a text. Now why I'm doing it? Because I told you the first ever application website which created is still accessible. When we say accessible, it means if you disable CSS, JS, still the structure of the page, the information of the page is still the same the way they wanted to share. So that's why it's important. Now moving to our code, let's see what we have done here. So this is my heading component, and I'm not able to see my mouse. Okay, so because of this demo, I actually did this wrong thing here. So what I will do here is now I will remove it. Plus, please use your props type. These are very important to make sure your team or you are writing an accessible code. By this, what you can do is, even if the new developers are coming in your team and they are not aware of these things, you can make sure that there is a requirement that by default by props, or even the test cases. If you are using test case, you are doing unit testing. In unit testing also, you can make this. So the heading should be between H1 to H6, otherwise the test cases will fail. So there are ways to enforce accessibility in your application. And it's sad to see that we React developers are miss the point of semantic tags. And if the HTML5 is there, it is there for a reason. It is there for the screen readers, accessibility, browsers, and all. Otherwise, obviously, they will never move to section, nav, menu, and all this. They will be happy in the div. So please think about these things. Okay. Cool. Now let's move further. Now the next thing come here is the this. So if I will ask you, let me just try to zoom here. What I wanted you to focus is whom to follow for inspiration. I have provided some text here, but can you tell me it's a text or it's a link? It's very hard. To check this, what I have to do is I have to hover over this and I have to see if this hand icon is coming, then it's a link. Now, the point here, what I'm trying to make is, when I said that accessibility is for everyone, not just disabled folk, this is the example that I can see what it is. I can use the mouse, but on the first look, I cannot be sure that this is a link or this is a text. So for that, I have to move over. I have to hover my mouse over this. Now, why this is a problem? This is a problem because this is an accessibility issue. I am not able to understand that this is a link or what. Now, what I'm trying to say here is, by default, if I will remove this all styling, you will see that by default, A is always underlined and blue color. Please keep that underline there. Please, it's very important for the readability and for the folks to understand they wanted to visit this link or not. So have the text decoration underlined there, or add a cue there that this is a link so that the person can see it and understand, okay, this is a link and this is not the text. Other thing is, by default, all the interactive elements are focusable. So if you are going to use some other semantic, other tag apart from A, for example, div, and you will add an event over that, you need to handle a lot of things by yourself, like adding a focus event, handling the behavior of that div to work like a link. It's not just about clicking and redirecting. It's about a lot of other things which A tag by default do. One of the example is screen reader. When the screen reader comes to a link, it announces it's a link. So that behavior also you need to add. If you want to be a productive developer, my advice to you, stick to the semantic tags. please do not move to any other tag as long as there is no other tag available. Only then. Always give the priority to the semantic tag. Now moving to the next thing is, I will come back to the images at the end. Before that, I wanted to talk about the one of the most serious thing, which is forms. Forms are very crucial for the business as well as for the user. There are a lot of patterns around forms, the way designer design, the way developers develop. One thing about accessibility is there is not a one right solution. You need to do a lot of brainstorming. You need to come up with your own solution. So there is one of the very common pattern is not to have label, but make placeholder act as a label. If you will run screen reader on this, it will be fine. It will read enter your name. But the moment I will enter my name and then I will come back with screen reader, it is not going to tell me that which field it was, what was required from this field. First issue. Second issue is with the keyboard user. So the moment I will be here and I will start typing here, the placeholder will be moved. Now we assume that we are genius, so it's fine. I know what is I am writing. But imagine this form is going to be a very big, a long form. Might be you are applying for a loan, and the person who is filling that this form is not as as tech savvy as we are. Then what will happen? The person will be lost that what was required. So every time the person has to remove and wait. So this is the other problem. So it is important to have label with your input field and have a relation with them with using for. Now other thing is we do understand that there are patterns, there are design. Many times you don't want a label. We do understand that very well. And there is one another myth that accessible websites are not beautiful, so which is not true at all. So when you want to get rid of the label at all, you can use ARIA label. Now ARIA is one of the concept which a lot of developers are not aware of. I'm still exploring it. Every time I build some custom module, I go and read about ARIA. So what ARIA does is ARIA provide you a lot of attributes and properties and role to add to your HTML elements to provide extra information for your screen readers. There is a one saying with ARIA, no ARIA is better than the bad ARIA, which is absolutely true. The moment you will start adding ARIA tag, screen readers will start giving priority to that. And the moment you are adding a wrong ARIA tag, screen readers are getting wrong information. For example, here, if I will add role button, it's an input of search, but I'm saying button. The screen reader will read it's a button, which is a wrong, absolutely wrong. So small example just to you can relate. Now, in this case, what I have done is I will show you the code. So I have passed my label here. Now in my component of input, what is happening is it is taking this label as ARIA label by. So if you will, sorry, ARIA label. So here it is coming. Now what will happen is when the screen reader will come, it will not find any label, but it will find ARIA label. So it will read it aloud. So any moment you don't want a label, you can use ARIA label. You can use ARIA label by also. For example, you have an input tag, or you have for example, you have tooltip, and in tooltip you can add ARIA labeled by. So it will, you want, the moment you want to provide extra information, you can put that there. So this is about the forms. Now moving to the images. Images are very important for every application. Without images, I haven't seen much website nowadays. With images, the problem is people who are on screen readers, for them it doesn't add any value. But if you are using a image which is holding information, please provide that.
Neha,
Yeah.
we have 5 more minutes for your talk.
Okay, so I'm running out of the time. So I will switch to the PPT because I have all these things mentioned here. Let me just go here. Okay, so in the demo, what I was trying to show you, the problems, and in the React, how by using the components, props, test cases, and everything, you can handle these things. So moving ahead, the alt tag which I was trying to show you is there is a guide. Do not put alt tag for every image, please. Only provide alt tag when you want to convey the information to the screen reader user. If that image is for only for beautification or not adding any value to the user, please skip the alt tag. Also, do not start the alt tag with image of, picture of. If that image is clickable, it's a link, then provide the information of the link, not the image. Please take care of these guidelines. It's very important. One cheat sheet I can provide you here is, what you can do is you can request to have a meaningful image name, and if your user is not providing a alt tag, you can pick that image name as your alt tag. Okay, so you are doing code review in your day-to-day life. I would request you to do the code review with accessibility in your mind. Think about focus, think about title tag, look at the semantic HTML. One thing is image type, which image type it is. It is a SVG, it is a JPEG, as well as it is adding information or not. Test cases are there. If yes, are the test cases are handling accessibility test cases or not? ARIA tags are right or not? Just you, are you adding ARIA tag just for the sake of adding it? Are your forms are accessible or not? There are two things which I didn't spoke about: page structure and color contrast. First, I will talk about page structure because it's related to developers. When you have the components like heading, there are highly possibility that your sequence of heading is not correct, and it will give you accessibility issue. Expectation is H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, H6. This should be the order. Now, when you are using the components, this order can be different. So what you need to do as a developer, you need to go back to your designer and request them to make a consistent web page or the screen so that the heading structure is getting followed. Designers are not aware of, most of the designers are not aware of these things. So we as a developer need to take it as an opportunity and please make them aware of these things. Testing is very important. I started my demo with Lighthouse code, which was perfect 100, yet that was not at all accessible. One more thing is that whole application was not even responsive, and one of the thing of accessibility is it should be responsive also. So you can think that testing is so much important. In accessibility, you cannot dependent upon the tools. So we have Chrome Lighthouse, we have Wave, we have X. Chrome Lighthouse use X under the hood. So all the three tools are most of are automated, and they are almost same. You can combine them, but do not dependent on them 100%. You have plugins available in your ESLint. It is helpful, but it will you need to play around with it. Test cases, and the last but not the least, manual testing, as I did. Without manual testing, you won't be able to achieve it. So thank you so much. We will meet at the backstage. If you are think digital, think about accessibility. We can connect at Twitter, and you please keep reading my blogs. They are super helpful. This is the feedback I got. So yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Neha. That was an amazing talk, very informative. There's never once a time that I remember that I listened to Neha's talk and I didn't learn something new, especially with accessibility. There are so many layers that you can go into. Accessibility starts with something as simple as, auditing. While you're auditing the accessibility of your website, it can start with something as simple as trying out the tab button and see if you can tab through your entire website, or if some section is broken and you can't use your keyboard to access that section. And then it can also go into some deeper concepts that Neha shared with us today. And so I am really grateful that Neha took her time to share all of that information with us, and her knowledge on accessibility and why accessibility even is important. I think she started with a lot of mythbusters today, that not all not all disabilities are permanent. Sometimes it can also be someone holding their child in one hand and trying to use their other hand to navigate through a website. So imagine something like that, or imagine having your one hand injured and trying to use your other hand to use something. So that could be a really good example of temporary disability. And so we need to make sure that our web experiences are as accessible as we can make them. So thank you so much, Neha, for that amazing talk. I'd definitely love to come back to it later, because it was a lot of information in one really good talk. Next up, we have Naman Sancheti, front-end engineer at Amazon, who will be talking about WebAssembly, redefining capabilities of the web. So without taking much of your time, let's jump right into it.
Hey everyone, Naman here. Excited to talk to you all about WebAssembly, which, as the title says, is redefining the capabilities of the web. So, while we could cover a lot of breadth as well as depth on this topic, I would be given the limited time, I would be covering the breadth, but you will see that there are links throughout the slides, which you can use to explore in the depth part of it. And I will be sharing the link to the slides at the end of the talk. So please keep that in mind. Also, before we start, a couple of disclaimers. So one of them being the talk is in my personal capacity, which means it does not represent the views or opinions of my employers. And I'll only be like taking questions pertaining to the topic. The second one being, I do not consider myself an expert on WebAssembly. The reason being, I don't have significant hands-on experience. Having said that, I have explored a fair bit, and the idea is to share my learning and get you to explore it for your use cases. Cool. So here's the outline for the talk. So we'll start with the need for WebAssembly, the origin, and then look at what it is, followed by use cases as well as real world usages. And we finish off with how do you go about integrating it with vanilla JavaScript or React, and some of the developer tools, libraries that are available, and the roadmap for WebAssembly. So this is what the first web page, which was created by Sir Tim Berners-Lee all the way back in 1991 looked like. So you can see it's just text with some links thrown in there. And that's as simple as how the web started. And since then, we've had tremendous evolution. So this is like a shortened version of the evolution of the web. And even though like I have the years back by references, they might be slightly off. But the point is more on the kind of evolution we have had. So we had the JavaScript come along in 1995. Then came CSS, and then we kept doing our pages that way until in 2005 or so we had asynchronous JavaScript and XML come along, which was a very new way of doing things on the web. We had an explosion of libraries, and jQuery was the most notable one. Then in 2010, we had AngularJS with its two-way data binding. And then in 2013, we had React with its virtual DOM approach. And then in 2016, we had Svelte with a build time optimization-based approach. And who knows what's next. So all that is all this tremendous evolution. The reason it's happened is because of the nature of the web. So we can see that shareability. So it's a link based access. So all I need to do is enter a link from any device, and I can universally just access my application. Also, it's ephemeral, meaning I don't need to do any installs. So that's great. And even versioning is either not there or it's very limited. So those are some things which have led to the tremendous investment on the web. So then why do we need WebAssembly, right? So quoting Felipe, who is the project lead at W3C. So W3C is World Wide Web Consortium. And he says, in a world where machine learning and AI become more and more common, it is important to enable high performance applications on the web without compromising the safety of the users. So what he's hinting to is we have bottlenecks in optimizing a dynamic language like JavaScript. So even though engines like V8 have done a great job at it, just because of the nature of it. So let's say you have a simple plus operator. There are multiple operands that you could have, and figuring out the one that is applicable consumes multiple CPU instructions, which is non-optimal. Also, there is this inability to leverage improved hardware when you are having an application on the web. So what do we mean by that? So even though we have web workers and we're able to create threads, there are two major drawbacks with it. And this sort of refers to the fact that even our smartphones, so many of them tend to have 6 to 8 cores, right? And unfortunately, we're not able to leverage it. So the reason is every time you spawn a new web worker, it creates a new instance of the V8 engine, which is called an isolate. And so thereby, if you keep creating more and more workers, eventually you'll run into memory issues. So that's one. The other one is there is no shared memory between the web workers. So the only way you can communicate is through passing messages, which is costly operation. So it's not true parallelism in that sense. And the other one is there are these hardware optimization techniques. So, for example, SIMD, which we look at. So that is called that stands for single instruction multiple data. So that's something that's used in the world of image processing and games, and those things are just not there at the moment. On the web. Apart from this, even though JavaScript is very flexible and we have been able to make it work for, a lot of these use cases, but it was never designed for these in the first place. And, thereby it's sort of not optimal for these. And also we are having support for only, this single language on the web. Uh, so yeah, so that's something. And also we're not able to leverage, there's a huge amount of libraries written in C++ and other languages which are very mature, and we are just not able to use them on the web. So that's again a limitation at the moment. So that's where recently comes in. And before we get into it, if you think about it, there have been attempts in the past. So there was Java Applets, which was a JVM based approach of running it on the web. There was Adobe Flash, but these both had multiple limitations. So one of them was they were never part of the web platforms. They were never standardized. They had no native API integration. So even visually they were just something different that used to run on the web, and you had to install a plugin to be able to run it. So they were isolated from the rest of the web, which is why they never took off. And on top of that, there were major security vulnerabilities. So, for example, Flash even got banned from iOS, and they were coupled to a single language, and they were backed by a single corporate, which meant that we never had support across browsers. So yeah, so we will see, WebAssembly is addressing all of these, which is what make it different. So apart from this, there have been native client and portable native client from Google. So that is a way to compile your existing C++ applications for the web into like a subset of JavaScript, and this sort of uh, got converted into something known as ASM.js by Mozilla. So ASM is stands for assembly, and the idea here is there is this mscript10 compiler, which is a drop-in replacement for your any C compiler. So let's say GCC, and what it does is it will enable you to do this conversion into ASM.js. And because C programs might use file, like you might have file handling, you might have OpenGL usage, so it just takes care of all of that. Yeah, and so with all this context, there was a working group formed in W3C, and interestingly, Brendan Ike, the creator of JavaScript himself, in back in 2015, he sort of posted about this. So how from ASM.js we went to WebAssembly, and that's where a pivotal moment in the evolution of the web is, where all the major browser vendors, so Google, Apple, Microsoft, and Mozilla, they all got together to create a MVP version of WebAssembly. So MVP is minimum viable product, and yeah, so that was a landmark moment. Cool. So I guess enough context or enough build up. So what is WebAssembly? So it's a low-level assembly-like language with a compact binary format. So what does that mean? So low level meaning it is closer to your machine code. So it's essentially a bytecode, and it's an assembly-like language. So that makes it more performant, and it's compact. So it's if you compare the size to, let's say, compressed JavaScript, it's going to be lesser. So there is a WAT format, the .wat, which is a textual representation, which is your assembly-like representation, and then there is a WASM, which is a binary representation. And the text one is S expression based. So S expression is symbolic expression. It's like a way to represent nested lists. So what WebAssembly enables is running languages other than JavaScript on the web. So it's a compilation target. So while you could by hand write WebAssembly like the textual form and compile it to WASM, that's not the intended usage. So yeah, it's supposed to be a compilation target, and it enables near native performance as well as more consistent performance as compared to JavaScript. And it's also standard in W3C, so it became a standard. So in terms of languages, currently languages like C, C++, and Rust, which do not have garbage collection, so they are manual memory management based. So those are the ones which have which work the best right at the moment. There's also okay, before I get to assembly script, so by the way, Rust is also the most loved language as per Stack Overflow survey for last year. So now it's great that we're able to use it for the web. There's also assembly script because if you're thinking as a web developer, I need to learn these new languages. So there's also assembly script, which is closer to TypeScript, almost like TypeScript with a few differences. But quoting from the MDN docs, it has slower performance at the moment as compared to when using Rust or C++. And there are other languages like Golang, .NET Core, and bunch of them. So you could take a look to look at the other languages. So you must be thinking, so does this mean this is the end of JavaScript? So that's like what is there in like most people's mind. So I guess most of us would be happy to know this that that is not the case. But if some folks were hoping that okay, JS is going away. That's not happening. And in fact, rather than WebAssembly being a replacement for JavaScript, it is actually designed to be a complement to JavaScript. And this is not me saying it. This is from the official docs. So that's one of the design goals for WebAssembly. Yeah, so that's there. So what about browser support? So it's supported in 92% of all browsers, which is great. But yeah, there are browsers like i11 and Opera Mini and so on, where they don't have but yeah, there is a way to have a college which will be ASM.js based. What about security? So, again, quoting from the docs, WebAssembly's MVP will be no looser from a security point of view than if the module was JavaScript. So what that means is all of these security, checks or constraints that apply to JS apply to WebAssembly as well. And so things like sandboxing, same origin policy, cross origin resource sharing, sub resource integrity, and so on. And it's also one of the high level goals for WebAssembly in terms of security. So what about use cases? So if you need high performance, so let's say taking an example of TensorFlow, which is Google's machine learning based library. So they have created a WebAssembly backend, as they say in for some of their models, and as they have sort of talked about it on their blog, they have seen a 10x improvement in speed for some of these models. So they are adding more support, like adding support for more models as well. Game engines. So Unity and Unreal are two of the most popular game engines. Now support compiling to WASM, so you can target your game as for running it on the web. Porting legacy code bases. So Qt, which is, let me just show you here. So if you can see, so this is a graphical widget toolkit, which was very popular. I mean, it's popular for C, C++ applications. So now you can just take it and run it on the web. So that's great. Uh, there is this use case of having a project which could be React only, and it is around a WebAssembly controlled, canvas. So Figma has, so this is again from their blog post. So they have most of their, you know, uh, the core code written in C++, and they saw 3x improvement in terms of the performance for them, the way they measure it after switching to WebAssembly. So yeah, so that's one use case. You could also leverage mature libraries. So for example, eBay. So they have a seller application which needs to have a barcode scanner, and on the mobile app side, they have a in-house C++ library which does that. So they just integrated it into their native iOS and Android apps. But when it comes to mobile web, they have had trouble. So they tried to use like a JavaScript library, which didn't work out. It only worked well in 20% of the cases. So then what they have done is they've been able to take their C++ library and compile it to WebAssembly and then just use that for mobile web. And that has led to increased conversions for them. So yeah, so that's again a use case for WebAssembly. And even though it was designed with the web in mind, interestingly, it has picked up even outside the web. So so if you think about it, this problem of running untrusted code in a secure and performant manner, it's not applicable just to the web. So so outside the web, you need WebAssembly to be able to hook into the system calls. So that's why there's something called WebAssembly System Interface, which is WASI. And using this, taking an example of Cloudflare. So Cloudflare works in the edge computing space. And what they have done is they have these workers, as they call them, which are based on the serverless idea. And till now, they had only support for JavaScript. So what they did is they added support for WebAssembly on their workers, and now one, they have support for multiple languages, and two, they have seen performance improvements. So yeah, so that's again an interesting use case. And talking about while we took a look at few real world usages, here are like some more interesting ones. So in my opinion, AutoCAD is the most beautiful one. So AutoCAD is a computer aided design tool which is very popular, built by Autodesk, and it was written all the way back in 1982, which is before the web was even there. And the beauty of WebAssembly is that they have been able to take that code and run it on the web right now. So if you go to web.autocad.com, you can pretty much do the same thing as your the AutoCAD with all of the features. So they have done attempts in the past where they used Flash to get it on the web, but that didn't work because they had limited features, and as I said, Flash had the issues I called out earlier. They even did a HTML5 approach, but they had to rewrite some of their code, and every time they added a new feature, they have to rewrite it, like replicate that effort for the web, which doesn't scale. So that's why it never picked up. Google Earth. So Google Earth uses one of the features of WebAssembly, which is right now behind a flag, Chrome flag, which is threads. So I guess I'll cover this in more detail later, so I'll skip that for now. But yeah, Google Earth is one of the first users of thread support in WebAssembly. Doom 3. Yeah, so this is an interesting one. So you can see right now I'm able to play the Doom 3 game. It's a demo version, but this is, you can see, running at almost 60 FPS. And I'm able to just simply, use a link to play it on the web, which is very nice. There's also Zoom, the popular video video calling application. So they have collaborated with Google. So they were featured at WebDev Live, where they're using WebAssembly or they're exploring WebAssembly usage for their custom background feature. And they also have their Web SDK where they use WebAssembly. Yeah. And lastly, there's Fastly. So Fastly is again from the edge computing space, and this is an outside the web use case. So they have built their own runtime and compiler for WebAssembly, which they call Lucet, and yeah, that has worked well for them. So there are more. There's this site called meetwithwebassembly.com. So you could look at some of the other projects. So how do you go about integrating this? So in the vanilla JavaScript world, let me come back to the previous one and start with this. So if you see at the very top, we have, so what we're going to be seeing is how do you do the interop from JS to WebAssembly and WebAssembly back to JS, right? So we have an imported func, which is a JS function, which simply takes an argument and logs it to the console. And what we'll be doing is we will be calling this function from WebAssembly, passing it an argument, and that is what will get logged. So yeah, so how do you instantiate a WebAssembly object, right? So there are two methods at the moment. So the one you see in the middle, right? So that is the preferred one. Reason being, what you can do is it's streaming based. So if you see the previous approach, the one at the bottom, so you need to fetch the WebAssembly bytecode and then you can start, processing it. Whereas with streaming, you need not be, waiting on it. And the second one is you can see that in the bottom one, the older approach, you need to convert it first in array buffer before you can instantiate it. But you really don't need to do that now because you can directly instantiate it. Yeah, so what this does is it is instantiating this and then it is calling the exported func. So exported func is defined here in the WebAssembly code. So what you see here is the WOT format, the textual form, and you can see that there are types, and I'm importing the JavaScript function called imported func, and I'm having the exported func, which is defined in WebAssembly, which says that I want to have a 32-bit integer, which is having the value 42, and then I call it, I call the JavaScript function, and yeah, so that's it for this. So what about React World, right? Let me just go to this online tool called WebAssembly Studio. So it's a way to, without having to do local setup, you can compile your code to WebAssembly. So it asks me to pick a language. I'll go ahead with assembly script and I will say create project. So it should be done. Okay, I guess I'm not sure why it's having trouble. Okay, it's done. Yeah, so you can see I can go here and let me just remove this. So you can see I have a simple add function here, which takes two arguments of types 32-bit integers, returning a 32-bit integer as well. And yeah, so that's very close to your TypeScript code. And you can save this and build and run this. So once you do that, okay, I see there's some error here. Just a second. Okay, it seems to be, I'm not sure why it's failing to fetch this, but yeah, once you build and run, you will see a out generated WASM file here. So what I have, so this is like what I have out here in my VS Code. And the way you can use this is, so there are multiple approaches, but the one I would recommend is, so there is this package called React WASM, which is written by Matthew Basso. So what it lets you do is there are three ways you can do this. You can use a hook-based approach, a render prop-based approach, or a higher order component-based approach. So right now I have the one which is with the hook. So let me just run this locally. And let me just open my DevTools. Yeah, so you can see it printed the sum, and I have this WASM file loaded, which has the MIME type as application WASM. So yeah, so that's basically how you load it. Now let's look at the code. So let's look at the hook-based approach first. So there's this use WASM hook, and you pass it this URL from your like the file you have in the public directory. And yeah, once it's loaded, you get an instance, and that will have your exported method. So we have the add method, and I can just pass it operands. Similarly, I can do a render prop based approach, or I can do a higher order component based approach. So I can just say with WASM and pass my component, and yeah, so that's how you could do it. So yeah, so that's and yeah, I do have this also in this repo on my GitHub in case you want to look at the code. So what about developer tools and libraries? So there's a Webpack loader, there's WASM feature detect, which is provided by the Google Chrome team itself, which is for some of the newer WASM features. So you could use that for feature detection. There's WASM pack for support for Rust. There's the same person, Matthew Basso, also has a library for running this WebAssembly instantiation in a worker thread. So right now we were doing it on a main thread. So that's that. There's also a VS Code extension. So if you see here, if I go to a WASM file, I can say show WebAssembly, and yeah, so that's what you get from the VS Code extension. And then there's a Chrome extension called WAF, which was featured in last year's Chrome Dev Summit. So that adds debugging support in your DevTools in Chrome. So what about the roadmap? So as I said, there is threads. So a lot of the C code and even other languages, they use these E threads or POSIX threads, and those programs are not able to run on the web. So with thread support, we're able to do this. And how is this different from workers? So these have a shared memory. So they have like a shared array buffer, and so that solves one of the issues I called out. And uh, the other issue is that they don't have like each thread won't create like a new instance of your engine, your JS engine. So that's good. SIMD I already talked about. Integration with ES6 module system. So this is going to be it's going to be the case soon that you can just import a WebAssembly module just how you do it for a JavaScript module. So there's no difference. So you just import it and you can just use it. So that should make things simpler. There's also tail call optimization. So this is for functional programming languages like Haskell. So soon we will have support for writing those and then compiling it to WASM. And garbage collection. So this is very interesting. So once this goes through, we will have support for. So right now, if you have to do any DOM-based operation or web API access, you have to go through JavaScript. But yeah, once we have this proposal go through, we will be able to do direct DOM and web API access. So yeah, so that's going to be interesting. And also with this, we can have support for languages like Kotlin, Java, and so on. So these are some of the references I would recommend. So the official docs, the MDN docs, Lynn Clark, who works at Mozilla and has some of the best, content around WebAssembly. So she gave a talk in JSConf EU, which is, I think, a great intro talk. There are talks in Google I/O and Chrome Dev Summit for every year for the last 5 years. But the ones I would recommend is the Google I/O 18 and 19. So they introduced WebAssembly, and Chrome Dev Summit 18 is talks about threads, and the debugging one I talked about. So that was from last year. So you have good debugging support now in DevTools. There's also this very detailed write-up by Rasmus Anderson, who works at Sigma. So that gets into a lot of the low-level details. There's also an interview with Brendan Ike on WebAssembly, which is very interesting. And finally, there's Awesome WASM, which is a very comprehensive, repo for anything related to WASM. So yeah, that's all, folks. You can access these slides at bit.ly/react hyphen WebAssembly. I mean WA hyphen Naman. And that's my Twitter handle, and you can find me on the web here. I will be, available in the sessions tab. So if you have any questions, happy to chat. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much for that really amazing talk, Naman. WebAssembly as a topic has been really something that I have been super excited about. And as Naman mentioned, Lynn Clark, she has some amazing resources. She was actually the person who got me interested in WebAssembly because they're the kind of person who can turn something like WebAssembly and something so deeply technical into something that's very fun and easy to understand through the cartoons and the doodles that they make. So yeah, definitely check out the resources that Naman shared, and he will also be hanging out in the sessions tab. So please make sure that if you have any questions, you drop by Naman's room in sessions and connect with him there. All right, so we are ready for the next talk. I am personally super excited about Tanisha's talk. Tanisha Sabherwal is our next speaker, software engineer at JP Morgan and Chase, who will talk about the DEV-inci code for design. That is such a cool talk title. So yeah, give it up for Tanisha in the chat. Tanisha, the stage is yours.
Yeah, thank you so much. Um, so, okay. So, hello everyone. I am Tanisha Sabherwal, and the talk for today is the DEV-inci code for design. Meet Peter. Peter is a developer who does not really understand design because he thinks it's just another form of art, which requires very aesthetic sense and it's very intuitive. However, when I tried to convince Peter that this is not exactly the case and that design does involve logic and science, he seemed a little bit angry. So I thought, why not take up the next 10 minutes in trying to convince Peter that design does have reasoning and it does involve logic. So, for starters, let us talk colors. In the starting, I have a short task for you, and I need you to let me know that which among the two options is relatively easier to read. Now, according to me, for Peter and most of you, the answer would be that the lighter text on blue is relatively easier to read as compared to the darker text on blue. And mind you, I'm talking about most of you and not all. But wait, let's try another one. How about now? Again, according to me, I guess the answer would have been reversed in this case, that the darker on blue seems relatively much easier to read as compared to the lighter on blue. Now, why is that? The answer is as simple as it may sound. Context changes with the way I perceive things. And that's why I said most of you and not all. And that's because I perceive differently for different individual. And the whole idea here is about the context that you're trying to deliver to the user. The simplest example in this case would be when you try to enter from a brightly lit room to a dimly lit room, your eyes take some time to adjust to the surrounding. And that's the context that I'm talking about. To give you more story behind this whole thing, the first image, that is the one with the lighter background, was originally a part of an article written by an anonymous writer. He says that the WCAG guidelines for color contrast is a myth because although the darker text on blue does pass the minimum color contrast ratio, it is not as readable as the lighter on blue, which does not. To which Joffrey replied with another article saying that this is not exactly the case, and it's not about the contrast ratio being at fault in this case, but more about the context that you're trying to deliver to the user. And just because you change the background color, the whole answer changes. So it's much more to that. And this has been raised time and again in the WCAG and is also part of the repository as an issue that this particular metric, color contrast ratio, which is 4.5:1, isn't very comprehensive. If you see on the right hand side, you would notice that there are a set of color combinations which do pass the minimum color contrast needed, but they are not as readable as other color combinations which actually do not. So the comprehensive that I'm talking about is this particular metric we get by luminance ratio. And luminance is a metric that we measure from 0 to 1, 0 being black and 1 being white. It isn't very comprehensive enough because it does not include brightness and color difference, which are an essential part of color contrast, as is the luminance ratio. If you go on to read the official documentation of W3C techniques for accessibility evaluation and repair tools, you would notice that they mention something called better readability when the background and the foreground colors uh, are past minimum brightness and color difference, which is 125 and 500 respectively. And this is particularly for number one, people with very high color contrast disabilities, and number two, when viewed in extremely dark or extremely light backgrounds. So the answer to the original question that we have, that why black on blue, although it does pass the minimum color contrast, it's not very readable, is just the fact that it does not pass the minimum brightness and color difference. And that's why when viewed in a lighter background, it is not as readable as some other options that are on a plate. And to give more support to my statement, if we take another color combination, another blue and white, which does pass all of these values, and all of a sudden you would see that it is indeed readable as compared to the other options that are there. So yeah, Peter, it is about logic. It does involve some numbers and it does involve maths. It's not entirely aesthetic sense, but there's much more to it. But let's not stop it here. Let's talk about animations. When we talk about the motion system is a set of transitional patterns that help us navigate through an app. And these patterns are much more intuitive for us to have a seamless experience. And if you notice these animations, there's some sort of symmetry and there's some sort of harmony to it, because all of these happen on a particular axis. In this example, the first one is along the x-axis, the second one along the y-axis, and the third one along the z-axis. So it's all science, Peter. It's all science. There are a number of factors that affect these animations. The first one being timing. Timing plays a huge role when it comes to animations. You would have often observed that the exit animations are much smaller than the entry animations, and that is because you want to get out from a task super fast and hop on to the next one. The second one being dimensions. Sizing plays a huge role when it comes to animations. A larger object obviously takes larger time to animate as compared to a smaller object. And that's why the timing duration for a card animating is not the same as a button animating. The next being gravity. You would notice that why most of our UI components like drop down and accordions tend to navigate towards the bottom, because that's where the gravity acts up. And the most interesting one, resistance. When we try to drag to refresh our social media screen, it goes back to the original position, and that's what is resistance. And if you go on to read about it, it's very interesting how these animations follow the 12 basic principles for it to be more realistic. And surprisingly, this was first pointed out by Disney animators in somewhere around 1930s, when they were trying to create the animations much more realistic. If you go on to read about these 12 principles, you would be surprised to know that that's nothing but actual physics, the projectile that we learned in our school. And that's what should be included in our animations for it to be more realistic and more intuitive. And if you go on to have a look at the majority of design systems that we have that mention motion, although they've used different terminologies, the fundamentals remain the same. Focused versus expressive. That is designated to complete a specific task and the attention is towards some specific region, versus expressive, which basically attracts our attention, which adds more to our user experience, and it's a delight to see. So animations are important for brand messaging just as typography and color. We often talk about type scaling as to how when our font size increases, so does the expressiveness of the content that we're trying to deliver. And we've often seen this in jumbo headings, carousels, heroes, as compared to text with a smaller font, which is much more productive and which is much more for contextual information. The same scale is followed by motion system. That is, as we we try to increase the duration of our animations, the expressiveness of the animations increases. That is, these animations basically attracts our attention and creates a very soothing experience while we navigate through an app, as compared to smaller during animations, which are much more productive and designated to complete a specific task, that is, a task on a button or any input field. So these numbers that you usually get as a part of your animations, it's not something of random, and it's been well thought and on a scale. And it's very important that we realize that these numbers, when put, play a huge role. You would experience a different animation at somewhere around 200 milliseconds and something very different at 300 milliseconds. To add on more to it, the same applies to dynamic duration. There's some scaling both on the basis of the sizing of the function, sizing of the component versus the time taken for the component to animate. And that's the same that I mentioned previously, that dimension plays a huge role. As we try to increase the dimensions of our UI components, so does the duration of the animation that it takes. And it's as simple as a larger object might take longer time to move from point A to point B. And that's why larger UI components might take a larger time to animate. And that's what we need to set when we're trying to make animations. That a larger UI component is given a duration which lies in a larger time span as compared to a smaller animation, which is basically a button. So yeah, Peter, I think Peter and most of you who might have thought that they can't really get their head around design and can't understand design, might feel like a designer now because they've finally cracked the DEV-inci code for design. And I need to mention that this is also something that I came across very recently. And this is an interesting read to know that all the things that we get in our design files have an underlying story and underlying reasoning to it. And I think this particular topic has such a wide expanse, and we can just go on figuring out that why certain things behave like the way we are, and we are not able to figure out with our eyes. It has some inherent logic to it. So yeah, that was about it. If you know anything that has some logic to the design that you've seen around, just share with us in the sessions tab. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Tanisha. That was a lovely talk. And also, I am definitely not disappointed because I was anticipating something really interesting from the title. So yeah, that was an amazing talk. I think my design team, as someone who's really interested in design themselves, but are not a designer professionally, I think my design team is going to appreciate me not bothering them as much because of the tips and tricks that I picked up from your talk. So thank you so much for that awesome talk. Now we are ready to move on to our next talk by Sooraj Shankar. So I might come off as a little bit biased, but I'll take that risk. Sooraj is a great friend, an amazing speaker, and also a lovely colleague. So Sooraj is an engineer at Hasura who will be talking about IoT-based browser authentication. So please welcome me in join me in welcoming Sooraj at React Day India to give his talk.
Thank you very much, Vish, for the wonderful introduction. Yeah, hello, y'all. My name is Sooraj. I'm an engineer at Hasura. I basically work with the Frontend team. I used to work with some IoT and IoT technologies as well in the past. I sometimes tweet in this handle, so if somebody wants to have a conversation, you can just directly ping me and start a conversation. I'm always happy to do that. All right. So today I'm going to talk a little bit on the on a crazy idea, which I would say IoT-based browser authentication. So if you just look at the topic, it's actually three topics. One is IoT, browser, and authentication. That's exactly what I'm going to talk. So just to give the context, so when you think about an IoT system, this is some basic structure of an IoT system. So you'll have some devices, and the devices will send the data to a gateway, and gateway will send the data to the cloud. So if you look, the sensor to gateway communication might be using some low-level protocols of technologies like Bluetooth or LoRaWAN or serial connection or something of that. Again, the gateway to data center is communicated with MQTT or HTTP or WebSocket or this kind of technologies, just to give the context of what is typical IoT system looks like. So now let's talk about browsers. So modern browsers are not the same. It is something more, and it is not just about rendering UI, right? And which is more like native apps. So if you look at the modern web applications, it's more like native applications. It can talk to OS and it can talk to sensors and so on. And if you look some of the very interesting APIs which is available nowadays in the modern browsers are something like Bluetooth, as I'm going to talk about, and USB. You can directly talk with USB devices. And you can talk with native file system, and you can talk about some sort of sensors, and you can do some NLP, IoT, AML, those kind of things in the browser runtime itself. And there are some interesting tools like service workers and messaging, offline first approach, and the related tools. And the very good thing is nowadays the browsers are not only supporting the traditional protocols, it can support a lot more than that. Something like MQTT, WebRTC, RTSP, RTMP, so on. So coming back, so can Bluetooth do web authentication? This is a crazy idea which I've been thinking for last few months, or maybe more than that. Um, so this idea came when I was reading about this technology called Web Bluetooth, which was introduced in 2011, 2014 by Google. This is nothing but um, the browser. From the browser, it allows you to connect with Bluetooth low energy devices. Um, and I was also thinking with some other possibilities and what and all we can do with Web Bluetooth. Some ideas, something like when you want to use a vending machine nowadays, you want to install their application and connect with the vending machine and pair the device and pay, and then get your things out of it. Right? And for that, we are installing a mobile application. And also, you can consider browser as an IoT gateway. That's also a wonderful topic. It's a big topic. And then you can think of like unlocking automobiles and some lockers. Maybe if you think about some self-driving self-driving car, or maybe scooters or something. Right now, we all are using mobile applications for that. We can simply do that with the browsers with this technology. And also, you can think about something interesting. Like you can think of like a remote controller to your browser. So you'll have a mobile application on your hand, and you can control the browser events. So if I go a little bit more technical, you can dispatch events remotely from a mobile phone within that premise, so that you are not to use my mouse or touchpad to change your um, uh, video content if you're playing Netflix or something of that sort. There's a lot more which you can think through this technology. Okay, so like I said, consumer apps are getting overloaded, so that's a wonderful reason why we should think of something like Bluetooth. Now let's talk about authentication. So um, I'm gonna take an example of a JOT based authentication system, a simple one. And if you look, current authentication system is something like on the login screen, you'll have username and password. So the browser or the client will collect this information and send the data to the cloud, and the server will validate the request. And once it is validated, it generates a JOT token, and which will be expiring in X minutes. And then the JOT token will be used by the client to make the consecutive requests. So basically, that's how a simple authentication system works. And if I plot it in a graph in a screen, it's gonna look something like this. So the client will make a request with the credentials, and auth server will validate the credentials and generates a token if it is valid. And then the client will send the token to the application server for the actual data. So my thought is like we have this auth server, right? So the idea is, what if the auth server is replaced with a smart BLE device? So ultimate possibilities, right? So what if a browser has an option, something similar to login with Google or something, login with GitHub or something, just like that. What if the browser has something like login with Bluetooth, right? Uh, so and also think of like you have your smartwatch. So nowadays your smartphone or smartwatch can be used to even start your car. So that's how the technology is going. So why can't it really used for authenticating a web application? It's awesome, right? So you come, and if you have your watch, you can do it. If you have your smartphone, you can do it. Just like the authenticator applications, you can do some. You can make some custom devices like. And what if you really want to give critical access within a particular premise? So let's say I run a factory and I don't want to give access to a technician who's not in that premise. So this is something of what I mentioned, geofencing. So you can get access only if you reach that place. So the proposed system will change something like this. So instead of the auth server, there will be a physical device which will act like an auth server. You can still bind another auth server and give necessary access to only this particular device so that it can act like a proxy and do stuff. So the thing is, the refresh token will not be given to the client. It will just be kept inside this physical device, or you can really consider this device as a authentication server, and you can do whatever you want. It's all design. Okay, now let's talk about how can you do that, right? So I'm going to give a small demo which will let you to identify what I'm talking about. And all right, so now we can see the screen. Let me take my mobile phone because I have a authenticator. I have a Bluetooth simulator application on my hand. This is I'm using. Um, so I'm gonna start the simulator and send some advertisement. The device will tell that I'm ready to accept connections. So now, um, so we have login with Bluetooth button, and when I click on that, it actually opens up a dialog box. This is, if you look, this is a COM pop-up. This is a COM dialog box, and it says it just search for the nearby devices, and you can see that my device is listed. So as soon as I click on pair, it just connected to this particular device, right? And if you look at this network, it actually made a request to a GraphQL endpoint. So in this case, I'm using a Hasura instance for this. So what is happening is I have configured a user access on my mobile phone. So using that particular user credentials, it authenticated onto data server. So in this case, Hasura instance is what I'm using for. So I have passed information for the user 50. So I can only see the information for the access that is given to that particular user. So let's say I have given access for a particular book on for this particular user. I'm only able to see this particular book once I log in. So this is like as simple as that. And let's close this and go back to the screen. All right. Yes. Back. Yeah. So this is as simple as this. You can find the nearby BLE devices and choose the device, and the device will send the authentication details, and the client will. So once the device is getting closer, it gets detected, and it can be paired, and the JOT will be sent to the client, and the client will make the request to the actual server and test the data based on that. And if the JOT is not valid, it is gone. And one interesting thing is if you go out of the range, it's gone. Right? You don't get access because the JOT is valid for 5 minutes or whatever the time frame that you give. And Yeah. So if you look at the implementation, it's quite easy. The window object has something called navigator.bluetooth, and then you can just request the device, and you can pass some filters. So if you don't want to show all the devices nearby, and there is an interesting library which you can play around with. This is available as an npm package, web Bluetooth utils. It helps you to do some operations very quickly. And there is an inbuilt BLE debugger in Chrome. So if you just go to Chrome colon slash Bluetooth hyphen internals, you can see this debugger and find all the nearby devices. And again, this technology is still experimental, so it's not really production ready. So you can read about that before you really go into production, or if you try it on production. And again, there's a lot of samples available by the Google Chrome team, and you can just play around with it on your browser, and you will get a sample mobile application, Google Play Store if you have an Android mobile phone, and you can play around with all these things. Thank you. That's pretty much it. Uh, I I really appreciate like we can talk about anything related to this, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Over to you, Mishra. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Suraj. That was an amazing talk. It was so fascinating to hear about the concept of IoT devices, like a physical device that you can use instead of your authentication server. So, thank you so much for that amazing talk and that super interesting demo that you did. If you have any questions for Suraj, Suraj will be there in the sessions tab. So, please do drop by his room and connect with him on socials. And now we are going to take a quick lunch break and we'll be back with you all in 45 minutes at 1:45 p.m. IST. At 1:45, we have a panel discussion that will be moderated by Sanket Sahu. Aman Mittal, Evan Bacon, and Satyajit Sahu will be joining him as panelists, and they will be talking about React Native. We have two more talks during that section of today. And so, yeah, let's break for a lunch break, and we'll see you back at 1:45.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the second half of our conference for day two. Hope you've had fun and you have had something to learn from in the previous sessions and talks. The next set will be a lot more buzzing because we have a mixture of panel discussions as well as a few talks coming up for you. But before I can start with that, let me just thank our sponsors because of whom this conference is possible. Archimedes, Atlantis, Auth0, ClearTax, Geeky Ants, GoIbigo.com, Grow, Harness, Hasura, Disney Hotstar, Open House, Column, Razorpay, Swiggy, and Exactly. Thank you so much for sponsoring us. If you want to check out, there are some open job positions. You might want to check it out in the Expo tab, which is displayed right below your screen. So just go ahead and check out our sponsors. Coming to our panel discussion, I hope you're not very sleepy after that heavy lunch that you've just had. Because this discussion is going to be so buzzing and vibrant that you're going to forget all about sleep. This is about the hot topic as of now, which is React Native. And we have a set of panelists joining us today. We have Aman Mittal, we have Ivan Bacon, and we have Satyajit Sahu as the panelists, and Sanket Sahu will be moderating this panel. So please join me in welcoming all of them on board and give them a virtual round of applause.
Hey everyone, thank you so much for having us here. And yeah, overall, great conference. And I've been watching some talks on and off, but been really busy with the panel and the talk. But yeah, here we are. And this panel is going to be about React Native. And we have got like great folks from different parts of the world. And let me invite them over here. Okay, so we've got Aman and Satya. There you go. And Evan. Okay, so before we start, let me introduce myself. I'm Sanket, and I'm a software developer. I have this love for React Native. I've been doing React Native for a really long time, I think almost 4 years now. And yeah, we've got Aman on board with us. Aman loves Expo, and he's been helping DraftBit for the tech content part. And then we have Evan. You might know him from Expo and his wild experiments that he keeps posting on Twitter, and his love for Lego. Great. And we have Satya. Satya is known for a bunch of projects in React Native, mainly known for his contribution on React navigation. He's currently working with folks at Callstack in Poland. So a round of applause for all of you there. Great. So to kick this off, all right, I'm going to throw some questions, but yeah, there's a lot happening in React Native lately. And there are like new architecture that is coming in. Then we have like different tools that's there. But I also want to keep it fun and really open, not really make it like super formal with like specific topics and then talk only about that. So open to you all guys. Aman, Satya, Evan, hey.
Hey, what's up?
Great.
Hi.
Okay, so
Hello.
all right. So Aman, you are right now in?
So I'm working as a contract developer, and I'm also working as a tech writer at DraftBit.
And you are right now in Delhi, located in
Yeah,
Delhi?
I'm located in Delhi.
Okay, great. And Satya, you're joining from?
I'm right now in Wrocław in Poland. It's morning and snowing here, but yeah.
And how about you, Evan?
I'm from, or I'm calling in from Los Angeles, California. It's 1:18 a.m. right now. It's a fun hour. It's
Really?
my second favorite hour to talk about React Native at.
Right. I think this is the most diverse panel that we have right now in this conference, like people joining from different time zones and not even close by. I think Satya, it's 7 or something in the morning for him. Me and Aman, we are in the same time zone. But yeah, let's get started. Like, what's up in React Native, and like let's start with say debugging. What are your thoughts on debugging with React Native? Like, we have options like the log box, we have React Dev Tools, and then Flipper. That's the new hot thing in React Native, right? So I'm going to move around, and maybe we can do it from Aman, then Satya, and Evan for this one. So let's go ahead with Aman. Yeah.
Sure. So I haven't used Flipper a lot, and I don't have as much opinion on Flipper, but the logbox, yeah, I really love the new interface since it got released last year. And but there are things like stack traces and all that stuff that doesn't get accumulated a lot with logbox, because sometimes you don't know where the bug is coming from. I think Evan is working with the new cool stuff on Expo. Like, you can see actually where the things are coming from in your command line terminal.
Interesting stuff.
I could jump in with that. So what we found is essentially like the stack traces come from the bundler level essentially, and like the dev server. And with React Native, we use the Metro bundler, which used to be kind of part of React Native, and then it was split out later. Whereas in a lot of web tooling, you see people use Webpack, and more recently like ES Build. And so we've identified a lot of areas in Metro where we could like improve stack traces. So for instance, in a bundler, usually when you do like a require or an import, it will switch that require out for a different function, like a special function. And then it will usually include that function in the stack trace, but that's not very relevant to your stack trace. You don't want to see like, app.js and then some like Metro require and then like whatever file you required. So you can like actually go through and filter all of those out. So you kind of collapse things like that. Another example is like in Babel, usually you'll see like regenerator runtime and all these other like helper functions get added to your stack trace. And these things just kind of like end up bloating your stack trace. We have like 20 stacks and it's only like some error thrown in the top level of your first file. So in like SDK 41 of Expo, which comes out in 2 or 3 weeks, we'll be rolling out all of these like stack trace improvements and stuff like that.
I have a question. Is it only going to be for Expo, or is it going to be for React Native in future?
Yeah, so it's kind of like, if you think about how like Next.js, Gatsby, Storybook, Create React App, they all like, they kind of have a very like a Webpack config, which they provide. And then like the same bundler will then ingest that config and then use that for the bundling. So this is a package which is called like Expo/Metro config, which is like the one that we use, but is very like similar to the same one that we use in the React Native CLI, the community CLI. So what we did was we like split out the interface so that you can change whichever config you want. And yeah, you can just use it in any kind of project that you want. Same with like if you were to use like the Storybook version of Webpack config instead of like the Create React App version of Webpack config. So we're just kind of making the tools like a little bit more agnostic, similar to like the ecosystems you see in like the React DOM, React.js type world. And it's a lot of really interesting things are coming out of it.
Yeah, that's awesome. I'll definitely be using that config because stack traces suck right now.
Yeah, something I don't like about it, like that you see with Create React App, is that where like every stack trace has a preview of the code underneath it, whereas in Logbox it only shows a preview for the last stack trace you have. So if the last stack trace wasn't relevant, then you don't actually get like a preview of potentially the second to last one, which is where the relevant code was. I think that happens in like the actual like Metro library where symbolication is sent back. So I might look at improving that next, where you can just see like a preview for every stack, and then it won't really matter as much if the most recent one was relevant or not.
Yeah, I would like to thank you on behalf of all React Native users, because this is life changing. Yeah,
it's pretty nice. I'm pretty excited for it.
it's interesting to see how Expo come up with something and then later it goes back to React Native and becomes a norm in the long run. So great work from the Expo team. Satya, let's get back to the topic. So you mentioned about Flipper at one time. So
Yep.
are you using Flipper at all?
I mean, I have been using it, not a lot, but still. What's cool about Flipper is you can create your own plugins. Uh, it's probably not relevant for most people, but I was thinking of creating a plugin for React Navigation where you can see your navigation tree, you can change your config and stuff like that. And because you can create custom plugins with custom UI, it's pretty cool because every like tool can have their own UI, and you can have like uh, yeah, you can have like anything you want in the DevTools, which is pretty cool. Also, of
Interesting.
course, you can debug your existing React Native app with there is React Native DevTools built in. Sorry, React DevTools built in, so you can see your component tree. Then, if you are using Hermes, you can even debug your app in Flipper, which is pretty cool. One problem I had, like, you cannot really profile in Flipper right now. Whenever I try profiling, it's just like stops. It doesn't do anything. So that's a pain point because I was really excited to debug profile my app in like in the device instead of Chrome debugger, because that would be a big improvement, because you're not running your code on Chrome on your Mac OS, you're running it on your phone, right? Yeah,
Right.
so I'm really excited for Flipper. I'm hoping that these things will be fixed in future, and then it will be an awesome experience. Also, I heard that they are going to change the default JavaScript execution environment to Hermes in future for both Android and iOS. And if it happens for iOS, then we have a consistent debugging experience on both Android and iOS. And yeah, I think that's gonna be good.
That's
Yeah.
interesting. So when you say like the debugging, I guess could you explain for maybe the people listening like what you mean by remote JS debugging? You're talking about like the
Yeah.
JS running in Chrome, right?
Yeah. Well, so the thing is, right now, when you debug your React Native app, you click debug, and it opens Google Chrome on your laptop, right, or a desktop. So what happens is all of your code runs in Google Chrome on your laptop or your desktop, and it communicates with the native code via WebSockets. So it's not really running on your mobile, it's running on your laptop. So there is a difference in the environment, because Google Chrome is a completely different environment from your phone, which runs JavaScript core. So things are not quite the same. There will be some features working on your laptop, not working on your mobile. There will be performance differences. So it's not ideal to like profile the app or like debug everything. For example, you cannot use Intel on your phone because Hermes doesn't include it, but it works on desktop. So you'll write a feature and see it is working on Chrome, then you try it on a mobile and it doesn't work. So yeah, that's what I meant by debugging on desktop.
Yeah, it's so crazy. It's like it's impressive and crazy that actually works.
Yeah, that's definitely crazy. Also, one more thing is in future they're introducing turbo modules, which is synchronous access to the like native APIs. And because it's synchronous, it's not gonna work with WebSocket anymore like it does right now. So you can see it when you use Reanimated, which uses these new APIs. You cannot use Chrome debugger with that anymore. So you have to use Hermes debugger on Flipper. So I think like that's the direction they're going. Chrome debugger is gonna go away soon, and it's going to be Flipper by default.
Interesting. It's good to see like where it all started. Flipper is a native tool, and then they added JavaScript on top of it, and looks like Michelle is working on that at Facebook, the Mobux creator. So I see good stuff coming from him. Anyway, I think we have already moved on to the second topic about the JSI turbo modules and Hermes. Do we call it Hermes or Hermes? What is it?
I
I
think
call it
I think it's Hermes when you say it.
It's
And
Hermes. Okay, great. And so, like, with this new architecture, we are going to get rid of a lot of complexity like bridge, and we are going to, I hope we are going to improve the performance as well, right? So let's talk about this new architecture a little bit, and see, and also talk about the ecosystem around it, like be it reanimated or be it. I think we have already touched upon the debugging mechanism, right? Uh, yeah, over to maybe Aman.
Sure. So, like the way currently animation works is that the biggest problem with the animation that I feel is that because of the bridge and like if you're using React Native animated API for micro interactions, that's fine, but you would turn into some performance issues if you are using for more than that. Uh, like I'm not an expert on turbo modules because I have not seen how it's working right now. So I'll just hand over to Satya.
Okay, so Satya, the architecture, do you think it's going to be more like the architecture of Flutter, wherein we have like interruptible animations?
I mean, we do have interruptible animations right now, but the thing is, it's not synchronous, which means that you don't know immediately after you interrupt it. It's going to pass over the bridge, which is asynchronous, and like it's gonna introduce a delay. So the main issue with animation right now is if you need to run some code in JavaScript, you have to go through the bridge, which is introduces a delay. And with turbo modules and reanimated, it's not going to be a problem anymore. I mean, there was of course reanimated 1, which was like implemented without turbo modules. But the problem with reanimated 1, it has a like custom DSL, so you had to write all of the logic in a completely different language. I mean, it's still JavaScript, but you are still writing different functions to do the same thing. Like there is a if of like condition
it's very
function.
complicated.
Yeah,
It's
it's like
complicated.
it's so crazy. It's crazy how they managed to do that. It's also crazy how it works.
Yeah,
But
but reanimated too.
Yeah,
like,
and when you get to reanimated too, it's like, thank God, it's like a completely different experience, and it's so cool because you have these functions called worklets, and these worklets are like small functions, and you write it in your code like any other code, and they take it and they run it in a completely different like on the UI thread, not in your JavaScript thread. So it's pretty cool because it's pretty seamless how it works. And I also saw someone on Twitter write another tool based on this concept, and you can use that tool to run any code on a separate thread. Which is
I saw that too. That's really smart. I'm excited
that's
for
really
that.
smart. So
for listeners, it's like Reanimated has like a worklet system, which lets you just like parallelize code similar to like web workers in JavaScript. And so this exposes that API, and then it lets you like wrap a function, and then that function sends it over. So if you had some expensive like task that you need to run, like I think his example is Fibonacci numbers or something, which is really like a comprehensive. It runs it instantly. It's crazy.
Yeah,
interesting. So I think the approach that is changed is more of like it was 100% declarative, and it had to be sent over the bridge with serialization, and that was the problem. And now getting a direct access to the runtime and making it interruptible, a bit like Flutter, makes it really fast. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it uses like Babel for transforming. So you add like this directive, like it's called worklet as a string in front of your function or inside your function, and then it transforms that. So it really utilizes some of the like more interesting parts of the JavaScript and React ecosystem, like the modern JavaScript ecosystem, where transpiling is so like commonplace. Where I think I remember seeing the early applet API, which was a little like less intuitive, but now it's all like transformed, and you just add a Babel plugin to get it all working. It's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
But the team and things like Modi, which have been built on top of it, are also really nice. Modi is like a library which kind of gives you things like Magic Move, where you can specify like the enter animation and then the exit animation, and it's all like it's very simple. You just kind of declare the styles that you want to see happen. And so for people who aren't necessarily fully into animations, it's very simple now to just add like 60 frame per second enter animations and exit animations and make your app really move.
Yeah.
Interesting. Good stuff. I think we are going a bit too in depth with like advanced topics. So please don't judge me if I use
Oops.
console log. If we use console log for debugging and maybe just animated.view for animation.
Oh yeah, no, we all do the same thing too. Actually, console log is still the
All
bomb.
the time.
Console log 11111. I'm here.
Like, yo 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 yo.
Great. All right. I think a lot of great things in like coming here in React Native animation, turbo modules, JSI, and whatnot. Let's move on to something on the simpler side. Like, what does it mean? Like, React Native is ultimately a way to build user interface, right? So let's talk about what's happening over there. Like, we have design systems, we have like platform specific components and the need for that. So the question that I want to ask all three of you is like, what's the current state of design systems in React Native, and do we come across uh, like situations when we have to do like platform specific design and follow the guidelines of like different OSs? Yeah, over to maybe Satya.
Yeah, I mean, we come across this problem all the time. For example, right now when I'm working in React navigation, we have like different UI on Android and iOS for the header, for example. So what we want is like we want like as much code sharing as possible, but we also want like platform specific user experience, right? You don't want to like provide a generic experience to every user, because then it wouldn't be like it would be great. Yeah, so it's really easy how to do it in React Native, because you don't have to do much. What you have to do is you can either use like .ios.ts extension or .android.tsx or JS extension to write platform specific code, or you can use platform.os and you can check what the current platform is. You can also use platform select. So there are all these APIs, and so it makes it really easy to write platform specific code. And I have found that you don't actually have to write it a lot, because when you think about it, even on Android and iOS, like UI is almost the same. Like you usually have a list of things and they look kind of like very similar. There are very few differences, like buttons look a bit different, the header looks a bit different, but they're like actually like very smaller parts of the app. They are not the majority, so you don't have to write a lot of this platform specific code. And for example, I was maintaining React Native Paper, and it's also a component library based on material design, and we support both Android and iOS. But of course we cannot take material design as is and put it on iOS, because it doesn't fit the platform guidelines of the iOS platform. Yeah, so we also have to do some platform checking there, but it's also very minimal.
Interesting. So Satya, your point of view, I think, is more from a library creator, and you have like done that. I think Aman has a lot of experience on building it for the masses, right? So Aman, like, what's your experience like in this area?
So yeah, there are like, as I mentioned, like React Native paper. The thing with that is that you cannot put material design on iOS. There are libraries like when I started using React Native Elements, which is more of a general purpose component based library. You don't get that look and feel of each platform. So ultimately, you're going to write your own components and you're going to write your own styles instead of depending on completely on a UI library. So one way I find to tackle this problem is to use something like Restyle from Shopify, where you can arrange your typography, arrange your components, custom UI components, in a quite easy manner. I feel it's easy because the theme is exposed to the whole React Native application, and just like concentrate on what design elements you are using in your app design and go for it. Like, just like you have to go for your custom elements. So there are things for platform specific, like you might be not having the same look and feel on Android, but for most applications, things are going to be same.
You know what's my dream? My dream is there should be a library. You use the same component on both platforms without writing any platform-specific code, and it takes a UI and like renders it correctly on Android or iOS. It will be like awesome.
Are you talking about native base?
Yeah, I think that's where he's going with that. Yeah, native base is the one.
Yeah.
I find that like when I do platform specific styles, React Native is actually pretty good at handling and just like libraries in this universal React ecosystem are really good at handling like looking good across platforms. And when I end up using the platform extension like .web or .android, that usually comes afterwards. Like I have my app and it works really well, but then I want like a button to look specific on web. So like it's not like while I'm going, it's like, ooh, the only way I can make this work is by adding platform specific code. Usually it just works. And then later it's like, I want to improve it or make it feel more like unique to that platform. So then I add the platform specific stuff. And then it ends up, being pretty nice. Things like that are like accessibility roles, where maybe accessibility is a lot more like enhanced on web than it is on like iOS. And then I want to like add more accessibility. So I do that in like a .web file, or I wrap that in like the platform module, things like that, I guess.
Makes sense. Yeah, Aman has to say something.
Yeah, I have a question, like to add on what Evan said, like having cross-platform styles for web and iOS apps or Android apps. So how do you handle like the transformation of styles? Like some things like on mobile applications might not work for web.
Yeah, like I find a lot of like pan gestures, like horizontal pan gestures, do not work well on web because they use that like kind of built in and things like that. Especially like taps at the bottom of the screen tend to like bring the tab bar up, and built-in things like a lot of that tends to fall, for me personally, under React Navigation's umbrella. And React Navigation usually has a lot of kind of like built-in hatches for fixing things like that. Like by default, the drawer gesture will like not be enabled unless you like go in and manually enable it. I don't know if you have more to that, Satya, but usually I find that things like these larger bucket modules like React Navigation handle it for me.
Awesome. And also to add to what Aman said, I think Aman touched upon theming a bit, and also like how Shopify's Reanimated solves a bigger problem that everything is like highly customizable. So I'm going to drop in the Tailwind bomb here. So do you think something like Tailwind makes sense with React Native?
Are you asserting that we think Tailwind makes sense with React?
Not React, but React Native to be specific.
I think that like I have used Tailwind a bit just to play around. The thing with Tailwind that I found is that you have to write a lot of styles, basically CSS, and that's what you are going to do if you're writing React Native applications without using any component library. The problem with design systems that I've found in working is that it's not about how you're writing styles, it's about how you're maintaining them across the application. And like if you're not maintaining it in a proper way, like the reason I mentioned Shopify's restyle is that it encapsulate your code, like the basic things like typography and themes. Like you can create multiple themes. You can go beyond light and dark themes. So that is the reason I feel like Tailwind, like if it's like a custom wrapper around it that works in the way that React Native handles styles, could be better. But I don't know. Like we will have to see what's in the future.
Satya, I think it's also your topic, CSS and JS and a bit of design system. Go ahead.
Yeah, I haven't really used Tailwind that much. Never been attracted to this concept of writing a lot of inline classes. I more prefer like having components to share your like things, instead of writing a lot of inline styles, because then you have a maintenance issue, because then you don't want to repeat it everywhere. And yeah, so I kind of think like, sure, if you can have a Tailwind API in React Native, why not? But I think the main way to reuse things in React Native should be components. And you can use Tailwind inside these components, or you can use React Native API in these components. So it doesn't really matter. Yeah, in the end, like you use components everywhere. That's my opinion.
Makes sense, Satya. I think that's a bit controversial, I would say. So I would love to hear from Evan on this topic.
I mean, components are great. Tree shaking and fast refresh and things like these all work because of components. And yeah, I personally think Restyle is also really good, and like Style Sheet in React Native Web is also really fast. I personally haven't really gotten very into Tailwind and just my personal usage whenever I'm making apps. I did like the one meme by like Jamie from Discord, like with just 60 classes, you can with just merely 60 classes, you can make a couple of buttons. I was like, it is very verbose, but it seems like the progress is like coming along, and I imagine that it'll become pretty good in the future.
Right. Yeah.
So sorry to interrupt. Like another thing Satya touched is that writing inline styles. Like if you're writing inline styles in React Native, you won't have that like bug fixing and tracing of styles. Like if something goes wrong or something is not working, where it's coming from. So I think it's more important to have component-based styles.
Makes sense. I'm not sure if you guys have like checked it out. There is something called as styled system, which brings all those Tailwind philosophy to React components. And you can pass things like, say, p is equal to 1, and then it picks it from the theme. And so a bunch of Tailwind like CSS classes, but instead of classes, we've got props. And then you can build your own design system on top of it. But anyway, that was me setting ground for my talk at 3:30. Anyway, let's move on. I think I would like to touch, since we're talking about design system, I would like to talk about accessibility a bit. I think Evan spoke how we need to split out .web.js for accessibility on the web, and then iOS and Android handles it differently. So let's start with maybe Evan on this topic. How do you make your apps accessible, React Native apps specifically? Yeah.
Well, React Native Web is actually really nice because I think some of its like highlight features are the super fast CSS and JS, and just like the universal components and accessibility. It's like one of their flagship features, and the accessibility is really nice inside of it, and it's very clever too. I think from like a universal design standpoint, the way that things like headers work, where you have a text and then you say like accessibility level header, and then that will make it actually render in H1 is really nice. And also things like images, where it will render like a div, and then it will use like the it'll use like a CSS property to render the image, but then it'll also render like an image tag so that it's accessible. So there's a lot of things going on behind the scenes in React Native Web, almost like very aggressively to make sure that your app is always very accessible, even if you are kind of like accidentally doing it, you're making your app very accessible. And I also like the way that it makes accessibility into more of like a building block as opposed to an add-on where you don't have to go back later and like have this pass at accessibility. It's just like accessibility is a way that you like use React to build your app. And I think that's really clever. And I personally find it just like really thoughtful and nice to use.
Yeah, I totally agree. Like Evan said, what was also cool, if you have a text component and you pass accessibility role as link and you pass href, it renders like an anchor tag behind the scenes, which is pretty great because then you get the browser behavior and you didn't have to write any platform specific code. So yeah, that's really awesome.
And how about Android and iOS? Like we're talking more of React Native Web, but let's stick to React Native itself.
Yeah, I mean, definitely the new accessibility APIs have changed a lot because if I remember a while ago, the APIs for accessibility on Android and iOS were widely different. Some things worked on iOS, some things worked on Android. So you had to write a lot of like platform specific accessibility code. But recently, these APIs have been unified. Now you have a unified set of APIs, and you can use a lot of them to like provide proper accessibility for React Native apps. I mean, there are still a lot of things missing, uh, like unless you sometimes you have to use native components to get like proper accessibility because there are not any props available for that. For example, I mean, there was a recent, I don't have any recent examples in mind, but for example, there was APIs missing for building tabs. And it was recently added, like in past two React Native releases, I think. Yeah, so you could not really build a tab UI without using native code if you want it to be accessible. So I think a lot has improved, but a lot are still missing. For example, if you have a view in absolute position, it messes up the accessibility. The screen reader doesn't read it, so it's a lot is still missing in my opinion.
Yeah, this isn't necessarily new, but wasn't there like that issue where if there was like React Native screens, I think fixed this in React Navigation, where if you like were pushing a bunch of views on top of each other in like navigators, then the accessibility reader would like see all the views behind all of the screens, and then React Native screens kind of helped you to like dismount those views so that I don't know.
Actually, that's not really a problem, even if you don't use React Native screens, because we said in React Navigation, we set the proper accessibility roles to like hide a tree from the accessibility tree.
Oh, it's pretty cool.
But it's still problematic in some cases. For example, for people who are using Android TV, that doesn't work. So yeah, they have to use React Native screens and it fixes it for them. But yeah, what we do works in most cases, but in some cases it doesn't work. So yeah, it's not like very consistent across platforms. And also these props don't work on the web. So we had to have like custom code on the web by default to handle these things for React Navigation.
Right. Something I would like to see more in accessibility in React Native, just like in the ecosystem more, is more like tooling around Xcode's built-in developer tools for helping you to debug your accessibility. I don't really see people use that much. Like the accessibility inspector, which you can access through Xcode, which will like open up a little, I don't know, like breakdown and show you how like accessible your app is. And I think Android Studio also has something like the accessibility scanner, if I remember that correctly, which does something similar. I don't see too many people like using that or just like tooling around that at all. or it would be nice if that was like a little bit more integrated into our like developer tooling, maybe like a Flipper plugin or something, which showed you like the accessibility breakdown and showed you like which points on your screen were accessible. Because I know that like if you're just doing native development, you do have access to these tools, and so I think it's just a matter of like integrating that a little bit like closer to what we have currently when we're developing React Native apps.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree. We need a cross-platform tool, which would be very useful. But in terms of these tools, like Xcode has this accessibility inspector. It's really useful. I have used it a lot of times. But what I was missing from Xcode is on Android, you can use TalkBack on the emulator, so you can like have proper accessibility. But on iOS emulator, you cannot do that. There is no built-in voiceover for the emulator, so you need a device to actually test it, which is not great experience. So yeah, that was the big problem I had, because I would see something in accessibility inspector and I would think that it would work, but it doesn't actually work, because I need to test to like on the device to know that it works.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Oh man,
Interesting.
That's
Yeah.
not great.
Okay, I think Aman was trying to say something. Aman, sorry, you're on mute.
Yeah, sorry. Like I was just adding to Satya's point. Like you have to test it on a real device to test out the accessibility features of your app. So yeah.
Interesting. So I think accessibility, we forget that we just do it for props and make sure that it is it can be read by a screen reader, or it has like tab index and all those things. But we also have few more things, like making sure that the contrast color is fine, contrast ratio, and a few other things as well. But anyway, I think we've got like last 4 to 5 minutes, and the last topic that I want to touch is no code. Since Aman is here, Aman is working with DraftBit, and we see that we have few things happening in the React Native ecosystem with no code. Aman, over to you.
Yeah. So GraphBit is a building tool for your React Native apps, and you can use your web browser like Firefox or Chrome to build it, and you get your exportable code, and it gets exported in Expo. And you have things like, we have some features coming up for like custom code and Firebase integration. So using custom code, like you can use pretty much any React Native or Expo API, like which is not currently available with the building tool, because the building tool is more concentrated on designing part. And the Firebase integration is going to open things like authentication and saving data to Firestore. And like DAPWIT also has support for REST API. So currently you can consume any REST API to see how your app is gonna represent the data. That's the DraftBit in a nutshell.
Yeah, I want to like no code makes a lot of sense, but I want to ask this question maybe to Satya and Evan more. Like, what's the immediate reaction of the developers when they are given a no code tool, and how is the adoption like? Do you think that's still in the future, or like are we doing no code today? Like Figma has some plugins, and then we have something on the XD side as well. So what, Evan, maybe you can take this up.
Yeah, I think that no code opens the door for a lot of new developers, and a lot of developers who might not have been attracted to like what React Native was offering originally. And I think it's just like an abstraction that makes a lot of sense to a lot of people. Like I know a lot of people in just the web no code world who it's just like a massive industry, and opening that up to React Native just kind of shows that like the React Native industry is like going in lots of different directions, and it's still very like active and alive. And I think it just means that like, it's going to be like an influx of lots of new different types of developers who may have found like code a little bit too daunting at first, and even if they are just into no code, they'll probably like some of them will venture into just actually developing with like writing code themselves, or getting like more into depth in maybe the native side. So I think it's really exciting, and I'm super excited to see what DraftBit's doing.
Yeah, I totally agree. it's kind of disappointing that these no-code tools are not that popular. I don't see a lot of developers using them. I hope they would be more popular because it's really cool that you don't have to write code for everything. I don't want to write code for like every single thing, you know. Some things are complex and you have to write code for them, but a lot of things we just have like list of things with a title, with a description, with an image. Like, why not? So yeah, I'm really hopeful about these no-code tools, and I hope they become popular in future.
All right.
I
Okay.
also,
Yeah, I think we're
I
running out
ju-
of time. Aman, sorry to interrupt you. I think I'll have to
no,
cut this short. And yeah, so thank you so much for joining in. And to all three of you, Aman, Satya, and Evan, it was really nice having you in the panel. And I loved talking and touching the topics and getting your thoughts onto this. Thank you so much for joining. Yeah, thanks. Bye bye.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
Bye
Bye.
bye.
thank you.
Bye bye. Over to you, Varsha.
Thank you, Satya, Evan, and Aman, and thank you, Sanket, for hosting this amazingly well. We all learned quite a bit. There were quite a few debatable topics as well. Tailwind, whether to use Tailwind or whether to still follow the component-based style structure that we use. So that was one of the topics that interested me as well, and I'm really hoping really looking forward to Sanket's talk to shed more light on that as you promised. I hope all of you also enjoyed this panel discussion as much as I did. Moving on, let me introduce you to our next speaker. We have Muskein Singh. He is an SD3 at Flipkart, and he will be talking about if React Native is truly cross-platform. Muskein Singh is one of my teammates at Flipkart, and I am honestly waiting for this talk to start so that I can also learn if React Native is truly cross-platform. So please give a virtual round of applause for my friend and our next speaker. Muskein, please welcome.
Yeah. Okay. I hope the screen is visible. Yeah. Okay. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you for coming out in such huge numbers. And it's an absolute privilege to be here in amongst such greats, right? People who take the front-end community forward. And really delighted to be here at React Day 2021. And thank you for all the sponsors and organizers for taking the time out and making sure this happens well. Sure. So before we start, I'd like to emphasize on the fact that what do I really mean by is React Native truly cross-platform, and with the emphasis on truly. React Native has been working well for Android and iOS for the past 4.5 years or so, right? And I'd like to think of it as if React Native can work on Android and iOS, why can't it work on web? Because at the end of the day, we are writing code in React, right? And React is nothing but JavaScript. And if JavaScript can work on Android and iOS, why can't it work on web, which is almost like its oldest ancestor, right? And the web and apps have started to become unified these days with PWAs coming into picture, navigation gestures being similar, form factors being similar for mobile web and apps at least. Right, so that makes me wonder why all of these can't work through the same code base, and which is why the question of is React Native truly cross-platform, right? So before we begin, a fair bit of introduction from my side. Hello everyone, my name is Muskein. If you have trouble pronouncing my name thanks to the awesome spelling, you can choose to call me with these names. I also respond to all of these and multiple other ones. My friends have been very kind and my parents haven't with the spelling. I work in the App Store team at Flipkart, where I make sure that the performance benchmarks are top notch, the developer productivity benchmarks are top notch, and you can find me on Twitter with @Muskein, and with an odd name comes the perks of getting the same first name handles everywhere. So I'm almost available everywhere with the same handle as well. Okay, without wasting any further time, I'd like to jump into why does React Native matter so much, and why is there so much buzz in the community around React Native, and why does it generate so much buzz on Twitter and things like that. Right? So one of the things that cross-platform technologies have existed for a long time now, but what React Native does better than all of them is that it brings a native experience to it. So you might be writing your code in React, but at the end of the day, what you're shipping out to users is a native app, right? uh, and the entire thing that is drawn is all native, right? So you still get the native experiences and everything, and that's a big plus when compared to other cross-platform technologies, so to speak, right? With all cross-platform, frameworks, what you get is definite code reusability, and with this React Native in place, I can vouch if written well, you can actually write up to 95% similar code on Android and iOS, right? And obviously, there's this thing of OTA updates, over-the-air updates, where you don't have to wait for your App Store releases or Play Store releases to be making sure that, hey, are my users on older versions of the app, or 6 months older versions, specifically in tier 2, tier 3 cities, and all of that, where they don't update as much because of bandwidth issues. So I mean, all of that comes into play. But with React Native, you can always be assured that your users are on the latest bundle of the app, and there are some tweaks to it, but more often than not, you can always assume that. The fourth and amazing factor around this is the community. How community has come an amazing way to make sure that React Native is almost like the second most starred repository out there. So that says a lot about how popular it is, how many people are coming forward. And if you can think of a use case that you can make in native, you already have a module that you can use to make it in React Native as well. So that's going really well for React Native, and makes you wonder why you can't use that for your advantage. The fifth and the most important thing that I feel is the developer experience. With native comes, compiling your apps again and again for every small change. I understand that Gradles and all are getting faster with offline modes, and similar with iOS as well. But nothing matches what JavaScript, faster refreshes and module replacements can do. So that's the why part. Let's understand what does React Native comprise of. This small diagram would just give you a gist of, to get started, of how and what does React Native internally work on, right? So I like to think of React Native as two different realms, React and native, and these two sort of talk to each other through the bridge. My bad, the bridge is communicating both ways, so I just correct that. But what you write on JavaScript is an abstraction over the native. So your JavaScript has no meaning until and unless it runs on a native platform. It derives its meaning from the native, right? And you might wonder that how do apps all of a sudden start to understand JavaScript or React? Well, they don't. They still need a JavaScript engine to be able to parse, compile, and execute that JavaScript that you ship, or ship with the app or download over the air. So those are the Hermes engines that you see, or JSC that you see running on iOS and things like that. So your JavaScript is being read by all of these engines. And then whenever there is a communication that is happening between React and native and vice versa, there is a bridge that sort of links these two. There is a linking procedure. There is, you can always talk to native and get some data. Let's say you have a native module or something, and you want some data out of it. Native does something pretty well. Let's say it does caching pretty well, and you want some data out of it. Native modules lets you do that. So there's also, and one key point to note out here is that the bridge is asynchronous in nature, which means that whenever you write a call to a native module or a native piece from React, you can assume that it's going to be a promise or an async await sort of a thing, because the bridge is asynchronous. It sort of implements a queue internally. So as and when it gets time, it pushes things and then executes them, right? So you can assume that it's a bridge for your use case on the React side. And again, React Native, when it comes to styling, because both the platforms sort of differ in their own way of styling things, React follows one basic principle of how JavaScript developers are used to using styles like Flexbox, and internally it has a thing like yoga, which converts all those Flexbox stylings into something that native understands. So that should give you a picture into how and what React Native is and why it's so important, right? So let's go dig a little deeper what I mean by native modules. Well, native modules are a way to be able to share functionality. It could be something like, hey, native, why don't you give me the caching that you have? Hey, native, why don't you give me something that you have in your store? Or, go and fetch this for me, or user state or session state or something like that. So that puts React Native one step further ahead of, all the other cross-platform frameworks out there, because the other frameworks sort of work in a sandbox. They don't really interact with native as much. They generally assume that all of the things that they're getting are on their own. There's no back and forth communication. But with native modules, React Native opens up that area of exploration where you can talk to native for every little thing that you want. Obviously, the bridge is asynchronous, so it would be expensive to do that. But you can always try and optimize that. The other great thing about React Native is how you can also share components. So imagine yours is a hybrid app and you're suddenly moving to React Native. You could use a very well-built component in native and use it as a React component on the React side. So for React, it would just be using a simple JSX, right? And you can even pass down a custom props to it. You can pass down, you can, have click handlers, event handlers like pinch, zoom, tap, clicks, whatnot, right? So they work as good as any other React component. React Native lets you expose that, use native modules to be able to use it in the React world. So that's one crazy thing. Now, all these things that I've mentioned up until now, they work well for Android and iOS. I've been talking about how you can introduce native modules, how native UI modules come into picture, how the JSC and Hermes come into picture. Can these things sort of work on web as well? Well, to your surprise, there's something called as React Native for web. I think some of you might be familiar with how Nicholas has been, spearheading this entire project, and how using this library as a dependency in your project, you can very well write your code in React Native and make it work on all three platforms, right? So we'll try to understand what that means. Like we discussed earlier, your JavaScript is nothing but an abstraction over your native, right? So your views and text have no meanings by themselves. They derive their meaning from their natives. So let's say a view on React Native would conform to a linear layout. It could change, but you get the idea, right? And similar on iOS. What React Native Web does is it says, okay, I'll conform to a div, and a text will conform to a span, an image will conform to an img tag or something like that, right? With all the accessibility features kicked in, right? So you could write your code in views and text and images and dimensions and whatnot, and it would just work on all three platforms at once. Now you might be wondering if, okay, fair enough, this works, but how do I write my code? Do I write it differently now that React Native Web is a dependency? Well, again, you don't have to do that. So as you know about Metro is the bundler that you use when you run React Native Start. Once you do React Native Start, it knows that you're bundling for Android or iOS. You have to provide that platform, right? Depending on what platform it is, it bundles that. But with React Native Web, what you can do is you can generate your own bundler in place, which is like a Webpack thing. Metro does not come with out-of-the-box support for web, so you can introduce your Webpack or your rollup or something like that, which there's a top-level resolve or an alias which converts all of your React Native imports to React Native Web. And because React Native Web also ships out 1:1 APIs, just that they have a different meaning for web, like views have a different meaning in terms of div and spans, this code would not break and it would continue to work. So one extra step before you actually generate the bundle, which is the resolve and alias. What you could also do is, like Metro knows that it needs to pick the Android file. You can write .android.js or .ios.js. So it has a module resolution as well, right? Where it knows to pick Android if I'm bundling for Android, to pick iOS if I'm bundling for iOS. Similarly, you could provide that same module resolution for web. So let's say you have to write your code for specifically web, you could do that and write your module resolution to pick web first if at all it finds for the similar namespaces. And the platform.os check that you generally use to figure out things well on what platform you're running on at runtime, that gives out a result for web when you're running web. So that works out very in an amazing fashion, right? So let's get a little deeper into trying to understand what do native modules look like. Well, on the JavaScript side, you would write your native modules in such a fashion that you would import from React Native. You would use something like a user manager is logged in information, which is defined in such a fashion, and you would always await or promisify that thing, because at the end of the day, it's always. No point to be noted out here is how you have to annotate it with something like an @react method for it to be linked, and your JavaScript can call it. The other interesting thing is that this is all Java code, right? The having the React method, and like I said earlier, you have to make sure that your native modules are in place before the first line of JavaScript sort of kicks in. right? So what that means is that your native modules are injected into your JavaScript fragment or your activity, the fragment that opens up your app or the activity that opens up your app, the React Native app, and the native module sort of exists there already. And if it at any point of time, if you want to make a change in your native modules, add some, remove some, you always have to make sure you change your native code. So what that really means is that every time you make a change in native modules, you have to ship out your native code as well, and JavaScript is anyway going out to the latest users, right? And you can always add more and more native modules, and similarly native UI modules, like the same packager. It's called a React packager, which lets you add your native modules and native UI modules so that they are available on the JavaScript side even before the first line is executing, right? So that is a key point to note, that even before your JavaScript sort of executes or is parsed or compiled, the the native part makes sure that all the native modules are up there in the React Native namespace. Right. So that's a lot of theory. That's a lot of theory around how native modules work, how they are injected into the app, and how they are actually looking like from a code perspective. But what I've been mentioning up until now is all Java, Objective-C, and things like that, specifically for the native side. I've talked about React Native Web, but how do these things work on web? Right? You don't have a Java class that you can use on web. You don't have a iOS Objective-C class that you can use on web or a Swift class, right? So you guessed it right. So native modules is not something that comes with an out-of-box support for React Native for web. It just mocks it. But that got us thinking at Flipkart, what if, and we use quite a huge amount of native modules. And if you really wanted to make sure our app works on web as well, we needed those native modules to exist before the first line of JavaScript could execute for React Native web purposes, right? So here's a cute little trick, which I would call, what it does is, what if you execute this piece of code before your first line of code for React Native web executes, which means that you take your React Native .native modules namespace and you define your properties of native modules on top, and then you go ahead with doing your app. So if you think about it, it's very similar to how packages are made on Java and Objective-C. They let you define the native modules before the JavaScript bundle is executed. This as well is because you're already in JavaScript world. You would have to write your modules in JavaScript language, right? And just before the first line of thing executes, you would want to do something like this, so that for the rest of the app, your native modules sort of are available throughout, right? So that's a lot of theory again, and if only we had something working around those lines. So I wanted to show you guys an example of how I have, okay, something weird happening. Let me just ignore this. From the iOS perspective, what I can show is that how I've used a simple app, which lets me use a quote and change things. I'm a big fan of Harry Potter, so using all of those quotes to inspire you all for the React Day. What you can see is that similar piece of code also works on web, right? Using React Native for web. But let's go one step further. Let's integrate a native module. And for the sake of this talk, what I've done is I've already integrated a native module which generates a random UUID, right? So let's say whenever I generate a UUID, it just prints that, right? And does that work for web as well? To your surprise, yes, it does. The trick lies in this file. Like I said, I will use the first line to be using React package, which is registering all my native modules for web, and then go ahead with my business, right? And what does this packager look like? This packager is nothing but, I have a RNUID generator as a definition at my side, written in all JavaScript, some random code that I shamelessly copied from Stack Overflow. And then I'll just define the properties. It's just a way to define a new property directly on an object, and this lets you do that. That RNUID generator is now available on native modules dot RNUID generator or something like that, right? And you might be wondering, how does this work for Android and iOS? Well, I've been what I told you, that you can actually use platform directives of using index.web, and that becomes the entry point for Webpack now instead of index.js. Right, so you could provide a different entry point, inject native modules for web, and then go about your business, and intersection happens later. So app native modules is the same piece of code that is being written for all three platforms, and you can see that it works beautifully for all three. Right. So let me go back. I think that was, sort of magical in the sense that the same piece of code where you're also talking to native on Android and iOS, you could write, parallel versions of it on JavaScript or React or whichever language you choose, and inject them before your first line of React Native web executes, and that sort of works well. What's next? What does the future hold for something like this? Well, native modules, like I said, you don't have to do this sort of hacky approach, although we at Flipkart do that. Wouldn't recommend to anybody else. But what we can try to do is make sure that this native module support exists for React Native web as well. It comes out of the box, and then all of us can sort of leverage from that. The other thing which really happens well on Android and iOS is auto linking, where anytime you install a React Native package, the next time you don't have to write all of those native modules in that packager all by yourself. The next time you run your packager using the React Native commands, run Android, run iOS or something, it gets auto linked, right? So this is a feature that came out in latest versions. So that gets auto linked, and that is crazy, right? So you don't have to link it all over again. Something similar, if you can think of how web could do it, I mean, that's a vast area to even think about. But again, I would be glad if something like this comes up in the future. Right? Again, the community has gone, has done a fair bit of things around Android and iOS. If the community could also, when they build their packages, also think of web as, a citizen when it comes to React Native, that would be really great. And, when they push out packages, they push out features, they also think of web as a citizen. Right. And the other thing is that how you are able to, lazy load native modules with the new architecture coming in place. There's a great talk about Parshuram and, how that is happening. And I think all of us should check out. But if similar things could happen on web as well, that would be really great. So here's a bittersweet moment for him. For me, I think the talk, that's all I have right now. I would be open to any questions in the sessions area. I hope there was some takeaway for all of you from this talk. I believe there was, and open to feedback and open to questions at the end. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Muskein. Thank you for letting us know how React Native is truly a cross-platform, truly can be used for cross-platform applications, including web. And it was great to know how Flipkart was internally doing it for web. I hope there was something to learn for each of you. And since I have always known how it was, it was just a revision sort of thing for me. But I'm hoping that all of you know that how Flipkart integrates web along with native modules, and how we have created sort of this linking of native modules on web as well and use them. This was a great talk, Muskein. Thank you so much for enlightening us. Next, we have. Also, if you want to connect with Muskein, the sessions tab is right there. So you can just go ahead and, just catch up with him, talk more about how things are being done at Flipkart. Because I think many of you asked me on Twitter as well, if Flipkart app is React Native. Yes, we function on React Native. We have Android, iOS, and web working on React Native. If you want to know more about it, please contact Muskein. He'll be available in the session in the room, and he'll be answering all sort of questions that you have for React Native and React Native Web. Moving on, we have our next talk right now. It's a lightning talk, and it's one of the lightning talks that I'm really looking forward to, because I also want to know how Hermes has improved the React Native performance. So let's welcome NC Patro. He's working at Low. He's a lead engineer at Low India, and he'll be Low's India, and he will be talking about how to improve React Native performance with Hermes. Please welcome NC Patro.
Hey, thank you, Varsha, for the introduction. So let me share my screen. Awesome. So, I'll be talking about how we can improve the React Native performance, and we all know performance is very critical, especially for the mobile applications, because of resource constraint on most of the mobile devices, right? So even before jumping to that, I would like to thank our organizers, MCs, Kiran, Kamlesh, Varsha, Vishwa, right? So for all their effort to bring this wonderful 2 days React Native event to life. And a little bit introduction on my side. So myself, Patro, I work as a lead engineer for Lowe's. So apart from building application and platform for Lowe's, I love to share and talk in conferences like this. And I do write technical blogs also, mostly on Medium, and I manage JavaScript Bangalore meetup group as well. So with this, let's dive into the React Native performance. But even before diving into the React Native performance, I want to bring this quote, which I liked so much. And this is like premature optimization is the root of evil, right? And I've taken this quote from a book called The Art of Computer Programming, written by computer scientist Donald Knuth. And this book is quite old. I mean, it was originally published, I think, around 1970s, but this code applies as much today as it did in the days of your mainframe, right? And why I'm saying this code even before jumping to the performance thing. So what I have seen, sometimes we are so much obsessed over performance too early and fail to deliver something what business need, right? And we try sometime to chop and change the product so often on worrying about our performance, and mostly those effort doesn't go well. And because we don't analyze the tools, the libraries or the requirements before jumping to the conclusion. So that's why we have to be very careful on premature optimization. But yes, we do have to think performance upfront, but with all those knowledge around it. So let's go with an office scenario where a passionate developer on React is saying, hey, let's build this app with React Native. And we may have heard this most of the times during our conversation. What about performance, right? And yes, performance is critical. So let's say then the guy who is working on performance, he's saying or she is saying, okay, so I need a faster app launch time. Obviously, the build time pre-compilation will help to achieve that. The smaller APK size, yes, it's better. Lean on memory footprint on mobiles, easy integrations. Is it a React Native feature? Then it's good. And then the developer says, yes, we can get all of these out of the box. And then this obvious thing will happen, right? The manager or your lead say, hey, are you kidding me? Is it possible getting all this what I mentioned out of the box? And then the developer says, yes, Hermes is there for that. So Hermes is nothing. It's a JavaScript engine which has been optimized, especially for React Native. And it's okay. There is a star over there. It only works for an Android application for now. And integration, right? Because that's a key thing. Anytime we try to integrate any tools, any libraries, or be it an engine to any of the application, and integration is seamless with the Hermes. Because it's an Android app, so you have to go to the build file and just make this change. And this is so React call it this as an opt-in feature. So that means everything has been done in the ecosystem, and only you have to go and turn on this feature. So you can enable the hums, then you and then you can clean and rebuild it, right? And then yes, you start using the Hermes as an engine. So that's about how you can do an integration. But there are some other caveat to this. Let's say if you're not on a latest version of React Native, then you need to upgrade that from before to for this to get it. So that details I think you can get from the document. I think it's 0.64 version. You have to be on latest if I'm not wrong. And then let's understand Hermes a little bit, right? Because I'm keep on saying Hermes isn't JavaScript engine specially built for React Native. So or is this Hermes is a C++ project, and the best part is we can download Hermes on our own machine. We can set it up, we can customize it, we can rebuild it with tools like your CMake, the Ninja. CMake is nothing but it's an build packaging software, and Ninja is a kind of an assembler or a build system. So you can use those and you can run Hermes on your machine itself. And once you run that, then you can do this Hermes, and then you can execute your JavaScript file. So you can execute your JavaScript file with Hermes, and then you can compile and executing your JavaScript bytecode also. So what it can do, the Hermes can convert your JavaScript to a bytecode after compiling, and then you can execute that bytecode as well. And why I'm saying this, because this you may not need to integrate with your React Native app, because as I mentioned, you just have to change your configuration in your build Gradle file. But I believe anytime you're going and jumping into a tool, you have to go and explore that tool, right? You have to know as much as you can know about that tool, so that you can take a right decision. Yes, this tool makes more sense for my application, considering my users, my requirement which business has provided me, and considering the environment where my application is going to run. So that's why, so I love to do those things. So Hermes provides a playground also, so you can go over there and you can do little stuff over there to understand how Hermes works behind the scene better. So that's about a little more on Hermes. And then if I jump, so Hermes is not only the JavaScript engine, right, on which our React Native application can run. So JavaScript core, which is a default engine choice for your React Native application. But and this JavaScript core, I think this is the same engine which Safari use also behind the scene. But if you run your JavaScript in Chrome debugging option, right, then your JavaScript is actually running on Chrome itself, not on your JavaScript core. So it's actually running on Chrome. That means you're using V8 engine if you are doing the option of Chrome debugging, right? And then the communication with your native code can happen with a WebSocket in that model when you're debugging. And so that's definitely one option, JavaScript code. And then Hermes, I have explained like what benefits it provide, right? It provides you out of the box your faster launch time and better memory utilizations and smaller bundle size. So, and now, because now we have an option at the runtime to choose the engine, right? And then obviously you have to make the right choices, or we should design our application such a way so that I can change my engine based on the more engine I analyze and more engine I learn, right? So we have to be very careful when we're writing applications. We have to avoid relying on specifics of the engine, right? Specifics of our runtimes. So that if I have to switch my engine sometime, so I should not fall into those specifics. So and then the JavaScript transformer and the syntax transformer. So I think here React Native Babel is being used. So that's there for all the new JavaScript sentence to be, we can utilize that without waiting for the support to be on engine. And then finally I have mentioned React Native V8 also. So this is not an opt-in React Native feature, but React Native allows you to use any engine of your choice, not only JavaScript core or Hermes. So you can use any of other JavaScript open engine also. So the React Native V8 is again an open source JavaScript engine, specially tailored for React Native. So you can utilize that also. But again, your integration will be not smooth as Hermes. But definitely there are options. You can integrate this native V8 also. And as name says V8, it's on top of our V8 engine. So these are the engine choices. And and we have done some analysis on top of this versus JavaScript core, Hermes, and React Native V8. React Native V8 also promising, but Hermes comes very close to be best out of among three, with all sort of analysis what we have done. And there are other analysis posting also there, which I've seen a couple of other developers has done, and they have posted on various blogging platform also. And then, okay, the best part is when we're choosing your engine, right? You have to be know, okay, how I can debug my JavaScript because when I'm running on Hermes. So Chrome's debugging tool obviously can be used to debug your JavaScript running on Hermes, and then which is running either on your emulator or running on your live actual device, right? Actual device. So Chrome, so what you can do in a Chrome, and with debugging Hermes on JavaScript, we know Metro. So Metro, I think we hear that in our previous talk also. It's a JavaScript bundler for React Native, so that helps us to do this. So what we can do, you can see a configure option over here, and in this configure you can run a Metro server, and you can connect to that Metro server, and finally you can see the application which is running on your device or on your emulator. You can see over that, and then you can debug, right? When I'm saying debug, you can put a breakpoint, and you can run your application, and basically you're running your code and debugging everything what you can. So that's how you can debug. But if you see, this debugging is little different than your remote JS debugging capability, because we have a remote JS debugging capability also. But in that debugging, what happens, your JavaScript is actually running on your Chrome V8 rather than running on Hermes. But you can still go ahead and do that. But yeah, that will not be actual to your real, because you decided you want to run your application on Hermes. But if you're debugging on V8, you can still go ahead and do that. But Hermes itself provide an option, you can directly debug JavaScript on Hermes. And so this is, I'll call it more of a remote JS debugging on Hermes, right? So that's how we can define this. So yes, so steps are very similar. You start the Metro server, open inspect devices, configure that Metro server where it is listening, and then yes, you can see in your target section your application which is running over there. And then yeah, go ahead with the debugging. So debugging, so when you're deciding on your engine choice, debugging is very critical part of it, and we all know how much debugging we need while we're building an application or debugging an issue, things like that. Okay, profiling. Again, profiling is one very key aspect which I have put. So again, we can do profiling our JavaScript. We have done it with our Chrome profiler, right? And again, it's the same thing. This is debug remote JS debugging option. With that, again, you can do a profiling. But again, when we do that option, you're running your JavaScript on your V8 engine. That means you're running on a Chrome. So it will not be as accurate. But yes, you can definitely get to know some high level issues or high level bottlenecks if it is has. But Hermes provides an option. You can do a profiling with your application running on your Hermes engine. So so how you can do that, so again the Metro comes into picture over there. So you can enable profiling via Metro on your application which is running on Hermes, on your mobile application, or on your emulators. And then you can do a profiling, then you can enable profiling, then you can disable the profiling. Then what will happen, those profile data will get saved, and then what you can do, you can convert that profiling data, Hermes profiling data, to a Chrome tracing profile which Chrome can understand. And once you do that, then you can open, and then you can bring that to your machine, and then you can load that profile. So you can load that profile and then bang on, and you can have all the data to do all kind of profiling what you want to do. And there are some differences between your Hermes profile and your Chrome profile. So basically, I think the Hermes profile is based out of JSON object format, and where your Chrome supports the JSON array format. But again, nothing to worry about. The Hermes profile transformer, there is again a tool which can help us to do that conversion. So this again comes out of the box with Hermes. So you're profiling with Hermes means you are actually so you'll get as accurate result as possible compared to your profiling using your remote chase debugging option, right? So again, the profiling, so you can, apart from this, there are native things also available to do, like you can use Systress for your Android profiling, and same instruments can be used for iOS, but here I'm focusing more on how you can profile your JavaScript code, right? So profiling again is very critical, like the debugging, and which again comes out of the box with Hermes, right? So why I have mentioned all this, because we cannot because I am saying you don't go, okay, it's working for Patro, it's organization, okay, let's jump and start using Hermes, because then you'll fall into the same pitfall. So you have to know your users, you have to know your requirements, you have to know your environment, and you have to know available tools, right? And when I say you have to know available, you have to know Hermes, and when you have to know Hermes, you have to know all the capability what Hermes is providing, and is there any other option apart from Hermes also. And if you know all these things, then only you can choose right, and then you can choose right engine, right tools to build your React Native application, or you can choose right tools, right engine, so that you can improve performance of your application in right direction. So that's what, so choose right is very important, and to choose right we have to know the technicality and details about it. So yeah, so that's, so these are the resources. So this is an lightning talk, so I will not go and deep down to the code label, but yeah, there are resources available, so you can jump into these resources and try to understand more about the offerings of Hermes, and you can play around with it. So thank you very much for joining my session. You can connect with me on LinkedIn, Twitter, at NC Patro. Thank you. If you have any questions, yes, you can connect me on that the sessions, the rooms, sorry.
Thank you so much, Patro. That was such a power-packed lightning talk on Hermes, and you just quickly went over all the features that Hermes provides. You also mentioned a few guardrails, right? Never do a pre-optimization unless it's absolutely necessary, and that's I think falling in theme of all our talks. I think one of the major key points that people have delivered over the past 2 days is that do not try to pre-optimize your code. Do not try to do things where it is not required, and so thank you for your lightning talk. It was amazing. If you want to connect with Patro, because it was a lightning talk, and I'm sure that you all have questions about the integration, about how it works, and if it is really suitable for you, please connect with Patro in the sessions tab. He'll be available post this. And I think now we have a break. So I would suggest you all go grab a cup of tea and come back and join us. But before we leave, make sure that in your breaks you visit the Expo tab. The Expo tab is where our sponsors are hosting. The job recruitment profiles are there, and if you want to go check them out, you can go ahead and do that. And all our sponsors are there, so just go check them out. You can also enjoy the sessions with your favorite speakers and connect with them if you want to. Keep on tweeting what you learned at React Day using our hashtag TIL React Day in, and be sure to tag us so that we can choose the best ones and we can send away the goodies to you. So yeah, that's about it. Let's meet at 3:30 p.m. For Sanket's and Rajat's talk. Two another Power Pack talks coming up, and I'm really excited for both of these, and I'm hoping you are too. So see you. Hey everyone, welcome back. As promised, we have the last two talks for our conference, for our first ever conference, and I'm really excited to host them for you. Our very first talk for this particular session is so we have two talks now, and then we'll have another quick break, and post that we have a panel discussion on finding your first job. So before that, we have these two talks that Sanket and Rajat will be sharing with us, and I'm really excited about both of them, especially because Sanket mentioned it in the in the panel discussion itself, right? That he'll be covering these topics. So I'm looking forward to that talk. So let's welcome Sanket. But before that, I would again like to thank our sponsors. I'm not going to take the names, but yes, thank you all our sponsors for sponsoring us. And you can check them out in the Expo tab, which is there below on your screen. They also have a few job opportunities. If you would like to check them out as well, please go ahead and join them. Now welcoming Sanket Sahu. He is the founder at Geeky Ants, and he will be talking about building a universal and accessible component library for native and web. So please give a virtual round of applause for Sanket.
Thank you so much, Varsha. All right. Great to be speaking to you all virtually. And it feels a little weird to be speaking to a screen, but yeah, here we are in 2021. Great. I'm going to share my screen and start talking about something in React Native. Let's see. All right, I have my screen. Okay. Great. So the topic is building an accessible component library for Android and iOS. I'm going to take it a step forward and make it work for web as well. Pretty long topic. So I've made it simpler. I have made it building a component library for everyone, as in accessible for everyone and for everywhere on all three platforms. Going forward, let me introduce myself. I'm Sanket. I'm a software engineer at Geeky Ants and also a founder. I go by the Twitter handle Sanket Sahu. Yeah, and there we are. Yeah, I wish all of you join me here in Bangalore because physical conferences are different. And Bangalore is like blooming right now. I have got some pictures from Twitter, and this is how it looks like right now. It's all pink and yellow in the city. So if it was a physical conference, I would have gotten to meet all of you. Anyway, so building a component library for everyone and for everywhere. So creating a component usually involves like these steps. The first one is we write the markup. Then we do the styling and we add interactions like handle events and then do some action against the events and then handle states. And the last and the most important thing that most of us don't really care about is about accessibility. So let's see all of them in detail. So let's say we have to build a checkbox component or a checkbox and a label next to that with some text. So the markup would look like this. We'll create a component and return a label. And then inside that, we'll have input type checkbox and then some text next to that. And the next obvious thing is we would like to style it a bit. We have a lot of options because the styling is not really a part of React. So we have to figure it out ourselves. Using vanilla CSS, write some class name, add some property definition and values. And then we have other solutions like preprocessor like Sass, less, and then the newly adopted thing, which is made famous by Tailwind is utility classes. We throw in a bunch of utility classes and then a style right inside our markup. And then we have CSS and JS options like style components. We can create components that has styles in it right in our JavaScript files or TypeScript files. But to keep it simple, let's just use vanilla CSS for styling. So I'm going to add like a couple of class names. The label has a class name, and then the span, that's an empty span next to that, which we are going to use with some, say, after and before CSS pseudo classes to style it. And the the CSS file would look like this. And this is a lot of work if you want to make like switch or anything that is like 100% customizable in styling in HTML. And the next obvious thing is to add interaction. You want to know when the user has changed the checkbox, and then show an alert box or do something. And then you would add some states. Like here, I've used use state and checked and set check property. And on change of that, I'm setting that set check. Yeah, so these are the 4 steps, and the 5th one is pretty important. You have to it's our responsibility to make it accessible for a wide range of users. It includes like people with disability. It includes keyboard interaction, like make sure that when we press tabs or when we press like spacebar, it toggles the check and uncheck value of checkbox. And if we have like multiple inputs or multiple elements in there, tab index and shift tab should work fine. Not only that, accessibility also includes setting the correct contrast ratio for your colors. So if you're using, say, white, you shouldn't use something like light gray that is almost close to invisible for few people. And yesterday, Sid mentioned about how few people don't like, or they have some issues with animations, and there is this motion sickness, right? So accessibility also includes that, and this is a very important thing that all the developers and even if you are a product owner should care about it. So to add accessibility in HTML, we have some ARIA props, like we have input ARIA-checked and ARIA-labeled by. These are a couple of ARIA props that we can pass to make it work like a checkbox. It is already a checkbox because we have input type is equal to checkbox. But say if you want, say, a custom div or a span to behave like a checkbox, you can use these ARIA properties to make it work like a checkbox, right? And when we have to build it for mobile, we are going to use React Native over here. So the first step is definitely going to be the markup. We have a pressable component, and then inside we have a view, which is equivalent to div. And then we have text, which is equivalent to paragraph or span. And then on the output on the right side, we have the text. And then we're going to introduce an icon because React Native doesn't have a checkbox. So we are going to use material community icons from React Native vector icons. And we have some checkbox mark there. We're going to add some style so that it comes in a row. So view style, styles.wrapper would have something like flex direction row. And then standard stuff with text, some padding, and font weight. And then we handle the on-press behavior of the pressable component, add a callback function, and add checked, set checked, and handle those things. The accessibility in React Native is a bit different compared to React, and we have accessibility role and accessibility state that we can do it. And as we do it, I have a video on the right side. So
Talk back on. Not checked checkbox, I agree. Checked. Tap to.
I'm not sure if it is audible, but if you do all those things, it becomes accessible by screen reader. And you also get things like if you press spacebar with a keyboard, it would actually check and uncheck. So now if we want to go ahead and make it work for web as well, I think in the last talk, Muskein explained like how we can use React Native web and map all the APIs of React Native to make it work on the web as well. So we can do it, and we can do the same checkbox for both the platforms. But there are a few areas that we need to take care of. And a big shout out to Expo. They are doing a great job on bringing all the 3 platforms closer. So this is our dream component, like checkbox is checked, and then we have some value on change and some text. And I would love this to work on all three platforms, web, iOS, and Android. Most of the things work. If you just use view and text and a combination of them and style them, it would just work fine. And that's what we have here on the screen. This is custom checkbox UI. That is a combination of view and icon and text. and it would just work fine if you put it inside a React Native app or a React app with an alias of React Native to React Native Web. But when it comes to accessibility, we have a few differences that we need to take care of. For example, if you are building, if you want to use a real checkbox on the web, then you would use the input tag, and that doesn't really ship with React Native. So what we do is that we hide it in a wrapper div, and then we present our custom checkbox UI, and we make sure that that is wrapped in a label so that wherever we tap, that thing is accessible. And pressable component with accessibility role would just work fine, and we handle the state and do it. So this example covers only a part of accessibility. Like there are a few things that is not handled, say the inactive state or the disabled state or the error state, and a bunch of other things that comes in the web ARIA spec or the mobile ARIA spec. And this is only a simple example of checkbox, right? If we do a drop-down button, if we do a select box, then it gets really complex. And something like tabs and accordion, as Satya explained in the panel, that adding accessibility for tabs was a difficult piece for him, right? So to solve all these things, we have built a library called React Native ARIA. React Native ARIA has its root in React ARIA. This is by Adobe, and the team is led by Devin. And React ARIA is a set of hooks that works with React, and you use those hooks, and it makes the underlying component accessible if you spread the props, spread the output of that hook to some particular component. I'll show you an example. And in collaboration with Devon and Adobe, we have built React Native ARIA. This is a set of React hooks to build accessible React Native design system. And it also works perfectly fine with React Native Web. There are a few areas that is still in development in React Native itself and in React ARIA. So things are somewhat supported, but we are targeting to have a more complete support. And this is working fine. You can go ahead and try it out. So the previous example would change to something like this. So we have used checkbox that is available in React Native ARIA. You get input props, and it also takes input ref because it works on the low-level DOM element. And for platform OS web, we are going to pass that and spread it on the input element, and also get the ref back to the input ref. And the same thing is done to the pressable component. So here it's the pressable component, and on the web, it's the input type is equal to checkbox. And we're not passing type is equal to checkbox because that's coming from the input props. And we have conditionals inside use checkbox that make sure that it works. It passes down the correct props to web and mobile. And yeah, so we have used it and built a lot of components using React Native ARIA. So on a high level, we have to take care of a bunch of things when we are building components, not just those 5 things, like theming, styling, web ARIA, React Native ARIA, have to make it responsive. We have to take care of platform guidelines, design system, and web and mobile support, performance, and whatnot. So we have invested a lot of time into all these different aspects of building components or component library, and we are clubbing all those things and shipping it in the next version of Native Base. So Native Base version 3 right now, it's in alpha, and we are going to work for another couple of weeks or so to announce the beta launch on our website. And it's available on alpha.nativebase.io. And so it's a mobile first accessible components for React Native and web. And it's based on utility first or utility props and a bunch of other things that I'm going to talk about. So the checkbox component that I showed in the previous slide can be imported from the next version of Native Base. And we pass in is checked, on change, and a few other props to make it look good. A little bit of background story. So Native Base version 2 was released back in 2016 16, 17, somewhere around that. And we started working on the version first and second version. First version of Native is right when uh, React Native came for Android, and we have seen a lot of adoption in the community. A few numbers: we have about 40,000 downloads per week. We are about to reach 15,000 GitHub stars, and we have around 200 contributors, and there are over 50,000 dependent projects on native base, and these are all public projects. uh, there must be a lot more like private projects as well. So that's going on with native base version 2. And so in the next version we have uh, worked on style system, which brings in the philosophy of tailwind css or utility props to React Native or React, and accessibility with definitely React Native aria, and a few other things. Let's see each of them in detail. So style system, on the right side, you can see that we have view and text, but instead of taking something like styles dot say heading or wrapper and text taking some styles, we have props like p is equal to 1 and then bg as blue. In text, we have red dot 100. So this is possible uh, to build using a style system, and it inside a style system it uses some CSS and JS. We have used styled components, and that maps well to React Native as well. So we get all these props very similar to Tailwind CSS. And then we have accessibility. We have built all the components using React Native aria, and all the components are accessible. We have a rich component library. This is just a sneak peek. We are working on making it more beautiful and compatible with most of the design system. And that's why right now it's in alpha. We have got the framework right, but working on the final detailing pieces of each one of them. And definitely it's themable. You can go ahead and add your own variants, and you choose your color scheme and make it use it as a base to build your own design system on top of it. And most important, dark mode. We have dark mode, and I think we devs care much more about dark mode than anything else. And that's why my tweet got really viral. MS-DOS was dark mode by default. And yeah, so you can use dark mode with a hook called use color mode value, and then pass in like both the values that you want to use, one for the light mode, another for the dark mode, and then your design becomes like supports both the types of modes. And then it's universal, works on all the three platforms. We are more or less there. The support for web is not 100% there, but I think in another couple of weeks or 3 weeks we'll reach somewhere, because this project has dependency on React Native aria and also React aria. But we are working with the team and making sure that it becomes the UI library that we can use going forward. So go ahead and check it out, alpha.nativebase.io. And yeah, here is a quick example how the code looks like when using Native Base version 3. We have a box, and then we have an image. Image has like rounded top, height. And then we have a stack component. Stack has a heading, and it has a text under it. So pretty declarative and straightforward. We have like syntactic meaning with every particular component, and also it is highly customizable, just like Tailwind CSS. And we have built a lot of screens as a part of the experiment and UAT, and we are able to build like most of the screens without even the need of stylesheet.create or custom styles. And we are pretty happy with this approach. There are people, there is a bit of resistance in the community of these like props or utility first ideology, but we are pretty happy, and it helps in finding the perfect balance between say a design system or going crazy with like really specific value. And yeah, this is another example of a Spotify clone that one of the interns did. And yeah, this is 100% native base version 3 based on utility props, no custom stylesheet.create. And the only the linear gradient that you see was used from Expo. Everything else was using native base version 3. So we have a lot on the roadmap. It's a lot of work that is already done and a lot more coming. We are working on doing a material design theme. That's an add-on, or maybe it'll come inherently that you can split and just use native base unstyled. So we are having internal discussions on that. We are going to explore animations, and also that's a part of community integrations too, and definitely more complete support for the web. Community integrations include Formic, React Hook Forms, Reanimated version 2, and related things that is in the React Native and React community. A huge shout out to the entire team for working in the past 5 to 6 months on the next version of Native Base. Special thanks to Ankur. He has worked really hard and he has led the team on the technical front. And then Himanshu, Gaurav, and everyone else on the team. Nishan especially worked on React Native Aria, so great work over there. And yeah, we have some more projects in and around React and React Native, a state management library called Singh State. We have a form library based on Mobux state tree called as Formsty. And then BuilderX and API Beats are some of the products that we have built in the no code space. And yeah, I'm looking forward to chat with you all. You can follow me on Twitter and get involved. I'm going to be available in the Q&A session tab, so feel free to reach out. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Sanket. First of all, I'm awed by the number of projects that you deliver in a couple of months. I mean, every time you come up and speak about something, it's like completely new. And I'm awestruck. I'm like, wow, that team really pushes the deliverables. So that's really great. That's great about the native base thing. I mean, I like the out of box support of how that CSS and especially accessibility is just provided out of the box. So I think Neha would be very happy too. It was a really, really good demo on how to use, and maybe the team, maybe our audiences can connect with the team later on into, if they want to use that in their projects as well, and get to know more details about native base. But I think you covered all the major points in your talk. So thank you so much for that. I thoroughly enjoyed it, and I knew that I would enjoy it. I knew when you started mentioning it in the panel discussion that this is one of the talks that I was looking forward to. So thank you so much. Let's move on to our next talk. It is by Rajat Gupta. He is a senior software engineer at Grow, who will talk about optimizing a million re-renders in React Native. And trust me, all of us might have faced that issue one time or the other. So I'm hoping that he can solve all our doubts now. So please give a virtual round of applause for Rajat.
Thank you, Varsha, for the intro. Yeah, so before I start the talk, let me tell you about myself. So basically, my name is Rajat. I'm engineer at Grow. So I think I'm audible and my screen is visible to you all. So I'll continue with my talk. So basically, I'm engineer at Grow. So I look into all app related stuff, and I've passionate about front end development, and I've been using React and React Native since last 4 years. So yeah, so that's all about me. So you guys can connect me in my LinkedIn handle, Rajat Gupta B4BBA, right? Let's start with the talk. So today we will be talking about optimizing million renders in React and React Native. So basically, why we need to optimize something which is already optimized. I think React has done a pretty good job in optimizing the renders, right? So why we need to optimize something which is already optimized? So we all know that React under the hood uses the virtual DOM to renders components, right? So basically, if your app grows, right, you will have a lot of complex component in your code base. So rendering those components will be expensive. Basically, it will add on to the performance if you render those components multiple times. So if you want to optimize that, then you have to basically stop optimize the rendering part of those complex components, so that it will not add to your performance, right? So basically optimizing render is basically optimizing the performance. So render is basically one part of optimizing the performance of your application, right? So mobile at this rate scale basically measure the thing that every 1% decrease in start time correlates to 0.2% increases in visitation. That means, so this tell you how performance is important, how much the startup time is important for your application, right? No one likes app which is taking too much time in the loading state, right? So if your app takes 3 or 5 seconds to load, then I think your user will drop off. And so we are dealing with lots of millions of devices. So there are lots of devices out there. So we used to test code in our devices which has a lot of RAM, right? So it will not work in devices which has lesser RAM, right? So we need to optimize this. We need to optimize the performance to provide the best user experience, because we are building application for millions of users that all should feel that this is the best experience, and everyone wants a shorter loading time. So if you optimize the rendering, then yeah, you definitely able to provide the shorter loading time to your particular component, right? So I've basically divided my talk in 3 parts. Number 1 is how rendering works. Then we'll discuss about how we can measure that particular component is taking time in rendering. So we'll discuss few tools so that we can measure the performance of your application. Third, we'll dive into the code optimization part, and we'll discuss how you can optimize the code. First, let's look into how rendering works in React. So if your props or state get changed, right, under the hood, React will run the diffing algorithm. It will reconcile. It will basically compares the new virtual DOM and the old virtual DOM, and then render the component. So basically, React will only update those components which are required, which need updation. It will update only the patch of it. It will not update all the components, but that doesn't mean it will not re-render everything. So basically, if your parent component is getting rendered, it will definitely re-render the child components. So if your child component contains the complex code, then it will definitely add an extra expensive calculation in the rendering phase, and it will basically slows down the performance of your app. So you need to optimize that part. But how can you optimize something if you don't know where to look in, right? Which component is taking a lot more time? So personally, I feel that we all should use tools to measure something. We should not fix something which is not measured, which are not measurable. So tools plays an important role, and we should measure it first before fixing something. So let's take an example. You want to put a nail in a wall, right? But you don't have hammer. So it would be very hard for you to put that nail, right? So same way, if you want to optimize the performance of your app and you don't have the right tools and you don't know how to debug it, then I don't think you will be able to properly optimize the performance of your application. So before we optimize, we'll first look into the tools. So console.log, I think everyone will use this. In my initial days, I use it a lot. I put the console.log in the render and I check that how many times a component gets rendered. But the problem with this is console.log, if goes in production, then it will basically slows down your app, right? Even in the React documentation, it is written that console.logs is quite an expensive operations, right? So you need to remove it from your production environment. So to do that, it's kind of simple. Basically, you can install a Babel plugin, and in babel.rc, you can write these lines of code to remove the console. So basically, it will remove all your console.logs from your basically JavaScript bundle in production environment. No need to worry about them that it will ship onto the production environment. This is a one-time setup. Yeah, so and one more problem with console.log, that you cannot measure that how much time a particular component is taking. You know that a particular component has been rendered, but you don't know that how much rendering time a particular component has taken, right? So sometimes there might be a chance that component need not to be fixed, right? Because it already optimized. So to measure those things, we need a better tool. So React and Chrome DevTools are a better option. For I think a lot of users are using this. So it in V4 they have improved the hook support. Now they also support the Hermes. I think NC Patro mentioned that, and he also shared the demo. You can also toggle the suspense. Basically, if you want to change the state of a suspense from loading to a view, that you can do directly from React DevTools. You can analyze the frame graph. You can basically reload profile. Reload profiling means basically if you profile it at the rendering phase. So basically you can get a time to interact. Basically you can get to know that how much time a particular component or a screen has taken to render. You can also view the component hierarchy. You can basically look at the hierarchy and say that these are the child components, these are the parent component, and you can also check out the props and state in this DevTools, and you can basically manipulate those state as well, so that it will basically directly gives you the instant feedback in the simulator. But what is the problem with this React and Chrome DevTools? So you cannot basically debug the network request. It will not show you any network request. You can basically, in some way, you can debug network requests, but it has some limitations and it is very difficult to integrate. And the second thing is it does not have the crash reporting. So if something goes wrong in the native side, it will not show you the crash logs. Another thing is that the instruction generated in Chrome are sent via WebSocket. So it will not give you the exact time a particular component has taken to render. It will give you the approximate data, right? So these are the problems with React DevTools. So we need better tooling to basically fix all these issues, right? So that's where Flipper come to the picture. So Flipper is something which shows you the native device logs as well as your JavaScript logs. It gives you crash reporter inspecting. It also logs the network request. You can analyze flame graph. Basically, Flipper contains React DevTools. So all the React DevTools functionality will be available in Flipper. So you can analyze frame graph. You can view the component view hierarchy. Along with that, you can also view the native component hierarchy. So it also tells you that why a particular component is rendered. It will show you that this props get changed. On the right hand side, you can basically see that why this component has been rendered. It is showing that how many times a particular component has rendered, and it is also stating that a particular props has been changed, and you can see here itself. That's why the particular component has rendered, right? So in this, you can also see the props and state a component is using. You can manipulate it and get the instant feedback. Over the top, you can build your own plugin with Flipper. So basically, if you want to log Redux action, then you can create your own plugin and you can basically use it for your own good. Right. So now let's discuss what a flame graph. So flame graphs plays an important role in debugging the app performance, right? So let's look a deep look into it. So basically, as you can see here, there are graphs, right? So there are tiny bar graph are there. So these bar graphs are representing commits. So what are commits? The phase when React applies the changes on the DOM. So whenever React is done with the reconciliation part, and when React is rendering the UI at your screen, that is considered as one commit, right? So each bar in the graph shows you the commit. Basically, the height and color of the graph will tell you how much time a particular commit has taken. And so the yellow color here means it is taken has longer time. So by this, what we can analyze, we can go to a particular commit. Basically, we can go to a particular commit and analyze that which component is taking a lot more time, and we can optimize that component on the basis of that. So now we come to know. So let's look at this video. So this stock detail screen is taking 308 ms, right? So it is taking a lot of time, but the self time of the screen is 15 ms. That means the component, the child component it is taking a lot more time than the stock detail screen. So here shareholding pattern is taking 80 ms. And when you click on a particular component, it will tell you on the right hand side, it will tell you how many times a particular component has been rendered and what props has been changed due to which this particular component has been rendered. So here the shareholding pattern was basically rendering a lot of times, even if the props are not getting changed. So we need to fix it. So on the basis of that, we can detect that a particular component is taking time, and we can fix that component and improve the performance of our app. Here, you can see there is a setting button, right? So if you click on it, you can filter out the commits on the basis of the time taken by a particular commit. Suppose if you want to filter out 100 commits which have taken more than 100 ms. So that you can do with this setting pop-up. If you click on it, you will get the filter option. Along with that, basically, if you want to optimize it, if you want to optimize a particular commit, there are several things that you can do. First of all, we need to stop rendering if a particular component is particular component props are not getting changed. Now there are more tools available in the market. So number one is React Native Bundle Visualizer. So in this, you can basically check out what tools, what basically libraries your bundle is containing, and you can check out those libraries which are taking more space, and you can remove it if some other alternative with lesser KBs is available for you. So this is basically gives you the full bundle visualization that what your bundle is containing. The tool on my right hand side is Detox Instrument. This is basically created by Wix engineering team. So this tells you about CPU uses, memory uses, FPS, disk activity. So by viewing this, you can basically measure out where your performance has been lagging, and you can improve it. So yeah, so that's all about tooling. I think we have covered a lot of tools, and it will help us out in debugging those things. Now let's move to the code optimization part. So what can we do to optimize the render, right? So first thing is in class-based approach, there is a lifecycle method as should component update. So basically, if we return false in should component update, that means it tells React that I don't update me, don't render me. Basically, I don't want to update. And if you want to add an extra condition, so suppose here there is a condition that if color gets changed, then only this component should get updated, or a count get changed, then only this component should get updated. So basically, if you implement this lifecycle method, you can control the rendering of your component on the basis of your state and props. So on my right hand side, there is a flow diagram where you can see if I've implemented the should component update, either it will tell me to render it or it will tell me false. So if it tells me false, that don't render me, then even the reconciliation part will not happen. for that component, because it itself says that don't render me, right? So that's where you have basically remove the expensive operation, and you have basically smoothen your render, right? So once it, if the should component update returns true, then it will do the DOM equivalent thing, where it will compares the virtual DOM and the new virtual DOM and the old DOM, and then with the diffing algorithm it will update the nodes. So that's how it is. The second thing is pure component. So pure component is nothing but a component which under the hood implements should component update for you. Basically it implements should component update for you under the hood. So basically if your props are same, it will not going to re-render. It will do a shallow comparison. It will do a shallow comparison on props, and if your props are not changed, then it will not re-render a particular component. So this will improve performance of your component. Now there is one more thing as react.memo. So this is kind of a higher order component. If you are not using class-based approach, if you are using functional-based approach, then you can use this component to optimize your rendering part. So basically it will it takes component as an argument, and it will memoize that component and returns the same component every time if there is no change in the props. So basically if props are same, this will tell that this particular component is not going to render. It will return the same memoized component. So the drawbacks here is it will take some memory in the application to memorize that component. If your component is large, it will take a lot memory. The second argument you can pass here is your comparison function. If you don't want React to do comparison for you, you can basically pass a second argument as your own function, where you can perform the comparison and you can pass true or false on the basis of that. So this is unlike should component update, where should component update return false, that means the component will not render. But here, if this R equal function is returning true, then the component will not render. If it returns false, then it will definitely render. So that's how React Memo works. So I think we have covered a lot of things, but let's dig in on the code optimization part. We have theoretically we have discussed a lot of things, but let's look at the code first. So this is my code. Basically here there is the app component, which contains the counter component. Counter component has two buttons. Number one is basically increase the counter of the first counter, and the second one will increase the counter for the second counter. We have counter display component, which will display the counter count. Now, as we can see, basically, if we click on this, we have only changed the state for counter 2. Basically, we have only changed the state of counter 2, but it renders both the component. Why? So that's where React comes to React rendering comes to picture, right? So basically parent component gets rendered, it will render all its child component, even if that particular prop of that component is not changed, then also it will get rendered. So to easily fix this, we can basically use a pure component and see if our component rendering has been fixed or not. Now, if we click on counter 2, then only counter 2 is getting rendered, not the counter 1 part. So now we have fixed it. Now let's code something else. So now if I want to add some styling to my counter, so I'll add some styles basically. Now let's see if my pure component is working fine or not. So basically my pure component breaks. Why? Because here we have passes style object, right? So we have passed the inline style object. Now on every render of this counter component, this style object will get created. So in JavaScript, our object is equivalent to its own self. It will not equivalent to any other object which is having the same value. That means if you pass the same object again, then also this counter display will get to know that the props has been changed. It will not basically, this is called referential equality. Basically the references has been changed in the second time. If you compare it, then basically your pure component breaks. It says that this component, the props has been updated, I will re-render. So now your pure component has break, and you have added one extra computation as well for shallow comparison. And I think this will add to your performance. If suppose if your component is big, right, big enough, then basically you have added a one computation step of shallow comparison, and you are rendering it again and again. So this will add to a bad performance of your application, right? So how can we optimize this? Basically, we can use style sheet. We can just pass styles dot counter one. And styles dot counter two here. Now let's check out our rendering part is fixed or not. So my rendering part has been fixed. Now my pure component is pure again, right? So now let's add one more prop. Let's check out this on press function. So now let's check again if my basically pure component has maintained its purity or not. So the purity of pure component has been break. It is rendering again. Why? Because every time this counter component renders, this will create a new function, right? This will pass a new function. Even if the value remains the same, the reference has been changed, due to which this is happening, right? So let's look into the pitfalls of this. So in JavaScript, if you pass something as an object, right, even if two objects having the same value, it will not be equal. The references should be same to do the shallow comparison and tell that two objects are equal. So these are the things. If you want to use the same object, you need to assign it in a variable and use it then it will work. Now we have discussed that what is breaking up your component. Now let's look into basically we have only saw the code of class-based approach. Now let's debug the hook related stuff. Now let's move on to the functional based approach. Now I'm commenting all my code. So this is my functional component where I am using app, and in app I'm using counters. Counters is using use state hook to update the counter, and it has counter press function which will alert us if we click on this. This will change the counter. Basically, if we call set counter, and it has two functions as counter display. Right, two components are there, two child components are there. Now check if my component is rendering okay or not. So I've changed increase counter 2 only, and still both the components are getting rendered. So here we can use react.memo to basically optimize this. Even if it even after react.memo it is rendering both the things, right? So what is the problem here? Let's look into it. So I've in this functional component counters, whenever this gets rendered, this counter on counter press will render again and again. So basically this will get created again, and it has a different reference, due to which this react.memo will do a shallow comparison and tell this that this on counter press function has prop has been updated, and it will re-render that particular component, right? To fix this, we can basically use another hook named as use callbacks. We can pass use callbacks here. In the second argument, we'll pass an empty array. I'll explain you what this empty array will do. Now let's check again. Now the purity of my component has been fixed by using use callbacks. Now let's check what is this use callback is. So use callback is a React hook. Basically, it will memorize a callback. If you pass any function to it, it will memorize it and it will return the same function again and again. In the array as a second argument, you can pass the dependencies on which this callbacks need to rerun again. If you have passed the empty array, that means it will run only once and it will memorize the callback, and every time it will return the same memoized callback. So if you are not passing any array, that means it will only return the same callback which we have passed earlier. And if you have completely removed this array, then it will run every time, even if your component is pure, or even if you have used react.memo, right? So avoid not passing this as an empty, not passing second argument. Always pass it, even if you are passing empty array, that is also fine. There is one more hook. Basically, there is one more hook as use memo. So use memo is also a React hook. So basically, use callback memoizes a particular callback, but use memo memoizes a value. So if you pass a function to this use memo, and in the second argument you pass the dependencies, then it will memorize the value. So it will not run if the dependencies of that particular function has not been changed. It will only run when dependencies has been changed. So basically useful for avoiding calculations on every render. If you are doing something which is expensive in the render phase, then you should use memo. If no array is provided, that means it will compute the value in every render. So please always provide a array object. Basically, even if you provide an empty object, then also it will calculate only once and return the same memo as value every time. That's it. Yeah, that's it all about use memo. So now next, let's look at this diagram, what this diagram represents. So I think the bleeding eyes I'm looking into. So this is called render shaming. So in this, so this is the view where we were using list views and rendering our elements. So list views basically rendering all the elements which are presenting in the lists, not those elements which are presenting in the viewport. It is rendering all the lists. So we need to optimize that. We can optimize those things basically by showing only those items which are present in the viewport. So how can we optimize this view? We can use flat list or section list instead of scroll view, because flat list children are lazy loaded, right? You can use get item layout to avoid async layout calculation. So basically what get item layout does, you will tell the definite height and width of your item and tells the React calculation that this item has this height and width. It will not do a layout calculation at the time of render. It will render a particular component on the height and width you have provided. Make sure you include the height of the item separator component, which is used as an offset, which will give you a better user experience while using flat list or section list. You can also define initial num to rem initial num2 render. Basically, it will speed up the initial load time. So make sure you give enough items in this initial num2 renders, because how the items comes in a viewport, number of items listed in a viewport should be basically lesser than the initial num2 render, because otherwise you will see a lot of white space in initial render. You can remove clips of views. You can basically set remove clips of views to true. It will basically, if your item is not present in your viewport, then it will basically remove it from the mounting phase. It will completely remove it. This will help you optimize the memory of your application. You can also set window size. So let's say if you have given a lesser window size, it will help you reduce the memory consumption. By default, it is 21. You can give it around 5. So that means if you give window size 5, that means there is one viewport, two windows will be above that viewport and two windows will be down that viewport. So these are the items will be mounted in the flat list. Other than the other all items will be unmounted. Yeah, so that's how you can optimize flat lists and section lists. Yeah, that's all about optimizing million renders in React. Thank you, everyone. It's I think it's kind of, we have figured out how to optimize it, and let's everyone should optimize those things. And uh, that's it from my side. You guys can connect me on my LinkedIn handle. These are my LinkedIn handle and GitHub handle. You guys can connect me. I also be presenting. I also be available for the questions in the back room. You guys can connect me on that. Thanks everyone.
Thank you so much, Rajat. Wow, that was like a crash course on how to optimize your render cycles, and there was just too much information. So yeah, I need to like go back to your talk and then revisit all of those pointers again. But what a great talk it was. So thank you so much. For those of you who want to connect with Rajat further, as I'm sure you would want to, you might have a lot of questions in your own code base that you would want to refer with Rajat for. So please go ahead and do that. The sessions tab is right there at the bottom of your screen. Please make sure that you go search for Rajat and join that session. Meanwhile, we are going to take another break, but this will be the last break that we take. We are almost at the end of our conference, and I'm hoping that we've served you enough. We've given you enough topics to talk about, to discuss amongst yourselves, to discuss our speakers, with our panelists. So I'm hoping that all these 2 days have been like the power punch, and the crash course in React Native, and everything else. I'm loving your tweets. I keep checking on Twitter, and I'm seeing that you all of you are like thoroughly enjoying our sessions and talks. So thank you so much for being an amazing audience. And I'm hoping that this last panel itself will open a lot of eyes and will open a lot of avenues for you in your career. Because when I say that, when I talk about the first job, it's the hardest. It's the hardest to do, and it's the hardest to find. So I'm hoping that this panel discussion opens up a lot of avenues for you on how to do that exactly. And we have some great panelists doing that for you. We have Vishwa, we have Saurabh, and we have Megha joining us, and Kamlesh, who's also the organizer of this entire conference, will be moderating this panel. So it's going to be an exciting forum. It's going to be a very lively forum, and it's going to be a very open forum. And we might even take up your questions on how to find the first job. So please do not drop off. Make sure that you attend that, because I'm sure there's some learning for each of you. So let's see you after the break. It's around 4:30 now, and we'll be back at 5. Hi everyone, welcome back. I hope all of you are ready with the cup of tea. I'm ready with my cup of tea because this is going to be a panel discussion that I'm looking forward to. Most of you, right? I mean, I get that feedback from everyone that most of you are find like it's a struggle to find your first job, and what to look at, what not to look at, what should you be doing about it. And I think that this panel is the one that you should look out for because there are a lot of questions that will get answered. And I'm hoping that this, as I spoke, it will open up a lot of avenues for you. So let's welcome on stage our last panelists of the day who are going to be talking about finding your first job. Please put your hands together for Vishwa, Saurabh, Megha, and our moderator and organizer, Kamlesh.
Thank you, Varsha. Thank you for such a nice introduction. So, without wasting everyone's time, since it's like the last panel discussion, I'll directly get straight to the point. Let's discuss about how to find your first job. And we have these amazing set of folks who will be sharing their journey of how or what their journey looked like in finding their first job. So, first of all, I would like to have Saurabh on stage. So Saurabh is a front-end engineer at Razorpay. He likes playing around and exploring web tooling, and currently working on a static site generator tool called Abel, which I'm sure most of you are aware of, like if you're following Saurabh on Twitter. When he's not coding, he likes to read about astronomy and go on walks and tracks. So a huge round of applause for Saurabh. Next up, we have Megha. Megha is she's a software developer at Hashnode. She's helping build the product folks community. She's pretty much into product management as well. When not in front of screen, coding or interacting with the community, she loves spending time creating paintings and animated short films. A huge round of applause for Megha as well. Next up, we have Vishwa, who's our MC for this edition of the conference. Vishwa, she also is Vish for short. She works on the developer relations team at Hasura and is usually found in her natural habitat, reading the world's best minds. Her love for poetry runs deep, and she writes a little bit of that too as well. So please welcome Vishwa. A huge round of applause. So let's start this discussion with. I want to first talk about what are your education backgrounds. Like, let's just talk about what has your graduation journey been like.
Just a sec, Kamlesh. I think Kiran is trying to reconnect Saurabh, but while Saurabh
Sure.
joins us again, yeah, I can go first. So I recently graduated in 2019. I did my bachelor's degree in computer science and engineering. So yeah, I do have a background in tech. And then I also pursued in computer science, pursued my bachelor's degree in computer science. So yeah.
Amazing. Megha, do you want to go next?
Yeah, I can go next. So yeah, am I audible?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I will graduate actually this year. So like my college books as well as my music team and Hashnode World didn't had a problem with it that I am still in my college. So that's pretty great. So I'm currently in my last semester of computer science engineering. So that's about me.
That's pretty interesting. At least you are actually working on a full-time job while you're actually also pursuing your college, which is pretty amazing.
Yeah,
exactly.
Actually, like I learned from this community itself that it's really doesn't matter, to have a degree or not. So yeah.
Yeah. Saurabh. So we were
So I
basically discussing, like, let's start with your education background. Yeah.
Yeah, so I graduated last year, so in 2020, and then joined Frontend at Razorpay. So yeah, mostly 2020 graduate.
Sure. So the next thing is like, how did you find your interest in tech? Like, was it that you entered an engineering college and then you developed an interest, or you are basically on the other side, which is like you had this clearly in your heads, and that's the reason why you pursued engineering?
I think for me, at least, I've always had my interest in tech. I remember having some classes when I was in sixth or seventh grade. We used to like do a bunch of HTML, and I really enjoyed those classes. And then fast forward to high school, I took a course that was that helped us learn a lot about programming languages like Java. We learned a bunch of things about databases, did MySQL, learned HTML, CSS, JavaScript, stuff like that. And then I realized that tech, but also to be specific, web development was something that really aligned with my personality, the kind of person I am. I believe that I'm a creative person, and so just punching a few lines of code and seeing that response on web, seeing that morph into something on the web, it was just very fascinating to me. So I think I was always interested in tech, and then I went on to pursue that as a profession. So I pursued my bachelor's degree in computer science.
That's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. For me, I would say like I really like the point that which was said, like punching a few lines and then seeing it working on the web. So I think like that's the only thing that keeps me interested on daily basis nowadays too. So I wanted to do something around tech, or and something around arts. So I couldn't find the art college or something around that could fit me. So I joined an engineering college. From there, it simply went like how you find a good shoe for yourself. You try and see what fits. So I like kept a baseline that as long as I'm trying something, I would like create one or another thing with it. If I find it interesting, I will like go ahead. Otherwise, I'll switch. So I kept doing that until and unless I like came to the thing that I'm doing right now. So that was like
That's
very long, but yeah, that was like most interesting part till now.
that's really amazing because I still think about doing that even today. So what all
Yeah.
things did you try?
Yeah, so that might like few people know, few people don't. So I like started with copywriting and content writing. From there, like I had interest in art, so I thought of giving graphic designing a try. Then that got me into web development, and then like it was like really long road. And I think like it still keeps going. Like I joined a full time job, but if I get to know something that a name of something, and I feel that I might like it. So on as a side project or something, I like keep doing stuff.
That's surprising because I never knew about copywriting when I was pursuing my graduation. So that's pretty interesting to hear out. Sure.
I guess
Yeah.
for me, um, I used to play a lot of games. So I had it in back of my mind that hey, maybe I should just go and build some game like this, and so that people will play. So I had this in back of my mind, but like I wasn't aware enough to go and explore things on my own. So I just kept going with the flow and joined engineering. And I think in engineering, we like in first year we genuinely had a good teacher. So she just taught so well that I got better at it, and then so it like kind of aligned that hey, I'm better at this, and I also want to build a game. So it sounds fun. So let's just go and see. So that's how I got
Nice.
into it, and then I guess I relate to Mega about like exploring. You just go and explore. So initially it was Android, but then Android was like super slow with the Android Studio and all the setup. So I just kind of got bored of it. So then the web, like as Vishwa said, you can just change things and you can just get the response really fast. So the front end kind of got into front end like that, and just exploring,
So
still
that's
exploring.
so that's basically developer experience has played an important role because
Yeah.
since you had the faster feedback loop and that's the reason you were tricked into front end, which is
Yeah,
pretty nice to hear.
yeah, that's basically the core reason I didn't try Android.
All right, sure. So how all of you are like kind of utilizing your time in college? Because honestly, like this is the common common, what do you say, a stereotype, right? That most of us get trapped into the race of chasing scores. So like I want to hear from you folks, like how had your journey been? Did you face certain those kind of things, or like how did you overcome that?
I think in our education system, it's a very expected and typical pattern that people will definitely impose rote exams. They'll expect you to score. They'll expect you to take exams and take tests and stuff like that. And I was a good student. I used to go to classes and all of that. I used to get good scores, but I never really intended to get good scores as a as for it to be the sole destination. Getting good scores was a result of something else. It was a result of being diligent, and diligence is something that will get you somewhere, right? Not getting good scores. So I think when I was in college, apart from just attending classes and like taking exams and stuff, I think I used to always focus on um, trying to apply my knowledge somewhere, or at least trying to explore how I can, go beyond these things, like just the classroom scene, right, in college. And I was grateful that we had some professors who would push us to participate in extracurriculars and co-curriculars that would actually contribute to our professional careers. So that was kind of my college. So we used to like organize seminars. I remember that in my second year of college, a few friends and we started a developer community in our college, which was like the first in our university. We called it Unified. It was a really and yeah, so that was a fun part of college.
Okay, could you please repeat that unified part? I guess we lost you for like a couple of seconds.
Yeah, I think this stream broke for a few seconds. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, so I was just saying that we used to organize meetups, have a bunch of expert speakers come to our college for sessions and stuff like that. So it wasn't just going to classes and getting good scores, taking exams, but also this that helped us.
Yeah. Mega, do you want to add to like how has
Yeah,
your journey been?
yeah. So I was scoring good in my in initial semesters because I was giving too much time to academics. Then I would say in my third sem, or in the mid of my second semester, I realized that I won't end up anywhere if I kept going with the academics. So then I started exploring stuff and other things. But I realized even I am committing 10 hours to my academics, or I am committing 1 hour to my academics, my score is pretty much same. So once I realized it, that became my threshold, that I would study this much and score this good grades, so that I don't have to see some negative in my house, to they would say you're exploring stuff, that's good, but you don't accumulate backlogs in your college. That's another sort of pressure to handle.
Yeah.
So yeah, as there's
So how are
nothing
you handling that?
getting good grades as long as it is not eating up your time. For me, the thing that was eating up my time the most was the commuting distance to my college. So I think what it did was it, I don't know, it acted as a force that I'm spending so much time in my college. So it kept me motivating that I have to do something about it.
Okay. So how are you utilizing like let's say like this is now giving me like some time management goals. So I want to hear more about like how are you actually doing that split of time? Like you said that you are you kind of
Yeah.
figured out that even if you spend 1 hour or 5 hours, your grades are gonna become the same. That's like that's like another goal for me, right? So once you identified this, right? So how are you kind of balancing it off? Like were you utilizing your time, like commute time in exploring your
Yeah.
stuff, or like how was it?
Yeah, so like it went like this. So firstly, like I slowly identified like where my time is going. So my time was going, in doing assignments. So I realized that is it, that important? So if it is, I do it. Otherwise, it's like to put it in one word, it's just like opportunity cost. So if it is like that word, I'll do it. Otherwise, I won't. For commute time, like that was the main thing that was stuck in my mind, that I like waste my 2.5 hours a day in commuting. So I wanted to incorporate the habit of reading in me. So that helped there, that as long as I'm in my bus, I will read. So like it's just like
Now I
I,
get that.
yeah.
Now I get that why you are more interested in product management as well. I heard the term opportunity
Yeah, like
cost,
this organizing and stuff is just natural.
which is pretty interesting. So I guess if Saurabh would have created that assignment, like your handwriting tool, at that point of time, it would have helped you a lot.
No, like I don't
Absolutely.
really feel, like I didn't lose anything by not, doing assignments. I was making a conscious choice about it. But yeah, Saurabh's tool is good. Like if I have still one semester to go, so yeah, it will help me out.
Okay, Saurabh, you
Awesome.
have a user. One
Yeah.
more user. Yeah, Saurabh, what has been it like for you?
I think I was attending lectures, but I wasn't really able to score good marks. Like I wanted to score good marks, but wasn't able to. I think from the family side, it was a nicer for me because I guess I've disappointed them in 12th only, so they didn't really care about marks later. But yeah, so they were just okay with my marks. So that kind of gave me like some space
Fair.
to okay, I just have to I just have to pass exams, and after that I can do anything what I want. So I guess I spend most of my college time like going for hackathons or mostly like participating in competitions because you were getting attendance for that. So it was a good alternative to attending lectures. So yeah, mostly went for hackathons and it was fun. Didn't attend much lectures after second or third year, I guess. But in first
Mhm.
year, I did attend lectures, and mostly used to attend lectures which were actually informative. So there were like some subjects which were genuinely good, so used to attend them.
Yeah.
And I guess rest of the time I just used to spend in my college reading room and just like do things with computers. Yeah.
Oh, so were you like kind of reading stuff that time, or you were building stuff as well?
Oh no, no, like I used to build only. I guess I built a lot of things there only. So like most of the things that are on my guitar. Yeah.
Interesting. So there are so many fun tips from here. Like I just got to know that instead of raising the bar high, you just lower the bar. So once you say your parents said, okay, I am not doing good, so they lose expectation and you get a space to explore more. Pretty interesting. All right. So like since all of you mentioned right that because of like faster feedback loop, like all of you were mostly interested or you loved the way of building things on web, right? But I want to now understand more that how did you actually or particularly figured out what area is working out well for you? For example, Saurabh, for you it's front end, for Mega it's like full stack, right? And for Vishwa it's like developer relations or developer advocacy, right? So how did you actually go about picking these things up? Because like most of us don't even know, right? Like these are like kind of different fields or these are different streams in which you can make your whole profession.
Yeah, I think for me it was like it's very simple for me to answer this question because it was a couple of first times that I had. My first time attending a conference, my first time giving a talk at a meetup, my first time showing a demo to a couple people, and they were like, "Wow, this is so cool." So it was like those things that helped me understand what makes up developer relations or developer advocacy, to be specific. Um, and so I think it wasn't later in my third year that I got to know about developer relations as a discipline, as a profession. But then when I found out about it, I realized that that's something that I would really be interested in doing. Maybe it was a part of my personality. It was something that I was probably good at, but I just didn't know about it. And then I came to know about it, and then it just really aligned with me, and my, my interests, my passions. Because I was always a very active, I always wanted to be a very active part in the community, right? So I was very involved in the scene, and then I started organizing meetups, as I mentioned earlier, with my classmates. And we used to organize hackathons, attend hackathons, and stuff like that. So I was already a part of the community, and then I started giving back to the community somehow. And so that just completed the loop for me. And then I realized that, okay, this is something that I'd love to do professionally.
Pretty interesting. Yeah. Um,
Yeah,
I
I
guess
think.
yes. Figuring out upfront is like, I guess, which is a most aspirational thing. So because it's already so confusing out there. So if you know your interest, things become easier for you because you now know what you want to do. So you are not just finding the job for the sake of it. You are actually trying to pursue your interest, which is kind of
Definitely.
aspirational. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I can go next. So, for
Yeah. Yeah.
me, uh, I was mainly doing front end up till I joined Hashnote. So I like really used to freak out by full stack stuff. Like I used to think like backend is so tough and stuff. But yeah, I'm like, really grateful to my team there. So everybody who is in the team, so like everyone like is a full stack developer, no matter if their expertise is in backend. So that's the only advantage a 8-member team gives you. Like not the only advantage, but the most important advantage it gives you. So they got me up and running, and like I like very quickly realized that I was only limiting myself. So once I started seeing that I'm able to build things end to end, I like started enjoying it, and that's how
Yeah.
I got into speed.
Yeah, you basically get that privilege that you own that entire piece,
Yeah, exactly.
and you don't have, and you are basically reducing the obstacles on your way, so you are more productive that way.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I guess for me it was a lot of like do it and see if you're liking it. If you're not, let's just go back and switch to something else. So that was like most of it. So I guess I initially tried, like I said, in Android. Then I got into web, but mostly HTML, CSS, PHP, and just skipped the JavaScript because I guess I hated the JavaScript then. So yeah, I just skipped it. And then I got an internship at JavaScript, which was like completely JavaScript. It was Node on the back end and Angular on the front end. So
You
I
might
learned
lose a
a lot
couple of
of
JavaScript fans today.
JavaScript. Yeah. So
I'm
yeah,
just
I
kidding.
learned a lot of JavaScript there, and I guess even in JavaScript later, I just mostly into the UI part of it, the front end. So and then eventually into game development because that is why I started coding. But then I guess I also like started liking the tooling part. So building npm packages, just having some CLIs. So I guess later it just took a step back and went into the tooling part. So I guess that is the part I'm exploring right now. Not sure if this is what I'm going to do for like the rest of the time, but yeah, liking it now.
Nice. So it's still good to hear that you have not yet limited, like all of you have not yet limited yourselves. You still are open to like explore other things, but you know that what you are good at, and at least you want to try it out before you leave it, which is a pretty good way to look at it. So now since like this is basically we just spoke about like discovering your interest, discovering of what you want to do and how you were doing it in your college to basically figure out that okay you want to make it your like you want to make it as your professional career. So we spoke about all the discovery phase. Now let's talk about um, like how did you actually find your job, because that's like the next important step, right? Like you discovered a lot of things, you did a lot of experiments, but how did that turn out in like finding your jobs? So I have a couple of questions that I'll be sharing, or maybe I'll be asking with all of you. um, so like what did you do as a first step when you started looking out for jobs?
I think for me, the first and foremost step was to go to their careers page, check out the job description, and then go back to the website if like there's like a good company website where I can check out the team, um, plus points if they have a bunch of things about their team value and everything. That just gave me a good view into what kind of a company it is, like what is the team like, um, all of those things, like reading about the company's values, the team's values. It just helped me understand what I'm dealing with, like in a way that it helped put faces to a name. It helped me connect with them better. So before having a first chat with them, maybe, as part of the interview, it really helped me set a good backdrop to whatever the process is going to look like. Like, how am I going to approach these people, my recruiters, what I should be expecting from them, what they would be expecting from me for this role, stuff like that. So I think a lot of research was involved as the first part, the first phase of the process, because I like to think that the person who is applying is not the only candidate. We are a candidate for talent, like they are looking for talent, right? So we're not the only one looking for a job. They want to provide a job to someone who's a good fit. So they're as much keen on finding someone good, a good candidate. So if they are researching so much about us, it's only fair that we research as well, right? So I think that was a very important part for me before starting off with a interview process.
Interesting. So research is what was like your first step, if I have to summarize it. Like you were basically looking out like what companies are hiring for this particular role, what are they actually looking for, and then like the research phase was the first thing that you started doing.
Absolutely, yeah.
How's that been for you, Megha?
So I thought I will do a job hunt sort of thing, but I never actually got to it. So for me, like it wasn't like in the last 3 years when I was in college. So it was majorly like finding people and finding the work I like. Until they the like this November September, it was going the same. I was just trying to find the people and what sort of work would I like. In this meanwhile, like for this, what I used to do, like I used to like talk to people a lot in the community just to see like what their life looks like do I belong there or not. And I think that communities give you a very good outlook towards it, like do you belong there or not. So that's how, like I would, if I say about Indian Twitter, or maybe the product first community, these people actually make me feel that where I actually belong in the career spaces. Apart from this,
Interesting.
the talking I did in the community, I think like then like Hashim people reached out, and like I simply saw that if I build a startup of my own, it would look like them. So I'm already getting a prepared baby sort of thing, and now I can get on board with them. So it was majorly like yeah, even if I start building something from scratch from today, after 5 years, I wanted to look like Hashim. So yeah, that's how it all of it matched. Apart from this, I did interview at like 4 or 5 places in this meanwhile, just to see like how the interview processes are going. So the surprising thing is I was interviewing for both APM roles as well as dev roles, just to see how it goes. So I was being able to crack both of them, but yeah, I sort of had a dream company of my own that I wanted to join. So the day I got the offer from Hashnode was the same day, like I was interviewing there. But yeah, like I had like Hashnode that much that I canceled that and joined them.
I really like how experimentation has been
Yeah.
intrinsic for you, like at every part or every phase of your life, which is pretty interesting. Like you at least experiment. Like worst case, you would fail or you would succeed or whatever, but at least you would validate your idea.
Yeah.
This is
Also,
quite
I think keep a
interesting to
track
hear.
of it, like everything is a possibility. Like we test it, if it fails, that's also like the only interview I failed till date. I genuinely feel that it taught me so much that what are the things I'm bad at compared to all the interviews I passed till now. So yeah, if people are
Interesting.
able to find the interviews they failed, it's good for them.
Okay, interesting. Yeah,
Um,
Saurabh.
I guess for me, I really wish if I had done as much research as Vishwa did. I did not really. I was like mostly applying, and I guess I just used to go to LinkedIn and see what all jobs are there and apply from there. Or like sometimes I just used to go from the careers page. So that is how I was applying. um, about the interviews, like used to get some interviews, but I cracked, I guess, very few of them. I just used to fail and like somewhere in between, just used to mess up. uh, and I guess about like after one point, I guess just like, decreased the applying and actually started doing what Vishwa was doing, to just go to the page and properly see and only apply to the companies that you actually feel like, where you can one is where you can get accepted and one where you would like to work at. So
Mm-hmm.
I guess that helped, that like um, just helped with the energy, like storing that energy for applications. So I could just have like a proper focused application to the jobs. Like used to like send like proper applications then. So that helped, and I guess eventually like for Razor Pay, Kamlesh when they reached out, so that helped.
Yeah,
Interesting.
I'd just like to
So,
chime in and say quickly that that is absolutely right, and I agree with Saurabh that there has to be some balance. It depends on from person to person, but there has to be some balance between the number of applications and the quality of applications, like the quantity and the quality. You can't just go and like get up, like apply to hundreds of different companies and then expect yourself to be fine with the outcome or the entire process. It's kind of going to exhaust you, and
yeah.
the outcome is going to be depend on that. So I think it's better to strike a good balance, understand how much you can do, and then strike a good balance between the quality and the quantity of applications that you put out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's a
I'm going to
nice way
add
to summarize that. Yeah.
yeah. So
Yeah,
as
please.
yeah, as Vishwa mentioned about the quality of applications, I only applied to the companies whose product I was like personally using and like had a really genuine interest towards. So I think like people really find this as a very underrated point, but this act as a pivotal point while you talk to the company people. So it is very easy to spot who has a genuine interest in your product and who doesn't. So have that like genuine interest towards the normal work you are doing or the the companies you want to work with. Paycheck can be a motivator, but yeah, genuineness is very very and it like, paycheck can't take you clear the interviews and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, applying to a lot of places in bulk, I don't know, that doesn't help unless and until we have a like all the companies have a dedicated team who have like some turnaround time. That's like just the sad part of it. But yeah, that's how it has been for years, and I don't know, it's that's how it's going.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, it's kind of depressing as well sometimes because let's say if you want to work for XYZ company and the like you don't even have someone who's working there who can refer you, or you don't have someone who can even see your work. The only way or the only entrance point that you have is either reach out their HR on LinkedIn or directly apply on their careers page. But again, you don't know if you would you don't know if you would get a response definitely from their end. So I don't know, like that's kind of sad because it's like it has to be completely you have to be a lot more like a lot of luck factor comes into it because I don't know, like so many applications just flow in. You don't even know if someone is watching their careers page. So yeah, I don't know, like that's like the sad part of it. So how did you folks like prepare for the interview? That's like another thing. Like you did your research, like you discovered, you did your research, right? Now comes, let's say you applied for few of the companies and you got an interview call, and you know that you have an interview after like 3 or 4 days or in a week. So how did you actually prepare about your interview process?
I think it depended on whether or not I knew the product or the company before applying. So if it was a new company or a new product, I'd actually prefer to test it out before I have my first chat with the company. That would kind of help me understand, the product better, because obviously, even if the first chat is not going to be all technical, they'd want to know something about it. Like they'd want to know my experience around it, if I've used it or not. And especially in developer relations, developer advocacy, it comes in very handy if you're familiar with the product, especially if you've done your research and you have a couple of points for feedback for the team. I think from my experience, the team takes it very positively, and they find it really good if the person who is applying, if the person who is interviewing, they come up with some points of feedback. They have some things to share that the team can use, because that also means that they're generally like genuinely interested in contributing, and this interview means something to them. So if it was something that I have never used, I'd like to test it out. I would, fork a couple GitHub samples if they have something, go through the documentation, because actually really, I'm actually very passionate about documentation in general. So these were a few things that I'd love to do, like tinker around with the product demos and documentation, stuff like that, so that I have some talking points when I converse with the team first, just to show my interest and how much I'm ready to put my efforts into this process.
Interesting. So that's basically you doing your homework for the company, so that they know that okay, you are literally interested to work with them.
Yeah, exactly.
How about you, Megha?
Yeah, so for the dev interviews, like there are like multiple parts to it. So if it is like coding rounds or something around technical, one thing that I noticed is the best thing is to like have the basics round. So major of my interviews majorly revolved around JavaScript basics, like the core concepts of it, instead of something fancy, even at many reputed companies. Apart from it, the main hurdle is to get an interview if you are not dependent upon your college or something. So I think as you mentioned that it's said that who checks the career page or anything, but I think it's not that tough to raise from that average line that company people notices you. So what I did, 3-4 times, that when I got the interview in the products I was interested in, I simply picked the problem statement around it based on if their founders are talking somewhere, and I heard it somewhere like they are facing a problem around this. Then I explored their products around it and make case studies around it. So this served as two things. It served as a proof of work that I know things around PMing and stuff for my APM interviews as well as my dev interviews, because like in dev interviews as well as the first talk is around this only, like are you even interested, or is this just a random application you are
Yeah.
pointing?
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
yeah, those those case studies actually act like a very acing thing that the founders or the HRs or anyone got like super interested in acing up the whole interview process. So that was one point. Rest, like I mentioned about the coding stuff, that the basics were like the major thing that helped. Apart from this, I think having good projects sort of is creating a static site generator. So that really act as a start point that interviewer can talk to you about. So it's really important to have a proof of work of your own, as well as something that is very specific to that company, that shows you are putting effort before coming to them.
Nice. So that's basically you're saying that if I have to summarize that, that's like you first do your homework again. That's again first thing. And the second thing that you mentioned is you showcase your side projects so that they know that like you have that as a selling point because you have already done some of the work so that it becomes easier for the interviewer to evaluate you. Because in the end, if they want to look at your code base or how are you good at problem solving, they can just look up at your side projects, and then they can take, like, it makes the evaluation simpler for them, which is a nice way. Yeah,
Yeah, like
interesting.
if we make things simple for them, that's good for them as well. Like they have to interview a lot of people, so they're like generally happy with it.
Nice.
I guess for me, my preparations, like build mostly just used to go and search for if they have any open source project, just see if they have anything on GitHub. So just like playing around their projects, like trying to use them, like as Vishwa said, just seeing what they're working on and what else they're like planning to do next. So that was one part. Later for the actual preparation, I guess it was mostly brushing up the JavaScript, just going through the interview questions and all of that. Just used to play around hacker rank for some time. So that was one part. And yeah, as like Mika said, the projects help. So you have this, you get to, so usually your conversation revolves around the project if you have some. So you can just, you just get some space because you have built this project, you know most of the things, like you know how it works, you know how you, what you use. So that kind of helps with the conversation. So yeah, that to help.
Yeah. So your side projects basically kind of work in your favor because you have something to revolve the conversation around. So instead of interviewers driving it, right? It's like you who's driving the conversation, which obviously will work out in your favor because you know the in and out of that project, which is like again a smart way to look at it. So yeah. So I mean the next thing that I want to talk about is so like you might have like given a lot of interviews, right? And you would have also faced some rejections, if not many, some, right? So when you're actually starting off, like since you had been like so much aspirational and you had put so much efforts, like you did the research, you put efforts in, let's say, figuring out what the company is doing, you put efforts in, like, talking about your project and everything. But there would be certain times where they didn't the interview didn't go well, or let's say you weren't selected for XYZ company, right? Which means there would have been rejections. So how did you face or cope up with rejections?
Initially, it was really hard coping with rejections, coming to terms with, a company saying that you cannot be, sorry, we couldn't offer you this job because of XYZ reasons. Because no matter what the reason was, and no matter how positive and constructive the feedback they gave you was, somewhere down the line, you start feeling that you weren't enough, your efforts weren't enough, right? And you're not fit for the role, and that feeling that comes with it, it's not a very pleasant feeling. But then I think what's important to be able to cope with rejections is to make sure that you can bounce back from that rejection. And one way you can bounce back from that rejection and start over again is if you constantly ask for feedback. So it doesn't have to necessarily be a bad experience for you. You can make that experience into something positive. You can ask for points where you can improve upon, and you can actually put in the work that would help you in your next set of interviews, right? So you can turn that into something that you can move forward with, instead of that being a blocker in your career, right? So instead of regretting that kind of process and being sad about it, I think what worked for me was I would set up a call, or maybe start an email thread with the people who were involved, have a very light conversation about what I could have done better, no matter what the results were. And then that kind of helped me feel better about it, because now I had something that I could work on, right? That I could improve upon. I knew where I was lacking, and that was better than not knowing how I can do better in my next set of interviews.
Interesting. All right. Yeah, Mega, you can go ahead.
Yeah, so like the first half is like Vishwa only. So I feel like bad interviews tell you educate you more about yourself than the good ones. But I've seen like most of the like it's a 50-50 thing. Some of the time people are genuine enough to give you feedback. Sometimes you can like get that feedback on your own, like there would be something that I know I wasn't able to answer this, so I know what I wasn't able to answer. But sometimes you answered all of it but still you didn't get it, then it's very helpful if the interview tells you. And sometimes they don't really like there is a lot of ghosting around it, so they don't really respond to you. So I think like I don't know, like I really didn't felt bad about it, because like I was like very clear about this, like my work or my career is something I'm gonna devote like one third of my life to, or like half of it depending on how many hours I work. So I one interview is like and if I didn't get the feedback is something that I can easily overcome. And yeah, there is a lot to come, so yeah, it just keeps going, so I don't really have anything around it, like I don't really feel sad about it. I just move to the next thing.
Um, for me, I guess it's very opposite. I do feel like very terrible, and I think it gets better with time because so like first time it will be like extremely sad, but then like when it happens second time or third time, you'll just have this. You can just point back and say, "Hey, this the first time it happened, and it's fine. Like I'm at better position anyways, so didn't change my life much." So yeah, that kind of helps. Like even now when I look back and see the rejections, it's always like, oh, I'm anyway like working at a better place now. I'm just doing well. So didn't like break my life. So like next time I get rejected, I can always just point back and say that, hey, that was okay.
Yeah,
I would
I guess.
just quickly like to add something to that. Um, I think why rejections feel bad is because we feel like we haven't accomplished anything, right? That we failed. So what helps really helps me with rejections is when I take a break after like a big rejection. So what that helps is it gives me time to start working on something that would help me feel more productive, more accomplished, right? So those breaks in between interviews, especially after rejections, those breaks were really important for me. I used to take that time to recharge, to because I used to go in that existential crisis mode. I would ask myself, why am I even doing this, right? So I used to take that time to understand why I really love what I'm doing or what I want to do as a profession, right? So I don't know. I used to take that time doing side projects, maybe applying for a few more talks, giving talks at the conferences, going to conferences, talking to developers, just genuinely things that I really loved. Instead of doing it professionally as part of a job, I tried doing it in my own time, and that used to really help me overcome these rejections. So yeah, I just wanted to add that.
So that's basically don't let rejections pull you down. You have to come over it, and because all the rejection doesn't mean that you are terrible or you didn't
Exactly.
do well. It could
Yeah,
also
don't
mean
take
the
it too
opposite, right?
personally. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like just another job, or it's not the end of life. So instead of rejections pulling you down, rather look at the other side, which is like, okay, what didn't go well, and maybe pick those things and try to again experiment with them in your next interview, because that's how you will learn as well. Because interviews again are like kind of evolving things that once you start giving interviews initially, you might face certain things or it didn't work out. All you can do is like just take up the positive things, or let's say what didn't go well, and work on it. And yes, breaks. Yeah, which is like I'm hearing it for the first time that you take a break after rejections.
Yeah,
I guess a lot of
definitely.
people might try that.
I needed to recharge myself, and I just want to put it out there that let's normalize taking breaks in between interviews, especially after rejections. We need that time, and it's okay to take that time, because
Yeah.
sometimes family, sometimes society puts this pressure on you, especially if it's your first job, if it's right out of college, they tell you that, hey, now is your time to get a job, what are you even doing? Why are you wasting your time? So I think it's important to normalize taking breaks and taking your own time, moving in your own pace.
Yeah, and also like I'm thinking that taking breaks would also help you because you are actually disconnecting yourself from that infinite loop that's going on. Like you
Yeah.
giving interviews and it's not working out, you giving interviews and it's not working out. It's like once you get disconnected, maybe go into a separate zone and then again come back.
Yeah. Yeah. And maybe things
I think,
change.
yeah, I think that has helped me as well. Like I said, initially I was just applying, and later going to actually studying the company and applying to specific positions or specific jobs, which I know very well. So even like there was a break in between, like where I was like enlightened about all these things. So yeah, I mean that helps. I guess I built a lot of projects in between as well, between that break. So yeah, that break has like helped a lot. Otherwise, I would have just still like applied, and probably not helped it. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, that's a nice way to conclude it. So, like, how did community play a major role or some sort of addition in helping you find your job? Or let's say not just community, but what I mean is interacting with people or talking to people about what are your interests, or like looking at what the industry is going towards. Like, how did that help you, or how did you even get a chance to, like, connect people outside your normal social network, let's say your college or your friends around it?
I think for me, it's safe to say that community played a huge role in that, a huge role in where I am right now, and not just because I am in developer relations, and that community is a huge part of developer relations. Not just because of that fact, but also because once I started involving in community, I found out that there is this whole another universe. Like there is this whole another space where people gather, they interact, they share their work, share their ideas, and there's a lot of giving back also that happens, and other people benefit from that. And I think it's a very positive place to be at. So whether you're looking for a job, whether you're working on a project, whether you're building your own company, your own product, I think community helps in everything, because there is this sense of um, you know, collective growth that really helps you put like invest in personal development a lot, but also along with peers who have shared interests with you. So it's not just you being alone in a journey; it's a bunch of different people, from diverse backgrounds, with diverse ideas and thoughts, but with a shared interest. That's where I think community really helps. So I think when I started going to conferences, especially getting involved in talking to developers a lot, going to meetups, speaking at meetups, and then also like being on tech Twitter. I think like making friends on Twitter. That was the start of me realizing the value in community.
Yeah, Mega, what are your thoughts about it?
Yeah, I think like I totally 100% agree with every word which was said. So yeah, community like really plays a very important role no matter like at which stage you are. You don't necessarily be on the stage of finding a job to to be in the community. You can be on the starting point as well. So like it acts both ways. So once you start interacting with the community, you will find both sort of people that those are like 1,000 steps behind you, and those were like 10,000 steps ahead of you. And it's like just having a web of both. And like I have a lot of friends who are like trying to find their space in the community. So one thing that's there is like right now we are talking about it, and there might be people who would be seeing it, but they feel they haven't found their space in the community. So it takes a lot of time to to reach that point that you think like right now I'm in a community where I belong. So I remember like it's been like 3.5 years I've been trying talking to people and stuff, but it's a very 1 year or so only when I feel that I'm in a community that I belong in. The rest all of it was important to like reach this point, to like find that one person with whom the whole node got connected. So yeah, like it's both important, like to discover a community where you belong as well as to be part of it. So just you like just keep constantly feeding the people who are like behind you. That also helps you with your imposter syndrome. That do you even know anything about the things you are doing, as well as like keep in loop with the people that are ahead of you.
Yeah, it's just about like finding people and sharing your ideas.
Yeah.
It's like it's, if I have to like kind of summarize what you and Vishwa were saying, right? It's like if you are able to find the right set of people with whom you can discuss ideas, that's how they would also know, and you could you are basically sharing your interest and not actually attributing it to like finding a job.
Yeah.
Yeah, Saurabh, do you want to add to it?
Yeah, I guess even for me, I think not just for jobs, but like initially from just building things to when I actually started sharing the projects, I had some people who were actually started using it, and that kind of validates your ideas. So that initial some amount of validation is like helps in like motivating you to do more. So that helped even, and then attending meetups. So just meeting so many people. So even when I was applying to any company, I could just I had someone, if I had someone who in my like network who is working, I could just go and ask for the proper review. So that even that helped. And just in general attending meetups and getting all the information, even like this talk and the talks I've given before, I don't think so I would have really cared to give talks as such. Like mostly like uh, I'm not the person who would like go out and like talk to so many people listening to you, and that is a big deal. So even these things help a lot. So yeah, it did help. And even like later to getting a job where people just reached out because of the projects I had and on GitHub, or like the things I was sharing on Twitter. Yeah.
Far too kind, far too kind. So yeah, moving towards the closing session, right? So let me put this. Let's say if today you have to like give a wise choice of advice to someone who's right now looking at what would like your thoughts would be for someone who's actually starting to look out. Like let's say if you want to summarize whatever we discussed, right? So what would your thought would be, or your piece of advice for someone who's just starting to look out?
Well, I wish I could call it like, wise piece of advice, because I'm no wiser than any of you navigating through the challenge that is job hunt, where I think we're all figuring out how to do it in the best way possible without hurting ourselves. So I would only say something that really helped me, a couple of things that really helped me. Um, Surround yourself with people who motivate you and encourage you to push your boundaries, and never be scared of stepping out of your comfort zone. Always put your mental health and your physical health first, because things can wait. There will always be a couple more companies that you can apply at, but make sure that you're not pushing too hard, that you're affecting your mental health, right? Which also brings me to you allowing yourself some time to recharge, especially after rejections, as I mentioned earlier. So take your time, take a break if you can, after a couple rounds of tiring interviews. Learn from your previous interviews. It doesn't, like, a rejection doesn't necessarily have to mean that it was a bad experience. Sometimes really useful insights can come out of hiring decisions that can significantly improve your performance in the next one. So always go back to previous interviews if you can, and learn something from those experiences. Ask for feedback. Ask your hiring managers even after the interview process is over. Ask for areas of improvement that you could work on. because we need to be like highly invested in personal development, and this is something that I always say. I don't want to sound preachy, but companies want to hire people who are highly invested in their own growth, because that means that the company will grow too, right? So make sure that you get as much feedback as you can from these people that you interact with, that you interview for, and that you work on it. And lastly, don't be too hard on yourself. Again, focus on learning, embrace the journey, like share that journey with the community so that others can benefit from it, and keep giving your best. That's all I have.
Yeah, that was indeed a word of advice, wise advice. So I call that. So yeah, like Vishwa really mentioned a lot of good points. So second to that, apart from it, like I don't know, like if it sounds wiser or not, but yeah, like I think like if I want to sum up, my 4 years or like 5 years in one word, it would be courage. So a lot of people who are just starting out, the things that I see them, talking about is like, do I learn React or JavaScript? Like, be courageous, like pick something up. What if like at max what worst would happen, you won't like it, so drop it, pick something else. They mention things around like seniors in the industry don't reply. Try DMing Kamlesh once, or 50 people, other people, and then come to conclusions like they don't reply back. So I see, a lot of my old emails that I used to write in my initial years to the people whose work I like, and those emails like very less polished but a lot courageous than the ones I write now. So I think like like being courageous is what everything of it revolves around. And if you like really fear something out, just simply remember, like in 100 years, you as well as the person you are reaching out both will die, and like none of it would matter. So it's like completely chill around about that.
I guess from my side, it'll be uh, so a lot of decisions which I was making 2 or 3 years back. I used to think that these are the lifetime commitments, and if could be like smallest decisions, even things like which framework to choose. If I choose this framework, then I used to think that okay, cool, I have to stick with this like for the rest of my life, and this is what I have to get a job in. But I guess you will always have some space to step back and say that hey, maybe I did try this out, but I'm not liking it this much. So let me just step back and switch to some other thing and try it out and see if it works now. So it will be that like whatever decisions you're making right now, they are not really lifetime commitments. You'll always have some time. You'll always have some space to explore other things, and I guess we usually try to be do things perfectly, where you just do step 1 and step 2 and step 3, and you just want to get it right always. Maybe that like we I wish if it had happened that way, but maybe it doesn't. So maybe just do try to do things perfectly, maybe, but also know it, and also have it in your back of my mind that maybe uh, everyone is going to have a different journey, and there is no really one perfect way to things. So, yeah.
I don't know how to sum it up because my imposter has literally kicked in. Look, like hearing to all of your thoughts. I mean, how thoughtful all of you can be. Like, I don't know, like a huge respect for all three of you. And I'm sure like a lot of people would have got a lot of insightful things from here. I'm literally blown away with hearing out all your journeys and your thought processes. So yeah, I'm literally honored to have like host all of you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, same. Thank you.
That was such a heartfelt conversation. I think we all were like glued to our screens, and I was reading all your comments, and I understand how nostalgic it was revisiting your college hackathon memories. and how relatable this topic is to many of us. That's something that I really, really loved about this heartfelt conversation. So thank you so much, our panelists, Megha, Vish, Saurabh, and Kamlesh. Thank you so much for moderating it. Now we are almost at the end. We not almost, we are like at the end of our first virtual conference, and I'm hoping that all of you enjoyed it and there was something to learn for every one of you. We're all tired, but we're all happy tired. It's been an exhausting and thrilling journey at the same time. But we did it. So a big yay to all of us. Um, uh, Wish has joined me again, so I'll let her speak for a little while, and then we'll ask our organizers to join in as well. Please don't tune out right away. Just wait for like 5 more minutes for our closing ceremony to happen, because our organizers have literally put in a lot of effort into this. So if you could just stay for 5 more minutes and then start dropping off, that would be great.
I mean, I've been talking a lot since the past hour. I just hope that some of you can take, something good out of it. So I won't take a lot of our organizers' time, because I think they really should address all of you. But I just want to say that thank you to all of our partners, our sponsors. Thank you to all of you attendees. You were all amazing. When Varsha and we were interacting with all of you on Twitter, it didn't really feel like we haven't seen you or met you in person. This conference was amazing. I just wish that next year, hopefully, we can all see you in person. And thank you so much for being an amazing audience. Thank you to all of our speakers, amazing panelists, co-participants, my co-MC, lovely co-MC Varsha, and our lovely and hardworking and awesome and amazingly talented organizers. So saying that, let's call upon Kiran and Kamlesh on the stage. Yay!
Hi, Kiran. Hi, Kamlesh.
Hello,
Hi
hello.
Varsha, hi Vishwa. Yeah,
You folks are such troopers. Thank you so much for putting up such an awesome show. This was amazing, and also thank you so much for letting us be a part of it. It was a wonderful experience.
Yeah, it was absolutely flawless. I'm sure that the audiences feel us as well. Everything went on time. Everything was very smooth, apart from a few technical glitches we faced yesterday, which we heavily compensated for. I don't think there was absolutely anything that we would have done at a physical conference and not at a virtual conference. So thank you so much for organizing this so beautifully. There was absolutely no problems, even to the us MCs, to the speakers, and I'm sure there was no issues with the audiences as well. So thank you, Kiran, and thank you, Kamlesh. I think this is one of the solid, exemplary conferences that both of you have hosted, and all the congratulations to you.
Yeah,
yeah.
and
Thanks Varsha.
please, all of you, don't let this smooth running conference experience let you all fool it, because we've seen how much efforts Kamlesh and Kiran have put into it. So it's not like it wasn't really as smooth on the behind the scenes, but it's the effort and the hard work that has paid off. So yay to that.
Just in addition to that, if you look at Kiran's background, it sort of gives you that impression that he's in some sort of a co-working space, but
So if you think that Kiran is sitting in a cafe, that's a myth.
right. So
Yeah,
Vishwa and I will leave the front stage now. You can put us in the backstage and you can continue with the closing note. Thank you for having us here, and thank you audiences for making this a huge success.
Thank you so much.
yeah. Thanks Varsha and Vishwa for the final note. Uh, Yeah, thanks everyone for joining us today for the last 2 days. I hope you all enjoyed the conference and you learned a lot and meet new people. Thanks everyone for joining us. I hope you enjoyed the conference.
And special thanks to our MCs because without them, this wouldn't have been possible. They have been super cooperative and coordinating back and forth between different platforms, different tools, making sure that every introduction goes smooth. They were it takes a lot of effort to um, make it seamless. And they have been putting equal efforts behind the scenes. Again, it might look a very seamless experience on the front, but behind the scenes, they have been running to find that no one gets missed. All the speakers get the introduction in the right way. They have one amazing thing that I was pretty blown up with is the way they were able to summarize each and every talk, because that's literally the gist version that someone could have even put it in their talks. So a huge shout out to our MCs Varsha and Vishwa.
Yeah, huge shout out to our Nishant Verma, who helped us a lot with the design and branding for this conference. Nishant Verma is a co-founder and head of design of DEV-inci and World Bank. Uh, he helped us a lot with almost every aspect of design and branding for this conference. Now, if you see, our website, all the goodies and the social media promotions, and even the beautiful, design of the virtual stage, right? All of these are coming from the Nishant Verma. Uh, he did really amazing job with the branding and design. We loved all the designs, and I hope you also loved. And he also designed all the goodies we are going to give away, the t-shirts, stickers, and everything. And we got really good response from the social media. Like, people are loving and expecting those goodies to be reaching them. uh, Thanks, Nishant, a lot. And he worked a lot hard and delivered really beautiful designs for us. Thanks a lot, Nishant.
And next, thanks to our partners, again, who helped us to spread out the word to make this online event happen successfully. DevFolio, JSLovers.com, React India, Women Tech Makers. Huge shout out to all of you folks, and thank you for helping us to make this event successful. And then huge shout out to our sponsors who even helped us to make this event possible. Archimedes, Atlantis, Auth0, ClearTax, Kitians, GoIvivo, Grow, Harness, Hasura, Disney Plus Hotstar, Open House, Coolum, Razorpay, Swiggy, exactly. Thank you so much for supporting us in this event. We hope even you had the same amount of fun at your booths. Huge shout out to all of you folks.
Yeah, thanks everyone in the community, for your support. We got a lot of support on the social media and everything, for spreading the word. Thanks a lot for support. Uh, yeah, yeah, we love building communities, and through meetups and conference, we are trying to connect developers. And yeah, I'm also thinking different formats where we can connect developers and learn from each other. So stay tuned for the updates, and I'll be announcing more things about interesting things in a couple of months. Yeah, stay tuned for that. Uh, yeah, so that's it. So we'll be meeting again in meetups and conference again. Yeah, see you all. Bye.
Yeah, hopefully in person. Yeah.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Bye bye. Have a great weekend.
Bye bye, everyone.